Chapter 275. If he could completely grasp the method of refining secret treasures, he would not have to worry about not having enough spirit stones to use in the future. Thus, this secret treasure was something that Xiao Chen wanted to obtain. Not long later, Lu Suifeng rushed over. He had an excited expression on his face. Lu Suifeng said, "Yi Chen, the Yun clan had invited us to the auction. Are you going?" Xiao Chen shook his head. "I have already rejected him. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. I prefer peace and quiet." Lu Suifeng said, "Never mind, I will go with you." The two of them stopped talking and walked out of the Yun residence. After they found out the address of Linlang Pavilion, they immediately headed over. Along the way, they met many cultivators rushing over. They were all heading in the direction of Linlang Pavilion. There were people from all sorts of sects and places. It was very lively. The two of them were not slow. They arrived at the entrance of Linlang Pavilion after 10 minutes. However, they discovered that there were many cultivators gathered at the entrance. However, they were all blocked by the guards. After asking around, they found out that the requirements for this auction were very high. Those without a martial saint cultivation or an invitation card were not allowed to enter. This way, a large group of martial grand masters were blocked at the entrance. There were many of these cultivators, and they all had dissatisfied expressions on their faces. However, they did not dare to act recklessly. Lu Suifeng said in a soft voice, "Fortunately, I am already an inferior grade martial saint. Otherwise, I would not even have the qualifications to enter. This standard is very high. It was necessary for the requirements to be high." The space in Linlang Pavilion was fixed. If so many people were allowed in, the seats would not be high. Then, the auction would not be able to continue. The two of them parted the crowd and walked towards the entrance. The guards at the entrance took a look at their cultivation and let them in. They did not stop them. "Please purchase your tickets first." Just as the two of them stepped through the entrance, they saw a simple counter at the side. A pretty girl behind the counter spoke to them. Lu Suifeng was about to step forward and ask when Xiao Chen stopped him. He took out the VIP card that Yun Yuji had given him. The woman took the VIP card and glanced at it. She immediately smiled and said, "So the two of you have a VIP card? In that case, there is no need to buy a ticket. You can go directly to the second floor and find the room number." Xiao Chen took back the VIP card and walked to the second floor of the auction house with Lu Suifeng. The auction house had an arched structure. At a glance, the seats in the hall were almost all occupied. It was bustling with activity and people were surging about. Xiao Chen found a manservant. Under the manservant's guidance, he quickly found his private room. The space in the private room was very spacious. The window was wide open, and one could clearly see everything in the hall from the inside. The field of vision was very wide. Lu Suifeng felt it was strange and asked, "I did not expect there to be a private room." "That's right, when did you get your VIP card? Don't tell me this Linlang Pavilion was opened by that damn fatso." Xiao Chen sat comfortably on the round wooden chair. He took a sip of tea and said, "Of course not. The VIP card was sent by Yun Yuji this morning." Lu Suifeng said unconvinced, "How depressing, why didn't that fellow give me one?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly, "If you sold him a heaven-ranked spirit weapon, he would have given you one. Let's not talk about it anymore. The auctioneer is coming." Lu Suifeng stopped asking and looked through the window. Indeed, he saw the auctioneer walking out with a smile on his face. With the appearance of the auctioneer, the chatter in the hall gradually died down. When the noise completely quieted down, when everything quietened down, the auctioneer's loud and clear voice rang out in everyone's ears. "Thank you, everyone, for participating in our Linlang Pavilion's once-a-decade large-scale auction. I will make a long story short. After a simple introduction of the auction, we will begin immediately. We will not waste everyone's time. This auction will be divided into 10 rounds. The things auctioned will be more precious with each round. It is as everyone guessed." After the auctioneer said this, he paused for a while before raising his voice. in every round, we will auction a complete secret treasure. That's right, a complete, undamaged ancient secret treasure that can be used immediately after the auction. Just as the auctioneer's passionate voice fell, the quiet hall was immediately filled with the sounds of discussions. The hall became noisy once again. It is really a complete secret treasure, a total of 10 complete secret treasures. Lin Lang Pavilion is really generous. I heard long ago that the gates to the demon battlefield reopened. Looks like after this auction, there will be even more cultivators going there to try their luck. Haha, without the cultivation of a martial king, if you want to go to the demon battlefield, aside from seeking death, there is no other result. Even a martial king might not be safe and sound there. This time, I heard that many famous martial kings have died there. Demon battlefield, this was the second time Xiao Chen heard of this term. Xiao Chen thought to himself, what kind of place is that? Why would there be secret treasures there? If I have time in the future, I can go there and join in the excitement. The auctioneer looked at the hall and was very satisfied with the effect of the discussion. After the voices gradually became weaker, the auctioneer looked at the hall and was very satisfied. After the voices slowly weakened, a clear and resonant voice rang out once again, the rules of the auction will not change. Everyone knows this, so I will not say it. There is only one change. All transactions can only be completed with spirit stones. A medial grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 inferior grade spirit stones. Now, the auction officially begins. The first auction item will now be revealed. It is a superior grade spirit stone. The starting bid is 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The auction will now begin. The first item to be auctioned was actually a superior grade spirit stone. Not only was Xiao Chen and his booth surprised, but everyone in the hall was also shocked. A superior grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 medial grade spirit stones, which was 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. However, everyone knew that this was not how the price was calculated. Just like how no one would be foolish enough to exchange a medial grade spirit stone for an inferior grade spirit stone for no reason, no one would use a superior grade spirit stone to exchange for an inferior grade spirit stone. The value of a superior grade spirit stone was no longer as simple as a spirit stone. It could be considered a natural treasure. The spiritual energy contained in it was not only incredibly pure, but it was also large and gentle. A cultivator of any cultivation realm could use it. For cultivators below martial saint, it could even raise their cultivation by an entire realm. However, no one would use a superior grade spirit stone when they were below martial saint. That would be a waste of a treasure. Only when one was a martial king or martial monarch would they be able to completely absorb the energy in the superior grade spirit stone without wasting anything. With the density of spiritual energy in the Great Qin nation, the few spirit veins might not even produce a single superior grade spirit stone within 10 years. This showed how rare superior grade spirit stones were. When Xiao Chen saw the superior grade spirit stone glowing with a spiritual light, he could not help but be tempted. A superior grade spirit stone was something that could only be found and not sought. It had a fatal attraction to almost all cultivators. Lu Suifeng shook his head and sighed, a large-scale auction is really different. This is only the first auction item, and I can't help but want to buy it. Perhaps it was because the superior grade spirit stone was too shocking to the crowd, there was a momentary silence. No one immediately called out a bid. 20,000 inferior grade spirit stones. 20,000 inferior grade spirit stones. I bid 30,000 inferior grade spirit stones. 50,000. However, after that, there was a continuous stream of bids in the hall. Every time, the price increased by 10,000. Soon, the price of the superior grade spirit stone reached 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. After the price passed 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones, the number of bids decreased. After all, although a superior grade spirit stone was good, there was a limit to its value. A martial saint would only be able to obtain 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones in a year through all sorts of missions and hard work. If they did not have any fortuitous encounters, they would only be able to obtain 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones at most. That would be considered doing well. If they did not do well, they would be lucky to have 5,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Even so, 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones would require 5 years to accumulate. If they only used one superior grade spirit stone, the gains would not make up for the losses. After all, a superior grade spirit stone could only be used after one became a martial king. Not being able to use it after buying it was a problem. 60,000. 70,000. 75,000. 80,000. After the hall was silent for a while, there were bids again. At this moment, the ones bidding were all martial kings and cultivators with strong clans and sects backing them. The auctioneer revealed a joyful expression. He originally thought that the bid would only reach 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. He did not expect it to reach 80,000. 80,000 going once. 80,000 going twice. Is there anyone who bids higher than 80,000? If there is none, this superior grade spirit stone will belong to the person in booth 8. In booth 8 on the second floor, there were 2 old men watching the auction below with indifferent expressions. These 2 old men were famous solitary martial kings in the Shiha province. However, if one looked carefully at their eyes, they would discover that under their indifferent expressions, there was a hidden evil intent. They were incomparably ferocious. If the people below saw their appearances, they would definitely be able to recognize their names. One of them was Gu Yuntian and the other was Gu Yunfei. These 2 were blood-related brothers. They had a famous nickname in the Shiha province. They were known as the Shiha twin demons. They were very ruthless in their actions. Killing others for their treasures was a common occurrence. Gu Yunfei smiled and said, "Big brother, it looks like this superior grade spirit stone belongs to you." Gu Yuntian smiled faintly and said, "I have been stuck at early stage inferior grade martial king for 10 years already. With this superior grade spirit stone, I will definitely be able to reach peak inferior grade martial king." One should not underestimate the difference between early stage inferior grade martial king and peak inferior grade martial king. After martial saint, it was very difficult to advance by a grade. However, with every increase in grade, one's strength would increase significantly. When one became a martial king, this situation would be even more obvious. Some cultivators with insufficient talent would be stuck at early stage inferior grade martial king for their entire lives. If one did not have enough talent and wanted to advance further, they could only think of other methods. This superior grade spirit stone was one such method. In booth 9, beside booth 8, a group of Night Spirit Palace disciples sat together. One of them said, "Senior Brother Mu, are you not going to bid for this superior grade spirit stone?" Chapter 276. The youth addressed as Senior Brother Mu was the top expert of the Night Spirit Palace, Mu Qingxue. He revealed a casual smile on his handsome face. He said, "Superior grade spirit stones are indeed precious. However, the price is already too high. There is no need to make a move. Furthermore, to me, it is something that is not essential. If I have it, it would be the icing on the cake. If not, it would not matter." The other disciples did not understand Mu Qingshue's words. Only Mu Yenshu understood what he meant. Superior grade spirit stones were very useful to cultivators with low talent. For example, Guyuntian. Although he had advanced to martial king, he was not talented enough. He was stuck at inferior grade martial king for 10 years. However, to a genius like Mu Qingxue, such a huge bottleneck could not happen to him. With Mu Qingshue's talent, he would only encounter such a huge bottleneck after he became a peak superior grade martial king. Hence, this superior grade spirit stone would only be the icing on the cake for him. Inside the booth, Shaochen thought for a while. In the end, he decided to give up. His reason was the same as Mu Qingshue's. The price of 80,000 inferior grade spirit stones was already too high. It was not worth it to buy it. Furthermore, he still had the Golden Lion King's spirit core in his universe ring. The Golden Lion King had the bloodline of an ancient mutated beast. Its spirit core was no weaker than a superior-grade spirit stone. In the future, if he met with a bottleneck, he could use the Golden Lion King's spirit core to replace it. 100,000 inferior-grade spirit stones, I want it. Just as the auctioneer was about to close the deal, another bid resounded in the hall. Furthermore, it was 20,000 inferior-grade spirit stones in one go. The auctioneer revealed an excited expression. He said excitedly, "Booth 20, someone bid 100,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? This is a superior-grade spirit stone. It can raise a martial king by 1 grade. Friend in booth 8, do you still want to raise the bid?" Bang! Guyintian smashed the teacup on the table with his palm. The teacup immediately shattered into powder. The indifferent expression on his face completely disappeared. He became very ferocious and revealed a murderous intent. Guyinfei said, "Big brother, I still have 150,000 inferior-grade spirit stones here. Let's see if he still dares to raise the bid." A cruel smile appeared on Guyintian's face as he said, "There's no need. I want to see who dares to compete with me. I will make him spit it out with interest." Guyinfei reacted and a smile appeared on his face. He had almost forgotten what he was doing. After the auction, he could just snatch it back. When Xiao Chen heard the bid of 100,000 silver taels, he was mildly astonished. This was obviously not the true value of a superior-grade spirit stone. It was too much of a loss. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian's spiritual sense shot toward booth 20 like an arrow. A moment later, he saw the owner of booth 20. "Chu Chaoyun?" Xiao Chen said doubtfully, "What does he want this superior-grade spirit stone for? With his talent, there is no need for it." Chu Chaoyun, who was in the private room, frowned slightly. It was like he could feel someone spying on him. He said to the girl beside him, "Go out and check who is in private room 8. I can sense 2 intense killing intents." Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. He thought that Chu Chaoyun had sensed his spiritual sense. It turned out that it was someone else. In the end, no one made a bid for the superior-grade spirit stone. Chu Chaoyun won it at the exorbitant price of 100,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. The auction continued. The second item was not as dazzling. It was only an inferior-grade earth-ranked spirit weapon. The starting bid was 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. In the end, it was won by a cultivator from a small sect for 5,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Aside from the superior-grade spirit stone at the start, the other items in the first round were very precious. However, Xiao Chen was not interested in them. On the other hand, Lu Suifeng spent 10,000 inferior-grade spirit stones to bid for a superior-grade earth-ranked martial technique. That martial technique was pretty good. It was considered a good item among superior-grade earth-ranked martial techniques. Soon, the first round of the auction was about to end. At the final moment, the auctioneer's voice was clearly much more excited. Suddenly, 2 cultivators went up to the auction platform. The auctioneer explained, "Everyone should be able to guess what the final item is. We have decided to use the most thorough method to display this secret treasure to everyone." Of the 2 cultivators, one had a very high cultivation. He was as strong as a peak superior-grade martial disciple. The other was only an ordinary martial grand master. The auctioneer nodded to the 2 of them. The peak martial saint started to store up energy. His aura slowly gathered. The nearby cultivators could feel the pressure. When his aura reached its peak, the peak martial saint roared ferociously and punched at the martial grand master in front of him. Boom! Before everyone's astonished gazes, a light barrier suddenly appeared on the martial grand master's body. When the peak martial saint's full-powered strike struck the light barrier, it gave off a muffled sound. There were ripples on the light barrier, but it did not show any signs of breaking. On the contrary, the peak martial saint's complexion turned pale from the rebound of the light barrier. He was knocked back a few steps before he slowly stabilized himself. The martial grand master dispersed the light barrier. He was not injured at all. He removed a jade pendant from his neck and handed it to the auctioneer. After that, he took his leave with the peak martial saint. The auctioneer received the jade pendant and said in a clear and resonant voice, "Earlier, everyone saw it for themselves." This jade pendant allowed the martial Grand Master to easily block the full-powered strike of a peak martial saint. Furthermore, it is not just a simple block. It can reflect a third of the force back to the enemy. According to the tests of our Linlang Pavilion, this secret treasure can block the full-powered strike of a peak medial-grade martial king at best. The only flaw is that it can only be used once a day. Aside from that, there are no other flaws. The auction will begin now. The starting bid is 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Each bid must be no less than 2,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Linlang Pavilion's reputation had always been very good. Since the other party said that it could block the full-powered strike of a peak medial grade martial king, then it must be true. If that was the case, the use of this jade pendant was rather horrifying. Although it could only be used once a day, it could save one's life at the most crucial moment. It might even be able to turn the tables. This was because the light barrier could reflect the force of the attack. In a situation where the opponent did not know about it, it was a very good trump card. Such a secret treasure was very useful for cultivators. Everyone would encounter danger. It would increase their chances of survival. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "This is a good thing. There are really many of them. If it does not exceed 100,000 spirit stones, would want to buy it." Xiao Chen was very interested in this secret treasure as well. If it could block the attack of a peak medial grade martial king, then it would be very useful. 20,000. 35,000. 50,000. 80,000. The bidding for this jade pendant was even more intense than for the superior grade spirit stones. In just a moment, someone called out the price of 80,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Lu Suifeng muttered to himself, "It looks like people are afraid of death." Xiao Chen thought for a while and made his move at this moment. 100,000. Lu Suifeng was somewhat surprised. He said, "Yi Chen, you want to bid for this jade pendant as well? I thought you would not need it." In his opinion, Xiao Chen's movement technique was already very fast. Even if there was an opponent that he could not defeat, he could use his movement technique to escape. Rather than spending a large amount of spirit stones to buy a defensive secret treasure, he might as well wait a while and buy an offensive secret treasure. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "If possible, I would like to obtain all 10 secret treasures. Furthermore, this jade pendant happens to be useful recently." After the price reached 100,000, the entire place fell silent. 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones was already a horrifying number. If anyone wanted to bid again, they would have to consider it carefully. 150,000. Right at this moment, a low and deep voice suddenly resounded, and it instantly raised the price by 50,000. It shocked everyone present in the surroundings. The auctioneer immediately grabbed the opportunity and said excitedly, 150,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A cultivator wearing black clothes is really generous. Is there a higher bid than 150,000? Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. He looked through the window and discovered that the person who bid was a peak martial saint wearing black clothes and a cloak. Under the shadow of the cloak, no one could see his appearance clearly. He looked very mysterious. Xiao Chen thought for a while and continued to bid, 200,000. The auctioneer's mood was completely uplifted. The higher the bid, the more commission he would receive. He said excitedly, "Booth 18 bids 200,000. This cultivator in black clothes, are you going to continue bidding?" The cultivator in black clothes muttered to himself for a while and raised his head to look at Xiao Chen's booth. Xiao Chen looked down and saw a pair of green eyes. It was very strange. The cultivator in black clothes withdrew his gaze and waved his hand to indicate that he had given up. 200,000 was already a sky-high price. Even cultivators with large sects and clans behind them would find it difficult to take out such a sum. Finally, the auctioneer called out the hammer 3 times. Xiao Chen had successfully obtained the first secret treasure. Lu Suifeng said, 200,000 for a defensive secret treasure, is it worth it? Hey, Yi Chen, what's wrong? Are you regretting it? Ever since Xiao Chen saw that pair of green eyes, he had not recovered his wits. The shock that those eyes gave him was too great. It was like a demon had crawled out of hell. It was very strange. He had never seen anyone with green eyes before. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said, 200,000 is worth it. It is the full-powered strike of a peak medial grade martial king. Did you forget who targeted us when we arrived? With this jade pendant, I will give that person a pleasant surprise. The second round of the auction started. Xiao Chen had already gotten some clues. The first and last items of every round were the most attractive. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen had guessed. The auctioneer slowly took out the first item of the second round. He introduced it with a smile on his face. This is a bottle of quintessence gathering pills. There is a total of 20 of them. Below Martial King, they can increase the chances of advancing by 20%. No one in the Great Qin Nation can refine such a pill. Even in the Great Qin Nation, there is a limit to the number. The starting bid is still 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Chapter 277. In booth 9, a bright light flashed in Mu Qingshue's eyes. He clenched his fist and said indifferently, I finally got what I wanted. I must obtain this medicinal pill. A true treasure did not need much introduction. The price of the quintessence gathering pill quickly rose to the horrifying price of 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones was a dividing line. Only those who could afford it could afford it. Aside from martial kings, only the disciples of the big clans and sects could afford to pay such a price. Mu Qingxue said indifferently, 200,000. Mu Qingxue increased the bid by 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones in one go. The horrifying price shocked the cultivators who wanted to continue bidding. Even if they could take out 200,000 inferior grade spirit stones, they would not be able to be as calm as Mu Qingxue. It was clear that Mu Qingxue was determined to obtain it and would bid even higher. Booth 9. I seem to recall that Mu Qingxue entered booth 9. No wonder he is so rich and overbearing. As the first successor of the Night Spirit Palace and the strongest of the new generation, the resources that he can mobilize are not something that a regular person can compare to. The people who can compete with him will probably give up on the account of the Night Spirit Palace. Right, to prevent each other from raising the price. When that happens, everyone will be at a disadvantage. It is best to give each other some face. When the people below saw that no one made a bid and that the price had exceeded 200,000, they started to discuss it. The auctioneer on the platform could no longer remain calm. Even if this quintessence gathering pill was sold at its normal price, it would be worth 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Now, the price had only doubled. After deducting the channel fees, Linlang Pavilion would not be able to earn much. The auctioneer said loudly, only 200,000? This is a genuine quintessence gathering pill. You will not be able to buy it outside of Linlang Pavilion in the Great Qin Nation. 250,000. The auctioneer's eyes lit up. He laughed loudly and said, Booth 18 has made a bid. 250,000. The esteemed guest in booth 9, are you afraid to bid? The auctioneer's words were very provocative. At certain times, he could increase the anger of others. Most people would fall for it if they were not rational. A faint killing intent appeared in Mu Qingshue's eyes. He said in a cold voice, 300,000. Xiao Chen had come out this time for the sake of this quintessence gathering pill. Originally, he thought that he had brought 400,000 inferior grade spirit stones with him. He was confident that he would be able to obtain it. Who knew that someone like Qin Yaojin would appear and completely ruin his plans? Xiao Chen had to obtain this quintessence gathering pill. This quintessence gathering pill was very important to him. This quintessence Xiao Chen had to obtain. This quintessence gathering pill was very useful to him. Xiao Chen would be able to use medial grade spirit after medial grade martial spirit. He said without hesitation, 400,000. He said, "Mu mu mu thousand." Spirit. And said, "Mu chin have mu," and said, "Mu, he have. I have v mu, mu, I can. Mu, I have mu. I only have 5,000. 10 spirit. 10 spirit. Shao Chen thousand spirit. Spirit thousand Shao Chen, with, spirit was, Ling Chen, 500,000. Shao Chen's expression was calm. He said casually, 500,000. The entire hall was silent. No one had expected a bottle of quintessence gathering pill to reach such a high price. 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A regular martial saint would have to work hard for 50 to 60 years before they could obtain it. It was an astronomical figure. However, this person did not hesitate to spend it on a bottle of quintessence gathering pill. Booth 18. Why is it booth 18 again? The person who won the first secret treasure seems to be this person as well. I wonder who this person is. He actually dares to snatch Mu Qingshue's things. There will be a good show to watch later. A person who can take out 700,000 inferior grade spirit stones is definitely not someone to be trifled with. There is no need to fear the Night Spirit Palace. Shao Chen made his move again. He immediately became the focal point of everyone's discussion. The auctioneer on the auction platform was very excited. His face was filled with an excited smile as he said, 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Is there anyone who intends to make a higher bid? The friend in booth 9, do you not want it anymore? Mu Qingshue's expression turned gloomy. He remained silent and clenched his right fist tightly. The other Night Spirit Palace disciples in the booth all felt a chill. They trembled in fear. They had never seen Mu Qingxue so angry before. After a while, Mu Qingxue relaxed his frown. He lay down gently on the round wooden chair. He shifted his center of gravity, causing the floor to sizzle. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. Mu Yanxue, who was familiar with Mu Qingshue's character, knew that he was truly angry and had a murderous intent. After calling out 3 times, no one answered. Shao Chen successfully put away the bottle of quintessence gathering pill. He revealed a faint smile on his face. Lu Suifeng said in astonishment, Shao Chen, where did you get so many inferior grade spirit stones? 500,000. Shao Chen smiled and said, I had a lot of high-ranked demonic cores in the subspace. If I sold them all, they would be worth 200,000 inferior grade spirit stones. I can still afford it. Originally, Shao Chen planned to keep the demonic cores in the universe ring for himself. It looked like he could only use them here. No matter what, he could only use 7,000 of the 10,000 medial grade spirit stones. That was 700,000 inferior grade spirit stones. He had to keep the rest for himself. The second round of the auction continued. Shao Chen noticed that the items in this round were much more precious than the previous one. Unfortunately, the item he was waiting for did not appear. The atmosphere of the auction became increasingly lively. Many cultivators managed to buy the treasures that they wanted. Soon, the second secret treasure appeared. It looked like an ordinary pair of boots. However, after the demonstration, everyone discovered that it could increase the user's movement technique by close to 20%. This 20% was not to be underestimated. To martial masters and martial grand masters, 20% was only that much. However, to high-ranked cultivators, their speed was already very fast. If they increased it by 20%, their speed would be very horrifying. After the auctioneer found someone to demonstrate it, he smiled and said, I have given this pair of boots a nice-sounding name, Windwalk Boots. 20% increase in speed. Whether it is escaping or attacking, one can advance or retreat at will. Furthermore, there are no restrictions on the usage of these boots. It will only increase the exhaustion of essence. The starting bid is still 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. There were simply too many good things. Shao Chen immediately took a fancy to the Windwalk boots. He calculated the spirit stones he had in his heart. However, he discovered that he did not have enough spirit stones. He spent 200,000 on the first secret treasure and 500,000 on the medicinal pills. That was 700,000. He originally had 1,200,000 inferior grade spirit stones. If he sold the demonic cores, he would be able to gather about 1,500,000. That was to say, he only had 800,000 inferior grade spirit stones left. He still had 3,000 medial grade spirit stones, so he only had 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones left. Xiaochen thought to himself, if it exceeds 300,000 inferior grade spirit stones, I will not buy it. I still have to save some money to purchase a lightning attributed martial technique. As Xiaochen was thinking, the bidding price of the windwalk boots had already reached 150,000 inferior grade spirit stones. 200,000. At the crucial moment, Xiaochen made another move. He raised the bidding price by 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The fiery atmosphere in the hall immediately turned silent. It is booth 19 again. How many spirit stones does this person have? Even a large clan would not be able to take out so many inferior grade spirit stones in one go. He is really rich. Who is this person? The people on the floor discussed in soft voices. Occasionally, there would be people looking at Xiaochen. Xiaochen hid himself at the back, avoiding these gazes. 220,000. After a moment of silence in the silent hall, someone finally made a bid. However, it was only an increase of 20,000. Xiaochen did not hesitate to call out, 300,000. The auctioneer said excitedly, the guest in booth 18 bid 300,000. Is there anyone who wants a bid higher than 300,000? Humph. The person who made a bid earlier snorted coldly and did not make another bid. After that, no one made another bid. After 3 clangs of the hammer, Xiaochen successfully obtained this windwalk boots. The third round of the auction began. Like before, the first item of each round was very eye-catching. However, Xiaochen felt helpless and did not compete. The following auctions continued. The items were all rather good. However, there was nothing that Xiaochen wanted, so he did not make a bid. Even when the third secret treasure was auctioned off, Xiaochen still did not make a bid. The people below heaved a sigh of relief. If Xiaochen won this secret treasure again, he would block everyone else's path. This might incur public anger. The auction continued. All sorts of secret manuals appeared. However, there was no high-ranked lightning attributed secret manual that Xiaochen wanted. He could not help but feel bored. Suddenly, he frowned and raised his right hand, sending out a strand of purple thunder true fire. Pu ci. In an instant, the purple fire pierced through the wooden door. There was a soft cry of pain coming from outside. At the same time that he made his move, Xiaochen sent out his spiritual sense at lightning speed. However, he did not find any traces of the person peeping at him. He only saw a trace of blood at the door. What a fast speed, Xiaochen thought to himself. This person's method of hiding his aura is also very profound. I wonder who it is. Lu Suifeng said in astonishment, someone is targeting us? Xiaochen nodded and said, go out and stay with the Yun clan's people first. I will go out alone later. Lu Suifeng knew that Xiaochen did not want him to be in danger. After warning Xiaochen to be careful, he quickly left booth 18. Following that, Xiaochen kept an eye out. He kept his spiritual sense out, monitoring everything in his surroundings. Suddenly, a pool of flowing water appeared on the floor of the booth that Chu Chaoyun was in. After a while, the water formed into a human figure. It was the girl who went out to gather information. The girl said in a melodious voice, I found the people in booth 8. They are the Shiha twin fiends. I overheard them. They are indeed preparing to make a move on you, senior brother. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, so, it is these 2 clowns. They are of no importance. Lyria, what's wrong with your hand? When Chu Chaoyun noticed a faint wound on the girl's arm, he could not help but feel suspicious. Lyria smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just a small injury. I was asking around for the person in booth 18 and he discovered me." Chapter 278. Chu Chaoyun was somewhat surprised. Lyria's martial spirit was rather special. Her method of hiding her aura was something that even a regular martial king would not be able to discover. The owner of booth 18 is the old friend that senior brother met in Liushang Pavilion. Chu Chaoyun said, "So, it is him. No wonder you were discovered. There is no need to bother about him for now. I have already obtained what I wanted. I can leave after the auction ends." Soon, the auction reached its final round. The auctioneer took out the first item of the 8th round and smiled. The next item is a lightning-attributed peak Earth-ranked martial technique, Wukuei Saber Technique. According to legend, the Wukuei Saber is a divine tree born from lightning. In the ancient era, there was a strong cultivator who comprehended under the Wukuei tree. From there, he created the Wukuei Saber Technique. Of course, the one in my hands is not the true ancient copy. It is just a martial technique that was completed using the incomplete Wukuei Saber Technique. Although it does not have the might of the legends, it is considered a peak Earth-ranked saber technique. To all the bladesmen here, this is a rare martial technique. The starting bid is still 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He had finally found what he had been waiting for. He did not hesitate to call out, 50,000. The person from booth 18 made a move again. This time, he actually wants this saber technique. Fortunately, I do not need it. Haha, I do not need it either. Otherwise, would not be able to outbid him. Damn it, I was just looking for a lightning-attributed saber technique. There is no hope now. I can't be bothered to bid anymore. I definitely cannot outbid this person. Even if I bid, it would be pointless. Seeing that no one made a bid in the noisy hall, Xiao Chen did not expect that he could achieve such an effect. When the auctioneer saw this, he became very anxious. Normally, this peak Earth-ranked martial technique would fetch at least 200,000 spirit stones. Now, no one made a bid at 50,000. The auctioneer called out a few more times, but no one made a bid. This is a great loss. The auctioneer cursed Xiao Chen in his heart. In the end, he could only say helplessly, 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. This martial technique belongs to booth 18. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile and said, "Looks like having too much money can scare people to death. This is a bargain for me." Xiao Chen had finally obtained what he had been waiting for. He had basically achieved his goal in this auction. However, as for the other 8 secret treasures, he had no choice but to take a look. After 4 hours, the auction came to an end. Lin Lang Pavilion sent someone to deliver the items that Xiao Chen had bid for to the private room. Lin Lang Pavilion had a professional appraiser. Xiao Chen's high-ranked demonic cores were sold without a hitch. After selling the demon cores, Xiao Chen started to pay the bill. A bottle of quintessence gathering pills, 2 secret treasures, and a lightning-attributed martial technique, a total of 1,050,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen still had more than 4,000 medial grade spirit stones left. Xiao Chen placed the items in the universe ring and pushed open the door to the private room. He immediately felt an intense killing intent. He smiled faintly and ignored it. Xiao Chen walked out of the door. When Mu Qingxue saw Xiao Chen leave, he revealed a faint smile on his handsome face as he held the holy weapon, Beauty under the moonlight. He said, "So, it is him." In the depths of Mu Qingxue's right eye, there was a simple and unadorned bronze mirror spinning rapidly. It clearly saw through Xiao Chen's disguise. Not long after Xiao Chen left Linlang Pavilion, he was immediately blocked by Mu Qingxue and the others on the street. Mu Qingxue had a cold smile on his handsome face. It made his exquisite face look even more enchanting. He looked at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "I seem to remember that we met outside Yunyang City." Xiao Chen had a good memory. He was very familiar with this person. He nodded and said, "We have indeed met before. However, you did not block me today just to say that, right?" Mu Qingxue did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Give me 10 quintessence-gathering pills. I will give you 100,000 inferior-grade spirit stones." Xiao Chen had spent 500,000 inferior-grade spirit stones to buy quintessence-gathering pills. However, there were only 20 of them. 10 of them, even if he bought them at normal cost, would cost 25 inferior-grade spirit stones. However, Mu Qingxue was only willing to pay 100,000. This was no different from daylight robbery. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "Sorry, this is not for sale. Please move aside, I still have matters to attend to." "Who?" Mu Qingxue's right hand moved with a "so" sound. He casually placed it on Xiao Chen's shoulder and said softly, "Did I say you can leave? You dare to snatch something that I, Mu Qingxue, have set my eyes on. I will say it again, are you selling or not?" Mu Qingxue's voice was very soft, but it did not contain any emotions. It was incomparably cold and contained a boundless killing intent. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He replied coldly, "Let go, I am not familiar with you." Ka Xie. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he placed his right hand on the saber hilt at lightning speed. He immediately executed the rushing thunder saber techniques, drawing the saber. Mu Qingxue's reaction was not slower than Xiao Chen's. In fact, he was even faster. By the time Xiao Chen's right hand touched the saber hilt, Mu Qingxue had already unsheathed his sword. Bang! 2 dazzling lights flashed in the air. The saber and sword clashed in the air, giving off a melodious clang. A strong wind blew on the street. Xiao Chen's saber arrived first despite being launched later. Although he was slower than his opponent, he used the technique of drawing the saber to increase his speed. The two of them each took 5 steps back. A huge force rebounded from the saber to their arms. This caused Xiao Chen's right hand, which was holding the saber, to go numb. He could not help but become more cautious. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the clear sky. From time to time, muffled sounds of thunder could be heard from the rolling clouds. Mu Qingxue looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said indifferently, "Small perfection state of thunder. No wonder you dare to make a move against me. Unfortunately, it is only small perfection." Hu Qi. Suddenly, a strong wind blew behind Mu Qingxue. Occasionally, there would be lightning tearing through the sky. The other Night Spirit Palace disciples quickly moved to the side. "This is first senior brother's state of wind and thunder. This fellow is dead for sure," one of the Night Spirit Palace disciples who was injured by Xiao Chen said excitedly. Mu Yanxue stood quietly at the side, remaining silent. She did not express her opinion. To her, this was a good opportunity to observe Mu Qingxue's true strength. The clouds churned in the sky, the strong wind howled, and lightning flashed. The commotion was huge, attracting the attention of almost all the pedestrians on the street. Xiao Chen's gaze was calm as water. Mu Qingxue was able to perfectly merge the two states of wind and thunder. He was truly worthy of being the top expert of the Night Spirit Palace. Hu Qi. Mu Qingxue pushed off the ground and a strong wind blew for no reason. Mu Qingxue's body soared into the air. The sword in his hand, which was as gentle as moonlight, contained a boundless killing intent as it stabbed at Xiao Chen. A cold light flashed on the sword and a horrifying bolt of lightning appeared in the strong wind. Before the sword arrived, the bolt of lightning had already arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His figure flashed on the ground, creating a purple arc. He dodged the lightning bolt before it arrived. Boom! The lightning bolt blasted a large hole in the place where Xiao Chen was originally standing. It kicked up a lot of dust, but the strong wind immediately blew it away. The instant the strong wind scattered, Xiao Chen's figure appeared behind Mu Qingxue. There was a loud crack of thunder in the sky. Xiao Chen carried the surging momentum of thunder as he hacked at Mu Qingxue with the lunar shadow saber. Mu Qingxue flicked his wrist and his sword immediately blocked Xiao Chen's attack. Bang! 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 The two of them attacked very quickly in the air. When the saber and sword clashed, thunder and lightning appeared continuously. It was so loud that it hurt the eardrums of everyone present. Shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the two of them. When the shockwaves spread out, some of the buildings on the street were immediately crushed into dust. There was an increasing amount of dust in the strong wind. The surrounding people could no longer see the situation clearly. They could only guess the intensity of the battle from the incessant shouts. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He found an opportunity and immediately executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations and the clear wind chop. Amidst the strong wind and lightning, Xiao Chen turned into 9 figures. There were 9 gentle breezes blowing on each figure. In an instant, Xiao Chen's killing chi suddenly disappeared amidst the intense battle. It was very strange. Mu Qingxue smiled faintly and said, "Qing Yun Peak's secret technique, clear wind chop. You can only see the cool breeze and not the saber. It is just an insignificant skill." The holy weapon, beauty under the moonlight, gave off a magnificent glow. There was a gentle golden moonlight on the sword. Amidst the blurry moonlight, there seemed to be a girl chanting softly. As the girl chanted softly, the surrounding space rippled like countless waves on the surface of water. Mu Qingshue's figure instantly became very blurry. Xiao Chen was startled. This was the Tao of the holy weapon. Mu Qingxue used the holy weapon to temporarily change the laws of this space. So, the 9 figures merged into one in the air and passed through Mu Rongshue's blurry figure. However, Mu Qingshue's figure appeared in front of Xiao Chen like a mirror image. Xiao Chen had a mocking smile as he looked at Xiao Chen. Then, he quickly flew towards Mu Qingxue. However, at this moment, the distance between him and Mu Qingxue seemed like an eternity. No matter how Xiao Chen moved, Mu Qingshue's figure was always 10 meters in front of him. To Xiao Chen, 10 meters was merely a step. However, this step was a step. Although Xiao Chen was astonished, he did not panic too much. He maintained his composure. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stopped and used his spiritual sense to protect his body. Then, he slowly descended. Even so, Mu Qingshue's figure remained 10 meters away from him, slowly descending with him. Pu Si. A resplendent beam of moonlight suddenly shone on Xiao Chen's eyes. The melodious voice of a girl rang in Xiao Chen's ears. The moonlight blurred Xiao Chen's vision. The girl's voice interfered with Xiao Chen's hearing. Space started to ripple rapidly. Instantly, Xiao Chen's 5 senses were all gone. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and suddenly grasped the air with his left hand, grabbing the incoming sword blade. Mu Qingshue's face was filled with astonishment. He said, "That's impossible. Your 5 senses are all gone. How can you know where I am attacking?" Xiao Chen remained silent. The lunar shadow saber flickered with a purple light as he chopped at Mu Qingshue's body. Chapter 279. The sword in Mu Qingshue's hand was firmly grasped, and he was unable to dodge this strike. His body turned into gentle moonlight as he was struck by the saber, disappearing into the air. The strange space disappeared, and the strong wind dissipated. Mu Qingxue landed on the ground with a pale complexion. The small world he created using his holy weapon had been destroyed by Xiao Chen, and he had suffered quite a bit of backlash. After suffering a loss at the hands of Xiao Chen in front of so many people, Mu Qingshue's face was very gloomy. Die! 9 flashes sword. Mu Qingxue roared angrily, and the strong wind and lightning appeared again. The holy weapon, Moonlight Beauty, reappeared in his hand. Using the force of the strong wind, he quickly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Layers of golden light appeared on the blade of the sword, changing continuously. Xiao Chen was surrounded by sword images. There was clearly only one strike, but it came from 9 different directions. It made it hard to tell if it was the real body or an illusion, or if it was all the real body. Xiao Chen shouted, "Lone Peak fatal blow." An illusion of a mountain rose from the ground. In the past, the illusion of a mountain would descend from the sky. However, in order to deal with the current situation, Xiao Chen used this move in reverse. Roaming Dragon's 9 Transformations. The instant the lone peak fatal blow was executed, Shao Chen quickly circulated his essence and executed the Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations in an extremely short period of time. In an instant, the illusion of 9 mountains appeared in the sky. The mountains overlapped, and it was impossible to tell which was the real one. Dang! 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 9 metallic clangs rang out at the same time. In the next moment, the figures of the mountains and Mu Qingxue merged together. The two of them shouted loudly, and their auras were incomparably ferocious as they exchanged another move. 2 bolts of lightning streaked across the sky at the same time, illuminating the gloomy sky like the sun. After a while, there were 2 roars of thunder, and the two of them retreated 9 steps. Ka Xie. Mu Qingxue sheathed his sword, and the beauty of the moonlight beauty immediately disappeared. He said indifferently, "You may leave." Shao Chen's expression remained incomparably calm. There were no fluctuations at all. He sheathed the lunar shadow saber and slowly walked forward. The two of them were equally matched. If they didn't bring out their true abilities, they wouldn't be able to determine the victor even after exchanging 100 blows. It was obvious that the two of them would not use their trump cards in public. Doing so would only expose some of their trump cards. Who exactly is this person? He actually managed to fight Mu Qingxue to a draw. Since when did such a young expert appear in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? I remember now. 3 days ago, he was also the one who injured the second son of the Shi family. Even the 4th elder of the Shi family couldn't do anything to him. So it's him. He's really daring with so many people. Mu Qingxue and the Shi clan are not to be trifled with. He just used the Qingyun's secret technique. He must be from Qingyun Peak. He must be a disciple of Qingyun Peak. However, I heard that Qingfeng has been in decline for many years. However, this person is really low profile. He did not even leave behind a name. He managed to fight to a draw with Mu Qingxue. At the very least, he will be famous in the Shihe province. When the surrounding cultivators saw that Shao Chen was not at a disadvantage against Mu Qingxue, they were all astonished. A Night Spirit Palace disciple walked over to Mu Qingxue's side. He asked in confusion, "First senior brother, why did you let him go?" In the boundless void in the depths of Mu Qingxue's right eye, the copper mirror shone with a faint light. It was as though it could see through everything in the world. Shao Chen's true appearance was imprinted on the copper mirror. Mu Qingxue memorized this appearance in his heart. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he smiled faintly. The higher a person flies, the more painful the fall will be. Let him fly for a while longer. In the Yun residence of Shihe City, after Shao Chen ended his fight with Mu Qingxue, he immediately rushed to the Yun residence to look for Lu Suifeng. Shao Chen said, "Suifeng, you should go back alone this time. Go through the Devil Savannah with the Yun Residence's merchant group. There should not be any danger." Lu Suifeng felt it was strange, so he asked, "Why? Is there something else?" Shao Chen looked up at the boundless sky. During his fight with Mu Qingxue earlier, he felt that indistinct killing intent again. This proved that the mysterious cultivator who followed the two of them through the Devil Savannah was still very patient. Shao Chen withdrew his gaze and nodded. "That person's target is me. There should be no problem for you to go alone. I have decided to stay with the Yun clan for a while longer." Lu Suifeng thought for a while and said, "In that case, be careful. When necessary, don't go all out." Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I do not fear this person at all. I just want to cultivate for a while longer and capture him completely. I just want to know who the person behind him is." Lu Suifeng did not say anything more. After he communicated with the Yun clan, he left Shihe City with the Yun clan's merchant group in the afternoon. As for Shao Chen, he asked for a quiet courtyard from the Yun clan. This was something that Yun Yuji could not ask for more. Along the way, Yun Yuji had heard about the fight between Shao Chen and Mu Qingxue. Being able to fight Mu Qingxue to a draw made him value Shao Chen's potential even more. Late at night, the full moon hung quietly in the sky like a plate. In the bedroom, Shao Chen sat cross-legged on the bed. he took out 2 quintessence-gathering pills and poured them out. When a cultivator below martial monarch consumed the quintessence-gathering pill, their chances of breaking through would increase by at least 20%. The lower their cultivation, the higher the chances. Right now, Xiao Chen was only an inferior-grade martial saint. 1 quintessence-gathering pill could increase his chances of breaking through by 40%. 2 would be 80%. In addition to his own accumulations, breaking through to medial-grade martial saint should not be a problem. Xiao Chen placed the 2 quintessence-gathering pills in his mouth. The pills melted in his mouth and turned into a refreshing liquid. It flowed down his throat and into his blood vessels, merging with his blood. Xiao Chen slowly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to speed up the absorption of the quintessence. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation completed a small cycle, he completely absorbed the medicinal energy of the 2 quintessence-gathering pills. Bang! In the Qi whirlpool and his dantian, Xiao Chen felt a strong energy gush out. The crystalline purple Qi whirlpool started spinning frantically. Is this the strength of the quintessence-gathering pill? Xiao Chen thought to himself, how horrifying. This is almost as much energy as I can absorb in a month. Although the strong energy was very berserk, it was maintained at a certain level. It continuously tested the limits of what Xiao Chen could endure. This way, it ensured that Xiao Chen could break through safely. It was like a bottle containing water. Xiao Chen's body was the bottle and the essence in his body was the water in the bottle. If Xiao Chen wanted to break through, he had to increase the volume and quality of the water, making the bottle bigger. This was a very dangerous process. However, the quintessence-gathering pill gave Xiao Chen's energy a formless and gentle barrier. It could ensure that the bottle would not be forcefully broken by Xiao Chen. With the protection of the quintessence-gathering pill, Xiao Chen circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation without any worries. The pure lightning-attributed essence of heaven and earth flowed into Xiao Chen's body like water. The room was filled with a purple light. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as water, like an ancient well. 1 great cycle passed, 2 great cycles passed. In the end, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated a total of 72 great cycles. Bang! A crisp sound came from Xiao Chen's body. The original bottle suddenly shattered. After a while, it formed a new bottle. The quantity and quality of the essence in the bottle had increased by 20%. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and 2 purple lights flashed. He looked at the remnant purple energy in the room and said excitedly, I did it. It was worth spending so many spirit stones to buy the quintessence-gathering pill. It is really effective. Hu Qi. Xiao Chen waved his hand and the remnant lightning-attributed energy in the room immediately formed a purple whirlpool. With a shwa sound, it all flew into Xiao Chen's right hand. Xiao Chen's right hand immediately turned crystal clear, giving off the color of glass. With a thought, a strand of purple flame appeared on Xiao Chen's index finger, spinning continuously. So. Xiao Chen flicked his finger gently and the purple flame crashed into the wooden table in the room. The wooden table did not give off any sound and immediately turned into a pile of dust. Xiao Chen got up and muttered, now that I am a medial-grade martial saint, even a regular inferior-grade martial saint would not dare to receive a casual strike from the Purple Thunder True Fire. This can be considered one of my trump cards. I should go out and test out the magic treasures that I obtained from the auction first. Later, when my essence is completely stable, I can use the medial-grade spirit stones. When Xiao Chen pushed open the door, sunlight immediately shone in. He squinted his eyes and said softly, it is actually noon already. Indeed, there is no concept of time when cultivating. Xiao Chen shook his head and went out to wash up. Then, he entered the courtyard feeling refreshed. He took out the windwalk shoes from the universe ring and put them on. The instant Xiao Chen put on the windwalk shoes, he immediately felt a strange energy flow through the meridians in his feet and quickly connected with his mind. With a thought, he could use the windwalk shoes immediately. Looking at the windwalk shoes, Xiao Chen smiled gently. I did not expect a complete secret treasure to be so convenient to use. The formation markings in it are definitely not damaged at all. Let's not think about this for now. Let's test out the speed of the windwalk shoes first. Let's see how fast it is. Xiao Chen looked around the courtyard and quickly circulated the essence in his body for the blue dragon cloud soaring art. In the next instant, he turned into a beam of purple light and ran quickly around the courtyard. Pu ci. Pu ci. Xiao Chen raised his speed to the limits of his body. At this moment, his speed was infinitely close to the speed of sound. His body gave off an ear-piercing sound of friction with the air. The air was like a calm surface of water. With the sound of the explosion, the surface of the water rippled continuously, forming a horrifying shockwave. Immediately, a strong wind blew in the courtyard. The sand billowed and the small trees fell to the side. It looked like they would be uprooted at any moment. Xiao Chen thought to himself, the blue dragon cloud soaring art is the exclusive movement technique of the blue dragon martial spirit. It is at least medial grade heaven ranked. I cultivated it to small perfection long ago. Unfortunately, I could not break through the bottleneck after that. As a result, my speed has been stuck in the middle, unable to reach the speed of sound. Let's see if the speed of the windwalk shoes can help me make a breakthrough. With a thought, the formation markings in the windwalk shoes immediately activated. In the next moment, Xiao Chen felt his body lighten. The ear-piercing sound of the explosion disappeared and the strong wind in the courtyard subsided. Chapter 280. Everywhere Xiao Chen passed, he left behind afterimages. After a long time, the afterimages slowly disappeared. I really reached the speed of sound. Xiao Chen stopped walking and revealed a joyful smile. After reaching the speed of sound, his body had already started to merge with the air. The friction created would naturally disappear into the wind, and there would not be any intense sonic booms. Xiao Chen withdrew his smile and said, most cultivators can only reach the speed of sound after they advance to Martial King. These windwalk shoes allow me to reach the speed of sound when I am a medial grade martial saint. The 200,000 spirit stones were not spent in vain. If Murom Chang's state of wind did not improve further, then my speed would have already surpassed his. At the very least, I would not be at a disadvantage against him in terms of speed. Without wasting any time, Xiao Chen continued to test how long his essence could last if he used the windwalk shoes at full power. After 2 hours, Xiao Chen looked at the remaining half of his essence. He said, it looks like there should be no problem using it for 4 hours. However, when I fight, I will exhaust more essence. I will only be able to use it for about 3 hours. However, that is already pretty good. Xiao Chen took out 2 inferior grade spirit stones and held one in each hand. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground and started to recover his essence. After 1 hour, the spirit stones lost their luster and Xiao Chen's essence was replenished. Only then did he slowly stand up. When Xiao Chen looked at the courtyard gates, he was surprised to discover that Yun Kursen had arrived at some point in time. He quickly got up and went over. Senior Sister Yun, are you looking for me? A strange look flashed in Yun Kursen's calm eyes. She said, Yi Chen, you broke through again? Xiao Chen nodded and smiled, and, this is all thanks to the quintessence gathering pill. It probably saved me 2 months of time. Even without the quintessence gathering pill, with Xiao Chen's talent and the cultivation speed of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, Xiao Chen would not be stuck at peak inferior grade martial saint for long. However, being able to save 2 months was also a great help to Xiao Chen. What he lacked the most now was time. Yun Kursen's expression turned calm once more. She revealed a smile on her delicate face and said, congratulations, I was just passing by to see you. Since you are cultivating, I will not disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Wait a moment. Xiao Chen stopped Yun Kursen. Yun Kursen turned around and found it strange. She asked, is something the matter? Xiao Chen nodded, good, I want you to help me test the defensive strength of my artifact. Use your strongest move to attack me. That jade pendant was not like the windwalk boots, it was a defensive secret treasure. Xiao Chen would definitely not be able to test it himself, so he would have to find someone to help him. Yun Kursen teased, so, you are looking for me to do hard labor. I was wondering what it was. You are looking for me to do hard labor for free. Xiao Chen could not help but laugh hoarsely. He discovered that after he got to know Yun Kursen, she was not as indifferent as she appeared. She had a cute and mischievous side to her. However, this Yun Kursen was more genuine. Xiao Chen was easier to get along with. He said, "How about one quintessence gathering pill?" Yun Kursen burst out laughing. Her delicate face looked like an orchid. She said, "I was just teasing you. Prepare yourself. I heard that it can block the strike of a peak medial grade martial king. I can only do my best." Xiao Chen took out the jade pendant and placed it on his chest. He immediately felt a cooling sensation. Like the windwalk boots, the formation markings in it instantly connected to Xiao Chen's mind. It was very convenient to operate. After he got used to it, Xiao Chen had a cautious expression as he said, "Come on, I'm ready." Yun Kursen had a calm expression. Soon, she entered a state of mind as calm as still water. She slowly drew the heaven-ranked roaming dragon saber. The dazzling saber gave off a bright light under the sunlight. Her aura started to gather quickly. Her calm gaze became as sharp as a saber light. The saber in her hand started to tremble slowly. The sound of the saber trembling grew louder and louder. It reverberated endlessly in the surroundings. Formless ripples spread out in the air, creating a strong wind. Boom! The unending sounds suddenly merged together and turned into a loud sound rushing to the 9 heavens. The sound dispersed a large patch of clouds in the sky. Without the clouds blocking the sunlight, it was so dazzling that it made one's eyes hurt. Yun Kursen's aura finally reached its peak. It turned into a sharp saber and shot at Xiao Chen. Her figure followed this aura in the air and headed for Xiao Chen. She actually did not show any mercy, Xiao Chen thought to himself as he watched Yun Kursen unleash her peak attack. With a thought, a transparent barrier enveloped Xiao Chen. Bang! When the heaven-ranked spirit weapon struck the barrier, it gave off a loud sound. The surface of the barrier rippled like water. Xiao Chen, who was within the barrier, felt a huge force. He took 2 steps back, but he did not suffer any injuries. On the contrary, Yun Kursen was knocked back by the rebound force. Her complexion was very pale, without any color of blood. Xiao Chen quickly retracted the barrier and walked over quickly. He asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" "It is just a test, there is no need to go all out." Yun Kursen did not answer Xiao Chen's question immediately. She was stabilizing the chaotic essence and surging qi and blood in her body. After a while, Yun Kursen's complexion slowly recovered. She revealed a smile on her delicate face and said, "It's fine. Since it is a test, I have to do my best. That way, you won't have to worry too much when you fight with others in the future." Yun Kursen paused for a while before she said, "I have a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. When I execute the heavenly melody saber technique, my full power strike is equal to an inferior grade martial king. This barrier did not show any signs of shattering under my full power strike. It should be able to block the full power strike of a medial grade martial king. A heaven-ranked spirit weapon could raise Yun Kursen's attack power by 50%. Furthermore, she had a saber technique that could raise her attack power. Yun Kursen's attack power was indeed equal to an inferior grade martial king's. Xiao Chen took out a quintessence gathering pill and tossed it to Yun Kursen. "Many thanks." Yun Kursen stretched out her hand and caught the quintessence gathering pill. She smiled faintly and said, "I only found out today that my full power strike is so valuable. It can be exchanged for a quintessence gathering pill worth close to 30,000 inferior grade spirit stones. It looks like when I have time, I have to come here more often. In a few days, I will be rich." Xiao Chen blushed with shame in his heart. He smiled gently and said, "In that case, would become a pauper." The two of them smiled at each other and chatted for a while. Finally, because someone from the Yun clan came to summon Yun Kursen, they ended their conversation. After Yun Kursen left, Xiao Chen tried to use the jade pendant on his chest. However, there was no reaction. He could not make contact with it. It looked like it was as Lin Lang Pavilion said, it could only be used once a day. After resting for a while, Xiaochen took out some dry rations from the universe ring to eat. After a while, he took out the lightning-attributed high-ranked martial technique, Wukuei Saber Technique. The Wukuei Saber Technique had a total of 9 moves. It was a typical lightning-attributed martial technique. Its original form was an incomplete heaven-ranked martial technique from the ancient era. Later, it was patched up and its might was much weaker than the original. Many of the martial techniques in the Sky Martial Continent were actually derived from the ancient martial techniques. Only a small portion were created by the later generations. Patching up an ancient martial technique and adding in one's own insights and viewpoints was also a type of martial technique. However, it was much rarer than the previous 2 types. The reason was none other than the incomplete martial technique. It was because the martial technique that was patched up would definitely be incomplete. Comprehending an incomplete ancient martial technique was much more difficult than deriving or creating one's own insights. Furthermore, adding in one's own viewpoint and merging it with the viewpoints of an old friend was even more difficult. These 2 reasons caused this type of martial technique to be very rare. Under the blazing sun, Xiaochen carefully looked at the Wukuei Saber Technique. With just one glance, he was deeply immersed in it. He only managed to finish reading it when it was dusk. Closing the book, Xiaochen felt many emotions in his heart. He muttered, "The person who edited this book is truly a genius." Not only did he completely comprehend the thoughts of the ancients, he even corrected a few mistakes. He merged his own comprehension with the wisdom of the ancients, forming a new fusion. If this person had not obtained an incomplete copy, the might of this new Wukuei Saber Technique would not be any weaker than the ancients. The instant he closed the book, Xiaochen's gaze inadvertently landed on a line of blurry words on the last page of the book. That line of words was written in the ancient era, which was the traditional Chinese characters of Earth. Because the words were blurry and it was traditional Chinese characters, most people would not notice it. Xiaochen read it out softly. The original work was not detailed. Sangmu revised it in the year 689 of the Great Qin era. If there are any inadequacies, please correct me. Thunder King Sangmu. After reading to the end, Xiaochen was completely stunned. The person who edited this secret manual was actually the Thunder King Sangmu. If he remembered correctly, the Thunder King was only 20 years old in the year 689 of the Great Qin era. He already had such a horrifying talent at the age of 20, accomplishing something that others could not do in 100 years. What kind of person was the Thunder King of 1,000 years ago? Xiaochen's thoughts wandered. He thought about the time he met this person. Back then, when the Thunder King taught him the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula, he only said one sentence: 1 move to break 10,000 techniques, 1 chi to shake the world. Unfortunately, Xiaochen's talent was insufficient. Even now, he was still confused about this sentence. He did not understand it at all. As a result, when he used the Battle Sage Origins to imitate a martial technique, there were too many flaws. Thinking about the Thunder King, Xiaochen remembered that promise again. Don't let her cry. Xiaochen's gaze fell on the lunar shadow saber. He nodded his head solemnly in his heart. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaochen placed the Wukuei Saber Technique into the universe ring and prepared to practice the Wukuei Saber Technique. The Wukuei Saber Technique had a total of 9 moves. The first 3 moves were the foundational saber techniques, the foundation of the Wukuei Saber Technique. If he wanted to practice the last 6 moves, he had to completely comprehend the first few foundational saber techniques. The 4th to 6th moves were the sure kill moves. After executing them, every move could force the opponent into a desperate situation. The 7th to 9th moves were the sure kill moves. As the name implied, sure kill meant that the moment the move was executed, it could kill the opponent for sure. Of course, this was just a saying. The so-called sure kill did not mean that the opponent would definitely die when the move was executed. It was just a concept. Xiaochen placed his right hand on the saber hilt and closed his eyes. His mind was at peace as he entered into a state of meditation. After an unknown amount of time, night fell quietly. There was no moonlight tonight. The courtyard was pitch black, one could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. The courtyard was completely silent. Chapter 281. Glittering Wukue. Suddenly, Xiaochen opened his eyes and waved his right hand. The snow-white lunar shadow saber flashed with a dazzling light in the dark night. Xiaochen executed the first move of the Wukue saber technique. A purple branch of the ancient divine Wukue tree appeared from nowhere. It turned into saber chi and headed for a small tree in the courtyard. It was as fast as lightning. The 5-meter-tall tree was immediately chopped into pieces, which danced in the air in the small courtyard. Wukue transforms to chi. Xiaochen executed the second move of the Wukue saber technique. Instantly, the entire figure of the divine Wukue tree appeared. It turned into dozens of sharp purple saber chi and turned the tree fragments in the air into dust. Chi breaks Wukue. Xiaochen shouted and executed the third move of the Wukue saber technique. Instantly, the purple saber chi in the air gathered together and formed an extremely sharp saber chi. Under Xiaochen's command, the sharp saber chi entered the ground with a schwa sound. A hole as thick as an index finger immediately appeared in the ground. This strand of saber chi was incredibly dense. There were no cracks on the sides of the hole, it was smooth and glossy. It was not inferior to the saber chi of a regular peak superior grade martial saint. Ka-ca. Xiaochen withdrew his saber and stood upright. When he saw the scene in the courtyard, he revealed a faint smile. The foundational moves of the Wukue saber technique were much stronger than the first 10 moves of the Lingyun saber technique. Of course, this did not mean that the Lingyun saber technique was inferior to the Wukue saber technique. The Lingyun saber technique was also a peak earth-ranked saber technique. If there was a person who could perfectly merge the state of mountains and clouds, it would be comparable to the Wukue saber technique. It could only be said that the Wukue saber technique was more suitable for Xiaochen. In his hands, it was much stronger than the Lingyun saber technique. Because he was in the Yun clan, he did not dare to cause too much of a commotion. When Xiaochen demonstrated these 3 moves, he did not use the state of thunder. He only used 10% of his essence. It was easy to imagine how powerful these 3 moves would be if they were infused with the small perfection state of thunder and unleashed all of their essence. Xiaochen once again comprehended the concepts of these 3 moves. After a while, he continued to practice these 3 moves. If he did not practice these 3 moves to the great accomplishment stage, Xiaochen did not intend to practice the remaining 6 moves. The foundation was the foundation, and it had to be firmly laid. At midnight, Xiaochen stopped practicing his saber and entered his bedroom. He took out a medial-grade spirit stone from his universe ring and prepared to use it to cultivate. Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the bed and held the spirit stone in his right hand. He closed his eyes and slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Boom! The purple thunder divine incantation did not give Xiaochen much time to prepare. The instant he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, the vast essence in the medial-grade spirit stone surged into his meridians like a river. The terrifying yuan qi immediately filled up Xiaochen's meridians and rampaged through them. Like a wild horse. Xiaochen frowned, he felt some pain. He calmed himself down and did his best to control this surging spiritual energy. After a long time, after much effort, Xiaochen finally managed to tame this wild horse, slowly making it docile. After a while, he successfully circulated the spirit stone in a minor cycle and poured it into the purple chi whirlpool. Dee-da! Dee-da! The purple chi whirlpool spun rapidly. Drops of crystalline essence liquid fell quickly and immediately replenished a quarter of Xiaochen's essence. Xiaochen guarded his mind and continued to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. The spiritual energy in the medial-grade spirit stone flowed in continuously. He circulated it for 5 major cycles before he completely absorbed all the spiritual energy. The purple chi whirlpool was larger than before. Its color was also deeper. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated another cycle. Xiaochen finally had complete control over the spirit stone and the medial-grade spirit stone. After he stopped cultivating, Shao Chen opened his eyes and tossed away the medial-grade spirit stone that had lost its luster. He said indifferently, "1 medial-grade spirit stone is equivalent to half a month of my bitter cultivation. No wonder medial-grade spirit stones are so expensive." During the days in the Yun residence, Shao Chen practiced his saber techniques during the day and used the medial-grade spirit stone to raise his cultivation at night. Yun Kursen would come by almost every day. Aside from chatting, she would also exchange pointers with Shao Chen. This was exactly what Shao Chen wished for. Coincidentally, he needed someone to exchange moves with the Wukuei saber technique that he practiced. After exchanging pointers, the two of them would comment on each other's martial techniques. What surprised Shao Chen was that Yun Kursen's attainments in the saber technique were exceptionally deep. Her unique understanding of the Wukuei saber technique was very helpful to Shao Chen. As the two of them discussed it together, Shao Chen's progress in the Wukuei saber technique was very fast. In 7 days, Shao Chen practiced the first 3 moves to great perfection. Although there was still a long way to go before he reached consummation, he could feel at ease practicing the remaining 4 to 6 killing moves. Just like this, another half a month passed. Shao Chen practiced the 3 killing moves to the peak of small perfection. Its might was much stronger than Shao Chen had imagined. If he combined it with the state of thunder, it would be comparable to the Lingyun saber technique's everlasting startling cloud and twisting road around peak. As for the remaining 3 killing moves, their might would be incomparable. After more than 20 days, Shao Chen had exhausted a total of 30 medial-grade spirit stones. The amount of essence his body could store increased every day. In less than a month, Shao Chen's cultivation had already stabilized at the peak of early medial-grade martial saint. On this particular day, Shao Chen finished practicing the Wukuei saber technique. He looked at the blazing sun above him and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He said indifferently, "It is time to leave. I hope that person has not left yet. Otherwise, all my efforts would have been wasted." Outside the courtyard, Yun Kursen held a flask of wine and 2 wine cups in her hands. She slowly walked in and sat at the stone table. She filled up the wine cups and smiled faintly. "Here's to you." Shao Chen smiled faintly and sat down. He picked up the wine cup and drained it in one go. He said, "Strange, how did you know I was leaving today?" Yun Kursen filled up Shao Chen's cup again and said, "I said it long ago, my judgment of people is very accurate. When I saw your expression yesterday, there was something wrong." Shao Chen drank another cup and said, "That's right, when are you preparing to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion?" When Yun Kursen heard this, an undetectable desolation flashed in her calm eyes. She took a sip of wine and said, "I will probably not go there often in the future. I am now the successor of the Yin clan. My focus will be on the Yin clan." Shao Chen noticed the desolation in Yun Kursen's tone. He thought of something and asked, "That's right, there is something I have always wanted to ask you. Why is a girl like you so interested in saber techniques? Furthermore, your attainments in saber techniques are so deep." Shao Chen's question was rather abrupt. However, it was the truth. In the Tianwu continent, when a girl practiced martial arts, their first choice of weapon was the sword. This was easy to understand. The elegance and carefreeness of the sword suited a girl's temperament. That was why there were not as many female disciples in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as there were in the Misty Sword sect. Furthermore, even if some girls learned the saber, they would not spend too much time researching the deeper meaning of saber techniques. Very few girls were like Yun Kursen, completely immersing themselves in saber techniques. Even Shao Chen felt ashamed of his own inferiority to Yun Kursen's understanding of saber techniques. Thus, Shao Chen found this question very strange. When she heard this question, Yun Kursen revealed a youthful smile on her delicate face. She said, "My personality dictates it. I have liked the saber since I was young. Later on, I heard some stories about bladesmen. So, I decided to become one. After that, I arrived at the Holy Land of Bladesmen. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is no longer the Heavenly Saber Pavilion of the past. I did not see a true bladesman." "A true bladesman?" Shao Chen felt it was strange. Could it be that there was a difference between a real and a fake bladesman? Yun Kursen explained, the bladesman I am talking about is the bladesman of the ancient era. In this world, the sword came before the saber. Do you know why? Without waiting for Xiao Chen to reply, Yun Kursen continued, because the sword is a ceremonial weapon. It represents benevolence, righteousness, and the air of a gentleman. Thus, it is the ancestor of all weapons. Only a person with great boldness can be called a swordsman. However, there are very few people in this world who are able to do that. Most of them are people who try to be cultured and use the name of a swordsman to act like a hypocrite. Later on, there were some people who knew that they could not be a true gentleman. However, they did not want to be hypocritical. Thus, they created the saber. The saber was different from the sword. The saber was a true lethal weapon. It was a lethal weapon that existed to kill. It was not restricted by any rules and regulations. It was for the sake of being able to express one's true self. After Xiao Chen heard Yun Kursen's introduction, he entered deep thought. He felt that he had found some answers to some of the questions that had troubled him for a long time. He could not help but become more interested in this topic. He asked, since that is the case, if the saber is a lethal weapon, then the 5,000-odd heavenly saber pavilion disciples should all be bladesmen, right? Yun Kursen shook her head, wrong. Lethal weapon is just the surface meaning of the saber. It does not mean that you are a bladesman just because you use the saber to kill people. Instead, you have to have a boldness in your heart, not fearing power, not bowing and scraping. This is a sharpness that can be withdrawn. However, this boldness cannot disappear. Otherwise, you will not be able to express your true self. You will just be a murderous demon, even more abominable than those hypocrites. Yun Kursen paused for a while and poured herself a cup of wine. She looked at Xiao Chen and smiled faintly. Actually, I envy you. When I first saw you, I noticed that you were different from the other Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples. In the end, I was right. Even until now, the boldness in your heart has not weakened at all. Instead, it has become sharper and more stable. One day, this boldness will turn into a treasured saber and become your saber soul. At that time, you will be a true bladesman. Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. He felt like he had met someone who understood him. This was the first time he met someone who could understand him so well. He placed the wine cup on the stone table and smiled gently. In your opinion, how many people in the history of the great Qin nation can be considered a true bladesman? Yun Kursen muttered to herself for a while before smiling. You speak too highly of me. What I said is only my understanding. As for whether it is right or wrong, I do not know. However, the ones that I truly admire are the first pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Thunder King from 1,000 years ago, and the current commander of the Imperial Dragon Legion, Nangong Yen. The two of them chatted as they drank. In the end, the more they chatted, the more interested they became. They actually drank for the entire afternoon. The two of them were slightly tipsy. Chapter 282. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was red. It was already dusk. He stood up and smiled bitterly. I can't chat anymore, I have to go. If there is an opportunity in the future, let's drink to our heart's content. The sky was as red as fire. Because she had drunk too much, Yun Kursen's delicate face also had a tinge of red. It complemented the setting sun, making her look even more beautiful than the setting sun. Yun Kursen stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Take care, we will meet again in the future. Xiao Chen nodded his head, then he turned around and left his courtyard, heading towards the main gate of the Yun residence. The setting sun was like blood, dyeing his back a bright red, leaving a long shadow on the ground. Yun Kursen sent off Xiao Chen with her eyes. She only withdrew her gaze after he disappeared from her vision for a long time. After Xiao Chen left the Yun residence, he immediately headed out of the city. He was prepared to rush to the port of the Black Dragon River before the sky turned dark. Along the way, Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His body moved like a flood dragon on the road. His speed was much faster than the dragon blood horse. When the sun completely set, Xiaochen finally arrived at the port. The port was brightly lit. It was filled with large cargo ships waiting to set sail. Xiaochen looked around and casually found a merchant ship. After he stated his purpose and paid, he successfully boarded the ship. The deck was filled with cultivators preparing to cross the river. Xiaochen found an empty spot and sat down cross-legged. Soon, he entered a state of cultivation and slowly circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. The night passed by silently. When the sky brightened the next day, the merchant ship had already quietly set sail, traveling on the vast and boundless Black Dragon River. Did you hear? The Shiha twin fiends were killed by someone. Their bodies were chopped in half, and they died without a complete corpse. That's impossible. The Shiha twin fiends were inferior-grade martial kings. They had roamed the Shiha province for so many years and had been surrounded several times. However, they always managed to escape unscathed. How could they be killed without a complete corpse? I heard about this as well. Someone personally saw their corpses lying on the Devil Savannah. Eventually, they were eaten by wolves. However, I do not know who did it. I know who did it. At that time, I saw it with my own eyes. These two people failed miserably. They blocked the Misty Sword Sect's Chu Chaoyun, wanting him to hand over the superior-grade spirit stones from the auction. In the end, Chu Chaoyun single-handedly killed them and took away all their belongings. Early in the morning, the deck slowly became lively. A group of cultivators talked about the recent hot topics. When Xiaochen heard that it was related to Chu Chaoyun, he could not help but listen carefully. Isn't Chu Chaoyun only a peak superior-grade martial saint? How could he fight against two inferior-grade martial kings at the same time? Even if he won, it would be very difficult. The first person sneered and said, "Hard work? Don't joke around, it was a one-sided slaughter." Especially after Chu Chaoyun used his saint weapon, the two of them didn't even have the chance to run before they were cut in half. That's impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. It is definitely true. At that time, there was a group of bandits on the Devil Savannah. They were the helpers of the Shiha twin bandit kings. However, when they saw the situation, they fled in fright. Everyone on the deck took a deep breath. They had not expected Chu Chaoyun to be so strong. Killing inferior-grade martial kings was as easy as killing dogs. The rising sun leaped out from the east and instantly illuminated the entire river, turning it fiery red. As Xiaochen watched the rising sun, he revealed a grave expression. He muttered, "Chu Chaoyun is like this rising sun. The instant he makes a move, it can pierce through the darkness of dawn. He is incomparably strong. He once defeated me in one move. If I cannot defeat him in the future, it might leave an eternal shadow in my heart." Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and thought back to his fight with Chu Chaoyun. When he thought about it carefully, he realized that Chu Chaoyun had only used half a move to defeat him. This was because Chu Chaoyun had not fully drawn out that holy weapon. That was the most miserable battle that Xiao Chen had experienced since he made his debut. It could be said to be a heart demon. If Xiao Chen did not get rid of this heart demon, he would face a huge bottleneck sooner or later. Hence, a battle between him and Chu Chaoyun was inevitable. The cultivators on the ship were still discussing Chu Chaoyun. Xiaochen walked to a quiet place and looked at the vast and boundless Black Dragon River. "Little brother, are you a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion?" As Xiaochen looked into the distance, someone came over and greeted him. Xiaochen turned his head and discovered it was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. He was an early medial-grade martial saint. He wore azure robes and carried a large saber on his back. Xiaochen nodded and said, I am a Qingyun Peak disciple. Why are you looking for me?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Nothing much. My son is a Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciple as well. I am going to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion this time as well. The journey is long, it would be good to find a companion to chat with." When Xiaochen heard this, his expression relaxed. He smiled warmly and said, "I wonder, what is your son's name? Perhaps I might know him." The middle-aged man revealed a proud expression as he said, "My son is Gao Xiang, a Gangyu Peak disciple. He passed the test last year and is already a core disciple. I believe his cultivation has already surpassed mine." Gangyu Peak, Gao Xiang. Xiao Chen was mildly startled in his heart. However, his expression did not change as he said, "I know Gao Xiang. He was already a medial grade martial saint long ago. I wonder why uncle is looking for him." When the middle-aged man heard Xiao Chen say he knew Gao Xiang, he immediately revealed a joyful smile. He said, "So, you are friends with my son. What is little brother's name? It looks like this brat's abilities have already surpassed mine. It was not in vain that I spent a large sum of spirit stones to send him into the heavenly saber pavilion." "That's right, what is my son doing now?" "He has not returned for a long time already. He has not written a letter either. This time, I am going to the Dongming province. Coincidentally, I passed by the heavenly saber pavilion and wanted to take a look." Xiao Chen's heart tightened. He did not know how to answer this question. He had seen Gao Xiang die in front of him. However, when he saw the smile on the middle-aged man's face, he could not bear to tell the truth. Perhaps it was as Yun Kursen said, there were no longer any true bladesmen in the heavenly saber pavilion. No matter how many reasons there were, they should not send their own disciples to their deaths. The anger in the hearts of the entire upper echelon of the heavenly saber pavilion had already vanished. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chen said, "I am Yi Chen. However, uncle, you might have made a wasted trip. Gao Xiang went out for experiential training 2 months ago. He probably will not be back until the end of the year." A look of disappointment flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He said, "In that case, never mind. It is not easy to enter the heavenly saber pavilion. Thank you, little brother." Xiao Chen squeezed out a smile with much difficulty. He did his best to maintain a natural appearance and said, "It is just a small matter, there is no need to be so polite." "Quick, look. What is that?" Suddenly, someone on the deck cried out. Everyone quickly stopped talking and looked over. They saw a huge black figure quickly approaching the merchant ship on the river 1,000 meters away. In the next moment, the surface of the river started to fluctuate violently. A huge waterspout surged over. It's a black tuna whale, a peak rank 6 spirit beast. It is equivalent to an inferior grade martial king. Why are we so unlucky? We only traveled such a short distance and we already met the black tuna whale. We are finished. When the people on the deck recognized the black tuna whale, they immediately panicked. When Xiao Chen saw the black tuna whale, he was stunned at first. Then, he smiled and said, "This is really fate. I managed to meet it again and again. Since you are here this time, don't think about leaving. Little brother, what are you doing? Don't be rash." Gao Xiang's father shouted when he saw Xiao Chen rush up to the deck. The youths nowadays are really reckless. They even dare to clash head-on with the black tuna whale. When the crowd saw Xiao Chen soar into the air, they all mocked him. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, had a calm expression. He ignored the mocking words of the people on the deck. He looked at the 200-meter-tall waterspout without any fear. His speed increased again. Rumble. Boundless clouds surged over from the horizon. The clear sky suddenly turned dark. Muffled sounds came from the clouds. Xiao Chen's state of thunder rose continuously. Drawing the saber. When his aura reached its peak, Xiao Chen shouted. A dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the sky, creating a purple waterspout. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand and appeared at the same time as the bolt of lightning. While he was in the air, he carried a boundless aura. Using the might of the supreme thunder, he hacked down on the saber. A magnificent saber light lit up in the dark sky. With a schwa sound, the saber light chopped the horrifying waterspout in half. The terrifying waterspout immediately dispersed and turned into a sky full of rainwater. The rainwater fell onto the deck, drenching the cultivators on the deck. When the people below saw Xiao Chen hack apart the waterspout with his saber, they were shocked speechless for a long time. The people who said that Xiao Chen was reckless all had unnatural expressions on their faces. Small perfection state of thunder. I remember who he is now. He is the Qingyun Peak disciple from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who fought Mu Qingxue to a draw. So, it is him. Since when did such a strong disciple appear in Qingyun Peak? I only remember that there was a Murong Chong in the past. However, he already left Qingyun Peak. What is this person called? Someone on the deck finally recognized Xiao Chen. They were all astonished. Gao Xiang's father smiled and said, "This person is called Yi Chen. He is my son's friend." Yi Chen. I have never heard of this name before. He should be a new young expert. It looks like the second Murong Chong of our Shiha province is going to rise up. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air and landed firmly on the water surface. Half a month ago, when Xiao Chen faced the weakened waterspout, he could use his physical body to shatter it. Now that he was a medial-grade martial saint, it was not strange for him to hack apart the waterspout with his saber. The blue dragon cloud soaring art circulated. Xiao Chen kicked up a huge wave on the water surface as he charged at the black tuna whale in the distance. From afar, it looked like he was flying on the water surface like a water dragon. Hu Qi. When the huge black tuna whale saw Xiao Chen rushing over quickly, it roared angrily in the water. Countless water swords immediately condensed on the water surface and shot at Xiao Chen. The water swords contained a horrifying energy. They gave off a zzz sound as they moved through the air. They were incredibly fast. Xiao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber and leaped continuously on the water surface. When he faced the water swords flying at him, he sent out a purple saber chi to protect himself. Chapter 283. Dang! 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 The saber chi and the book sword that the black tuna whale sent out clashed intensely and exploded. The shock waves from the explosion caused pillars of water to shoot up from the surface of the water. The river water filled the air. Xiao Chen's body moved nimbly through the shock waves, passing through the layers of water as he stabbed at the black tuna whale. Pu Ci. The sharp tip of the saber cut a long gash on Hei Ting's body, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. On the surface of the water, the black tuna whale did not have any advantage against the astonishingly fast Xiao Chen. After it suffered, it immediately tried to sink to the bottom of the water. The black tuna whale's body was about the size of a huge merchant ship. With such a huge body, it wanted to sink to the bottom of the water. Xiao Chen did not have a good way to stop it. He could only leave a few more bloody wounds on it before it sank to the bottom. The electricity on the saber entered the black tuna whale's body through its wounds. Even though it sank to the bottom of the water, the electricity still crackled and flickered, leaving behind waves on the surface of the water. Who? Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, trying to pull him in. Xiao Chen, who had experienced this before, naturally would not be trapped by the same move. Lightning evasion. After comprehending the state of thunder, Xiao Chen's usage of the lightning evasion became even more proficient. He could teleport within 100 meters in one breath. A bolt of lightning flashed by and Xiao Chen's body immediately landed 100 meters away, avoiding that huge whirlpool. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there were 4 loud sounds on the surface of the water that had just calmed down. 4 waterspouts that were more than 200 meters long and 20 meters wide appeared around Xiao Chen. The waterspouts spun quickly on the surface of the water, filling the sky with rain. They formed a pincer as they quickly closed in on Xiao Chen. Every time the waterspouts spun, they visibly grew by 10 meters. When they were about to close in on each other, they were already very horrifying. Almost all of Xiao Chen's escape routes were blocked in all 4 directions. Even if he flew into the sky, it would not work. Xiao Chen tried to use the lightning evasion technique, but he found that the 4 waterspouts seemed to have formed some kind of barrier. The lightning evasion technique, which could teleport within 100 meters, was useless. Each of the 4 waterspouts had a force of several tens of thousands of Jin. Added together, they had a terrifying force of 100,000 jin. The situation was critical, but Xiao Chen remained calm. He did not panic because he still had 2 trump cards that could help him get through this situation safely. However, he didn't plan to use it because the real enemy hadn't appeared yet, so it wasn't time to use it yet. 3 flowing cloud images. Xiao Chen drew a circle with his left hand and held the snow-white lunar shadow saber with his right. He danced in the air, creating an indistinct mark. His mental state was at peace and he immediately entered the state of perfection like water. Suddenly, his figure quickly became blurry. He kept moving on the surface of the water, like a small stream merging with the sea. His entire body turned into water. Bang! The 4 waterspouts merged together and gave off a loud sound. The entire surface of the Black Dragon River started to fluctuate violently. The merchant ship not far away was rocking left and right in the waves. The people on the deck did their best to maintain their balance in the midst of the huge waves. It's over. The 4 waterspouts together have a force of 100,000 jin. This fellow is going to fall here. The people on the deck looked at Xiao Chen being swallowed up by the waterspouts and said regretfully. The huge waterspout soared into the sky. It was more than 500 meters long. It was much stronger than any waterspout they had seen before. The black tuna whale had used up a lot of essence to create such a strong waterspout. Hu Chi. Just as everyone felt pity for Xiao Chen, a figure leaped out of the waterspout without any injuries. How can this be? That is a force of 100,000 jin. Even a medial-grade martial king would be crushed into meat paste. He is just a medial-grade martial saint. How can he be fine? The people on the deck exclaimed. Indeed, Xiao Chen would not be able to withstand a force of 100,000 jin. Even 25,000 jin of force would be enough to severely injure Xiao Chen. Unfortunately, this force was not from a fist. Instead, it was from the 4 waterspouts. After Xiao Chen entered the state of perfection like water, he merged with the water. How could this waterspout injure him? The dark clouds churned even more intensely in the sky. Occasionally, bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense shot into the water like an arrow. He immediately found the black tuna whale at the bottom of the water. He smiled coldly and a boundless aura started to gather. Rumble. When Xiao Chen's aura gathered to its peak, a huge electric whirlpool appeared in the sky. Boundless lightning flickered around the whirlpool continuously. It formed a horrifying scene. It was like the end of the world. At this moment, Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He intended to try out a move that he had only imagined in the past. That was to merge all the moves of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique and form a new killing move. In the past, when Feng Feishue told him that the Rushing Thunder Saber technique still had the Rushing Thunder third chain chop after the Rushing Thunder second chain chop, Xiao Chen had never given up on trying to comprehend the Rushing Thunder third chain chop. However, no matter what, the aura of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique was exhausted after the Rushing Thunder second chain chop. It was impossible to follow up with the Rushing Thunder third chain chop. From then on, Xiao Chen had a thought. Perhaps the true Rushing Thunder third chain chop did not follow up with the Rushing Thunder second chain chop. Instead, it was a completely new move. After he comprehended the state of thunder, Xiao Chen was even more certain of his thoughts. The so-called Rushing Thunder third chain chop was actually the merging of all the previous saber techniques together. The aura that originally required 5 moves to be condensed was suddenly released together. Suddenly, Xiao Chen shouted loudly. Suddenly, countless riders riding on electric warhorses flew out from the huge electric whirlpool. It was like 10,000 horses galloping, vast and boundless. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping resounded in the sky. The sound of 1,000 soldiers crossing the river mixed with the rumbling thunder, doubling Xiao Chen's aura once again. This was the true Rushing Thunder third chain chop. Rushing thunder roars, 10,000 horses galloping. In the next moment, Xiao Chen led the army and charged into the water from the sky. With a bang, a huge and dense purple saber chi split the wide surface of the Black Dragon River in half. Xiao Chen suddenly paused in midair. His rapidly descending body stopped in midair. His ordinary face was incomparably grave and stern. The bright lunar shadow saber quickly pointed at the black tuna whale, which had revealed itself. The vast army made of pure electricity immediately pounced over. Bang! 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 Every rider that crashed into the mountain-like body of the black tuna whale would give off an intense explosion. Then, they would turn into strands of purple electricity floating in the air. The intense shockwaves from the explosions prevented the river on both sides from merging. The black tuna whale's body lay at the bottom of the river, unable to move. There were more than 10,000 explosions. The mountain-like black tuna whale was blasted until it was covered in wounds. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Under the relentless attacks, it had no way of resisting at all. The instant all the explosions calmed down, Xiao Chen swung his saber in the air. The boundless electricity floating on the water immediately infused into the saber. The snow-white lunar shadow saber gave off an intense purple light, looking very strange. Die! Xiao Chen shouted and his figure flashed in the air. He arrived beside the black tuna whale and did not lose any momentum. The lunar shadow saber easily blasted a 3-meter-tall hole in the black tuna whale's body. With a flip of his hand, a huge suction force appeared and sucked the peak rank 6 spirit core of the black tuna whale out of the hole. The black tuna whale was sucked out of the hole. The black tuna whale that terrified all the merchant groups on the Black Dragon River died just like that. When Xiao Chen saw that the two sides of the river were about to merge, he pushed off the river and flew out before the river closed up. The crystalline black tuna whale spirit core in Xiao Chen's hand gave off a gentle light. It contained dense water-attributed spiritual energy. This was a war trophy that belonged to the brave. I really can't believe it. The black tuna whale that roamed the Black Dragon River for so many years was actually killed by a youth. This is the nightmare of many merchant ships. Indeed, this is especially so in the water. Even some martial kings would find it difficult to stop it from escaping. This youth was able to think of the idea of trapping the black tuna whale at the bottom of the river. This is very shocking. Qingyun Peak's Chen. Soon, this name will be as famous as Qingyun Peak's Murong Chong throughout the Shihe River. Back then, Murong Chong was also extremely talented. He challenged the 10 great bandit groups of the Great Devil Prairie by himself and killed them until they were terror-stricken. At that time, the fame of Qingyun Peak was also spread for a period of time. However, I do not know why he left Qingyun Peak in the end. That final move earlier, aside from the fact that it takes a long time to gather its aura, practically no martial saint can break it. However, he is still young. This move should become more and more perfect. When the people on the deck saw Xiao Chen kill the black tuna whale, they were all astonished. They said that a young genius had risen up once again. The thunderclouds in the sky slowly scattered and sunlight appeared once again. It shone on Xiao Chen's body, giving him a faint layer of gold. His long figure was reflected on the water. When the river wind blew, Xiao Chen's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. It looked somewhat ethereal. Hu Qi. Just at this moment, a boundless killing chi suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The moment that killing chi appeared, it covered the sky. It was not concealed at all. It was sharp and radiated in all directions. It was like a gushing river, surging towards Xiao Chen. Amidst the killing chi filling the air, Yu Mingshan appeared from a cloud. He swung out 100-meter-long saber. A saber chi containing a boundless sharpness flew towards Xiao Chen. The saber chi rubbed against each other in the air, giving off a piercing sound. Everywhere it passed, the wind and clouds scattered. Ripples spread out in the air like water. Someone on the deck recognized Yu Mingshan and exclaimed, "It's Yu Mingshan. What is he trying to do?" Above the water, Xiao Chen placed the black tuna whale's spirit core into his universe ring. When he felt the killing chi behind him, his expression did not change. He did not show any surprise. He smiled faintly. The person I have been waiting for has finally appeared. Chapter 284. Xiao Chen was not surprised at Yu Mingshan's appearance. In fact, it was within his expectations. A large part of the reason why Xiao Chen killed the black tuna whale in such a high-profile manner was to lure this person out. He knew that the other party was an extremely cautious cultivator. If Xiao Chen did not reveal any openings or exhausted a large amount of essence, the other party would not make a move. Pu Ci. In the blink of an eye, that dense and surging saber chi had already arrived before Xiao Chen. Glittering Wukue. Xiao Chen turned around and shouted. He spun his saber and a divine Wukue tree branch appeared from nowhere. It turned into a strand of majestic purple saber chi and clashed with the saber chi. Rumble. At the same time that he sent out the saber chi, Xiao Chen brought out his state of thunder. Thunder roared continuously. When the purple saber chi sounded, it expanded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a surging saber chi as well. Boom! The two saber chi clashed in the air and gave off an intense explosion. They did not give way to each other. A pillar of water soared into the sky from the water. Yu Mingshan descended from the sky and landed firmly on the water. He felt that it was somewhat strange. Xiao Chen's earlier rushing thunder roars should have exhausted a large amount of essence. How could he have excess essence to deal with the killing move that he had prepared so meticulously? Could it be that he had been holding back all this while? Xiao Chen looked quietly at Yu Mingshan in front. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "Who sent you to kill me? You are so patient, following me from the Devil Savannah all the way until now." Yu Mingshan said coldly, "There is no need for a dead person to ask so many questions." The saber in Yu Mingshan's hand flickered with a watery blue light. Killing chi surged from his body and ripples appeared on the water under his feet. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Kill me? Do you think that you can escape today?" Wukue transforms to chi. Xiao Chen pushed off the water's surface and soared into the air. He sent out a saber light and the ancient divine Wukue tree appeared from nowhere. It turned into strands of resplendent saber chi and rained down on Yu Mingshan. The Wukue transforms to chi contained the state of thunder. Every saber light was like a bolt of lightning breaking through the air. They resonated with the rumbling thunder in the sky, forming a strange mysterious phenomenon. A strange look flashed in Yu Mingshan's eyes. He knew that he had fallen into a trap this time. The other party had clearly lured him out on purpose. However, as a veteran of hundreds of battles, he knew that he couldn't afford to have stage fright at this moment. Otherwise, his momentum would plummet, and he might really lose his life here. Looking at the purple saber energy dancing in the sky, Yu Mingshan coldly snorted, "Insignificant tricks." Yu Mingshan brandished his saber and sent out a dense saber chi. Bang! 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 The purple saber chi flying at him immediately turned into chaotic electric currents. When comparing the quality of saber chi, Xiao Chen, who was only a medial grade martial saint, was much weaker than Yu Mingshan, who was an inferior grade martial king. Even when he used the state of thunder, he did not have an advantage. Seeing that the Wukue transforms to chi did not have much use, Xiao Chen decisively withdrew his hand. He shouted and all the purple saber chi in the air returned to the lunar shadow saber. The saber gave off a bright purple glow. Muffled thunder roared in the sky. It was as though a peerless thunder was brewing. In the next moment, the light on the saber became so dazzling that it hurt one's eyes. Then, it was released with a schwa sound. Chi breaks Wukue. The peerless thunder that had been brewing in the sky resounded at the same time. The loud sound of thunder caused a huge wave to form on the water's surface. Pu Ci. A strand of purple saber chi pierced through the huge wave and quickly flew at Yu Mingshan. The saber chi's glow was withdrawn. It looked very simple. Yu Mingshan smiled in disdain and casually sent out a strand of saber chi. He smiled and said, "You overestimate yourself. You are just an inferior grade martial saint. Unexpectedly, you want to compete with me in saber chi." There was a qualitative difference between the saber chi of a martial king and a martial saint. A martial saint could only just send out saber chi. In terms of the density of saber chi, there was a world of difference between a martial king and a martial king. With a hua-la sound, something happened that caused Yu Mingshan to turn pale with fright. The saber chi that he sent out was easily shattered by Xiao Chen's purple saber chi. It was unable to resist at all. So, Yu Mingshan did not dare to think too much. He immediately formed an essence barrier around himself and quickly dodged. However, by the time he wanted to move, it was already too late. That strand of purple saber chi looked very simple. However, it was extremely fast. It pierced through his essence barrier and left a bloody wound on his right arm. If he had not set up a yuan chi barrier in advance, his right arm might have been chopped off. As the huge wave crashed down, Xiao Chen's figure soared through the air. His aura was like a rainbow, rushing to the 9 heavens. Yu Mingshan's expression turned sullen. The watery blue light of the saber in his hand gathered continuously. He said indifferently, "Do you think that you are the only one with a state? Go to hell." There was an explosive shout and there was a peng-peng sound on the water's surface. 18 pillars of water shot out and merged together, forming a sharp blue saber. With a shwa sound, it merged into the saber. The saber chi that was like a waterfall spewed out at Xiao Chen. What a strong state of water, Xiao Chen thought to himself. It looked like the other party had considered this when he chose to make a move in the water. The might of the state of water would be even more horrifying on the water's surface. However, it was clear that the other party's state was not as strong as Xiao Chen's. The state of water could only be considered to be at the beginner level. If it were not for the fact that his cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's, it would be impossible for him to have such might. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. 9 cool breezes blew on the water's surface. The instant Xiao Chen executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, he immediately executed the clear wind chop. His figure flickered, it was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. He immediately dodged the waterfall-like saber chi and successfully approached Yu Mingshan. Instantly, the killing chi vanished. There were only 6 gentle breezes on the water's surface. Yu Mingshan's expression turned grave. He had a deeper understanding of the might of the clear wind chop than anyone else. Yu Mingshan stomped on the water's surface and a 10-meter tall water screen rose up around him. The water screen spread out in all directions. The instant Xiao Chen's figure passed through the water screen, the other 8 clones were destroyed by the strange energy contained in the water screen. It turned out that Yu Mingshan had used his strong state of water to destroy Xiao Chen's state of wind. The strong clear wind chop was destroyed. When Yu Mingshan saw Xiao Chen's true body remaining, he revealed a sinister smile. He said, "Without the clear wind chop, let's see how you are going to fight me in close combat." When a martial king compared to a martial saint, the greatest advantage was speed. Even a peak martial saint's speed was only close to the speed of sound. Furthermore, they did not have a flying martial technique and could not fly. However, a martial king was different. Not only could they break the speed of sound, they could also fly easily. A peak martial king could even reach the speed of sound with a casual step. In terms of speed, a martial saint and a martial king could not be compared. In close combat, they could end the battle in a few moves. This was because a martial saint could not even touch a martial king. That was why Yu Mingshan said this. Chi. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. His body created a piercing sonic boom as he moved through the air. He sent out a saber light, sending an unending stream of attacks at Yu Mingshan. A purple electric light spread through the air, it was like an electric net. Yu Mingshan had a relaxed expression. His body moved very quickly, it was like he had merged with the cool wind. He did not make any sound and easily dodged Xiao Chen's attacks. One of them moved and the other stayed still. Xiao Chen's aura was like a rainbow and his voice was like thunder. However, his speed was always slower. He was unable to touch Yu Mingshan's body. Sometimes, Xiao Chen relied on technique. When the saber got close to Yu Mingshan, it would be easily broken by his saber. Slowly, Yu Mingshan grasped the rhythm of the battle. Xiao Chen wanted to retreat a few times, but he was blocked by his opponent's ghostly figure. He could not retreat even if he wanted to. Only at this moment did Yu Mingshan heave a sigh of relief. All I need to do is control the rhythm. I will slowly grind him down first. When his aura reaches rock bottom, I will deal a lightning-fast strike and completely defeat him, eliminating any future problems. Yu Mingshan dodged Xiao Chen's attack again. He said, "Give up and surrender. I will give you a quick death." Perhaps you do not know this, but the greatest difference between a martial saint and a martial king is the difference in speed. This is an insurmountable gap, unless you are a wind-attributed cultivator. Unfortunately, you are not, haha. This was not the first time Yu Mingshan used words to attack his opponent in battle. This was especially so when his opponent was at rock bottom. Using words to attack a cultivator with weak willpower could cause them to go berserk, revealing a large opening. This could save him a lot of effort. When fighting with others, one had to always hold back. This was Yu Mingshan's rule. This was because there were always some unexpected things in the world. So, if he could save some energy, he would. As he spoke, Yu Mingshan caught hold of a small opening of Xiao Chen's. His figure flashed quickly, and his saber cut a small wound on Xiao Chen's chest. He smiled faintly. "This is the difference. I can easily attack you, but you cannot attack me." Xiao Chen's expression did not change. The instant Yu Mingshan finished speaking, the saber in his hand pierced out from a strange angle, aiming for Yu Mingshan's chest. Yu Mingshan was startled, and he quickly dodged backward, avoiding a vital point. This saber broke through his essence barrier and only left a small wound. Yu Mingshan's expression changed slightly. He thought to himself, "I cannot be too careless. Although this brat is slower than me, he is only slower by a bit." After that, Yu Mingshan became even more cautious. Occasionally, he would leave wounds on Xiao Chen's body. As for Xiao Chen, no matter how hard he tried, he could not attack him. Above the water, the two of them moved quickly. Saber lights shot out in all directions, causing pillars of water to rise into the sky. This continued for half an hour. Yu Mingshan's eyes lit up. It is time, there is no need to drag this out. His state of thunder is at least half as strong as before. Die! Water dragon burst. Yu Mingshan shouted loudly, and a wall of water hundreds of meters tall appeared on the water surface behind him. The waves surged, and the huge merchant ship swayed left and right. It looked very small, as though it could capsize at any moment. Chapter 285. The horrifying wall of water suddenly spun rapidly, forming a huge roaring water dragon. At this moment, the might of Yu Mingshan's state of water was raised to the limit. In an instant, it scattered Xiao Chen's state of thunder. The dark clouds in the sky scattered and sunlight shone down once again, shining on Yu Mingshan's sinister face. He revealed an extremely cruel smile. The dragon moved its head, moving faster than the speed of sound. It merged with the sound of the wind and left a formless shockwave in the air. Before it got close to Xiao Chen, the huge shockwave knocked Xiao Chen back. Bang! With a schwa sound, the water dragon caught up to Xiao Chen, who was tumbling on the water. It crashed into him and the huge force formed a huge whirlpool on the water. There was a loud boom, and Xiao Chen's body sank to the bottom of the water. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The Black Dragon River had surging waves. The merchant ship bobbed up and down for a long time before it slowly came to a stop. "It's over, the state of thunder has scattered." Yi Chen faced Yu Mingshan's full-powered strike head-on. Even if he doesn't die, he will be severely injured. The most important thing is that he is currently above the water. The might of the water dragon burst will be greatly amplified. It is equivalent to the strength of a medial-grade martial saint. How unfortunate, Qin Yun Peak finally produced a genius. Before he could rise up, he was killed by Yu Mingshan. The older the ginger, the spicier. Who knows, why did Yu Mingshan want to kill Yi Chen? They do not seem to have any grudges. The many cultivators on the deck shook their heads and sighed. They felt that it was a pity. They thought that Xiao Chen had no chance of surviving this time. The sunlight shone on the clear water. The calm black dragon river was sparkling. It was very beautiful. Yu Mingshan stood on the water and extended his perception, scanning the situation under the water. However, after looking for a long time, he could not feel Xiao Chen's aura. Looks like he died immediately. His body was blown up by the water dragon and died without a complete corpse. This is difficult. I wonder how to explain this to Song Quebec. Yu Mingshan frowned slightly and shook his head. He turned around and prepared to leave. Just at this moment, layers of dark clouds suddenly swept over from the bright and beautiful sky. In the blink of an eye, the skies suddenly became dark and gloomy, and endless thunder sounded once again. Yu Mingshan stopped in his tracks. His expression changed greatly as he said, "How did it become like this?" Bang! There was a splash on the surface of the water. Xiao Chen leaped out unscathed. The saber in his hand flickered with an electric light. It emitted killing chi as it pointed at Yu Mingshan. Yu Mingshan said in disbelief, "Why? My peak attack did not injure you at all?" "It was just a secret treasure," Xiao Chen smiled faintly in his heart. Of course, he would not tell Yu Mingshan about it, he would just let him guess. Yu Mingshan's sharp eyes noticed the jade pendant on Xiao Chen's chest. He suddenly understood and said, "So, it is a secret treasure. However, this kind of secret treasure has a limited number of uses. Since your speed is not as fast as mine, I will not lose." Xiao Chen sneered, "Is that so? Windwalk shoes, activate." The instant the windwalk shoes activated, Xiao Chen's figure flashed on the surface of the water. There was no sound at all as he arrived before Yu Mingshan at lightning speed. A purple saber light flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Xiao Chen's state and move merged perfectly, startling Yu Mingshan. In a hurry, Yu Mingshan held his saber horizontally in front of him. However, because he was caught off guard, he was knocked back 5 or 6 meters. What a fast speed! How did he break through the speed of sound in an instant? His speed is comparable to mine. Yu Mingshan stepped on the water, creating splashes. He finally stopped moving back. However, he was astonished in his heart. Wukuei shakes the earth. After spending so much effort, Xiao Chen had figured out Yu Mingshan's strength. It was time to counterattack. Xiao Chen shouted and a fierce electric light burned on his saber. The ancient divine Wukuei tree appeared on the water surface. After a while, it turned into a tree of electric light several hundred meters tall, pressing down on Yu Mingshan. This was the 4th move of the Wukuei saber technique's killing move, absolute kill. When he made his move, he could put his opponent in a desperate situation. Yu Mingshan's expression changed again. The huge divine Wukuei tree gave him a horrifying pressure. He circulated his essence continuously and 18 water droplets exploded behind him. The water droplets gathered and formed a sharp saber. It was like a waterfall as it rushed forward. Bang! The moment they came into contact, the divine Wukuei tree shattered Yu Mingshan's waterfall saber chi. The comprehension of their states was on a completely different level. Xiao Chen's state of thunder had already reached the peak of small perfection. Every move he made could be infused into his state. As for Yu Mingshan, he had only just started. He could only use his state to increase the might of his martial techniques. Once Xiao Chen used a peak martial technique, the quality of his essence would be equal to Yu Mingshan's. His martial techniques infused with his state would no longer be sufficient. The divine Wukuei tree struck Yu Mingshan's body with a boom. It broke through his essence shield and entered his body. It turned into a berserk energy rampaging through his meridians. Yu Mingshan vomited a large mouthful of blood and suppressed the chaotic essence in his body. His complexion was somewhat pale as he said, "Damn it. Even if this old man has to risk his life, I will kill you." Double dragon burst. There was a ferocious roar and a horrifying wall of water appeared on the water surface. It turned into 2 huge water dragons and flew at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression was calm, there were not many fluctuations. If his opponent had used this move from the start, Xiao Chen would not have been able to block it. Unfortunately, his opponent was too cautious. The chi in a cultivator's heart had already disappeared. He no longer had any sharpness. He only thought about how to obtain a complete victory. He dared to suffer even the slightest injury. Now that Xiao Chen had missed this opportunity and executed this move while he was severely injured, its might would be reduced by at least half. Even if he did not have a secret treasure, there was nothing to fear. Xiao Chen shouted and a purple light started to circulate on the water surface under Xiao Chen's feet. After a while, it formed a strange flower bud, wrapping around Xiao Chen. Bang! Bang! The two water dragons struck the purple flower bud and gave off two loud sounds. Waves surged up and shockwaves spread out. A barrier of water dozens of meters tall appeared in the surroundings. When the barrier of water fell back and the river surface calmed down, the purple flower bud was still as good as before. There were no signs of damage. Wukue blossoms. Xiao Chen shouted from within the flower bud. The petals suddenly bloomed, looking very beautiful. Then, Xiao Chen leaped out from the petals. Immediately, petals filled the air. Wukue blossoms bloomed in the air. As the petals fluttered, Xiao Chen passed through the countless petals and quickly arrived before Yumingshan. Xiao Chen stabbed out with his saber. It was so fast that no one could think. Petals filled the air. This saber strike was very beautiful. Rumble. Yumingshan's body was knocked back by this saber strike. He left a long mark on the water surface as he flew for more than a kilometer. The purple flowers that filled the air quickly chased after Yumingshan. A whirlwind formed in the air and all the petals merged back into a strange wukue flower. The wukue flower flowed through Xiao Chen's wound and quickly entered Yumingshan's body. Xiao Chen did not move from his original position. He straightened his saber and used 2 fingers on his left hand to slowly move from the bottom of the saber to the tip. He shouted softly, "Wukue supporting the heavens." A wukue tree trunk grew out of Yumingshan's chest from nowhere as he struggled to stand. As Xiao Chen's fingers moved, the tree trunk grew larger and larger. It grew at a visible rate. After a while, countless branches sprouted from the tree trunk. Then, countless branches branched out from the branches. Many purple wukue flowers bloomed. In just a few blinks of an eye, the tree trunk in front of Yumingshan's chest had turned into a towering tree. It was more than 200 meters tall and had many branches. Flowers bloomed everywhere. This was the true profoundness of wukue blossoms. It infused energy into the enemy's body. Initially, it did not have much power. However, the next move, wukue supporting the heavens, would erupt. Even if you were a martial king, you would lose all your combat prowess under this move. On the water surface, Yumingshan looked at the tree in front of his chest in horror. He felt that all the roots of the tree had already penetrated into his body, firmly grabbing onto his internal organs. His internal organs were all injured. He would not be able to recover without at least a year's time. Furthermore, Yumingshan felt an indescribable pain all over his body. Boundless electricity tormented him every second. However, this wukue supporting the heavens exhausted a lot of essence. Xiao Chen could not maintain it for too long. When the wukue tree completely disappeared, Yumingshan was already half dead. His pale face was filled with pain as he watched Xiao Chen slowly walk over. Yumingshan was so frightened that he turned pale. He pushed off the water surface and his body flew up unsteadily. Xiao Chen looked at the miserable Yumingshan in the air and smiled faintly. He took out the Soul Slayer bow from the universe ring and did not knock an arrow. Instead, he pulled the bowstring. Bang! The bowstring sounded out and Yumingshan's body fell into the water with a bang, sinking completely into the water. The great Yumingshan was actually killed by a youth until he was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. How regretful. Someone on the deck sighed softly. First, he killed the evil beast. Then, he defeated a martial king. This Qingyun Pixie Chen is really horrifying. I originally thought that he would need some time to rise up. It looks like he has already risen up. The experts of the older generation are no longer able to do anything to him. Indeed, he is probably on par with Murong Chong. Only these geniuses are able to fight someone of a higher cultivation realm. The Nanling province has Ji Changkong and Mu Qingxue. The Dongming province has Hua Yunkong, Duanmuking, and the strong Chu Chaoyun. Our Shiha province finally has another person who can compare to these geniuses. These are all top-notch geniuses. In any previous generation, their accomplishments would be limitless. However, so many of them appeared in one go. In the future, there will definitely be a fierce battle. Don't forget about the experts of the royal courts. The people of the royal court are all geniuses. Furthermore, there is the demonic genius Princess Xingyu. If we count them all, there are too many geniuses in the younger generation of our great Qin nation. With so many geniuses, I wonder who will obtain the greatest luck in the end. It looks like it will be Princess Xingyu from the royal court. She suppressed everyone with her strength. I wonder what will happen in the future. We cannot forget about Princess Xingyu. Her lifespan is limited. She will lose her luck sooner or later. Chapter 286. I remember that there was once a person in the Dongming province who defeated many geniuses of the Dongming province. He even spent a large sum of money to challenge the noble clans. With such boldness, he must be an extraordinary genius. That's right. Now, the noble clans have doubled the bounty for this person. Together, the bounty is 10,000 medial grade spirit stones. However, this person seems to have vanished without a trace, never appearing again. When the people on the deck saw Xiaochen beat up Yu Mingshan, they all sighed. This battle was full of twists and turns. It was very thrilling and exciting. It was very satisfying to watch. Xiao Chen was always able to surprise everyone. When everyone thought that he was in a hopeless situation, he would turn the situation around and defeat his opponent. The dark clouds above the water scattered and the sunlight shone down once again. Xiao Chen stood on the water and his spiritual sense pierced through the water like an arrow, searching for Yu Mingshan's figure. There were strange fish in the river. With Yu Mingshan's current condition, he might not be able to block these man-eating fish. Xiao Chen did not want Yu Mingshan to die just like that. The reason why Xiao Chen did not knock an arrow earlier was because he was afraid of shooting Yu Mingshan to death. After that, he would not be able to get anything out of him. At the bottom of the dark water, Yu Mingshan dragged his injured body and swam quickly in the water. Strange ripples shot out in all directions, repelling the strange fish that attacked him. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I forgot, this person is a water-attributed cultivator. His ability to survive in the river is much stronger than a regular cultivator's." Xiao Chen was not surprised at Yu Mingshan's strong desire to survive. This kind of person would think carefully before doing anything. To put it nicely, he was cautious. To put it bluntly, he was greedy for life and afraid of death. He did not have boldness. However, he did not know that the path of a cultivator was filled with danger. It was a fight with one's life in the first place. If one did not have great courage and the sharpness in one's heart did not fade, how could one overcome difficulties after difficulties? If one always thought about how to use tricks to overcome difficulties, once the sharpness faded, one would never be able to go far on the path of a cultivator. Come out. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and gently pushed off the surface of the river. He appeared above Yu Mingshan and punched the surface of the water. Bang! Immediately, a huge pillar of water surged out from the Black Dragon River. At the end of the pillar of water was Yu Mingshan's figure. He was knocked into the air and was frantically trying to move his body. Xiao Chen leaped into the air and grabbed him by the collar, landing firmly on the ground. Yu Mingshan revealed a horrified expression on his pale face. He said, "Don't kill me, I have 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones in my hands and 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. Let me go, they are all yours." Xiao Chen ignored him and said coldly, "Speak, who sent you to kill me?" Yu Mingshan first shook his head. Then, he felt Xiao Chen's killing intent. He immediately said, "I'll speak. I'll speak. It's Song K, Bien Peak Song Quebec. He promised me 2,000 medial grade spirit stones to kill you." Song K? A trace of killing intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. This was not unexpected. Xiao Chen really did not dare to let his guard down even for a moment. It was a pity that he couldn't do anything to Song Ke right now. He wasn't a match for Song Ke, and he couldn't find an opportunity to do so. In the future, when his strength increased, the first thing he had to do was to get rid of Song Quebec. Boom. Xiao Chen removed the spatial ring from Yu Mingshan's hand and smashed his chest with his palm. Yu Mingshan's heart meridians shattered, and blood flowed out of all his orifices. He said in dissatisfaction, "Didn't you say you would not kill me?" Xiao Chen was expressionless as he said sullenly, "Sorry, I never said that. I am a person who does not leave behind future trouble for myself." Seeing Yu Mingshan's corpse slowly fall into the water, Xiao Chen glanced at the merchant ship not far away. After thinking for a while, he decided to cross the Black Dragon River. He did not want to take that merchant ship anymore. The main reason was that he was afraid of unnecessary socializing and wasting time. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air as he used the gravity spell and flew up. 3 days later, at night, on the Devil Savannah, Xiao Chen sat beside a bonfire and ate some roasted lightning beef. The meat of spirit beasts was even more fragrant and delicious than the meat of earth. There was no need for any seasoning, and it was already very delicious, leaving one with a lingering aftertaste. Furthermore, the meat of spirit beasts contained some natural spiritual energy. Eating it over a long period of time could strengthen the body and replenish qi. If one ate the meat of a higher-ranked spirit beast, such as a rank 8 or legendary rank 9 spirit beast, it could even raise one's cultivation realm. A heavy fragrance wafted through the Devil Savannah, attracting a large number of spirit beasts. However, when these spirit beasts saw Xiao Chen, they did not dare to make a move. They only looked from afar before scattering. Xiao Chen scanned the area with his spiritual sense and saw all this. He revealed a faint smile. 2 days ago, Xiao Chen used the gravity spell to fly to the Devil Savannah. After that, he started to practice his saber on the bandits and spirit beasts that he encountered. After accumulating experience in actual combat, Xiao Chen became more familiar with the first 6 moves of the Wukue saber technique. Furthermore, the newly created Rushing Thunder Triple Chain Chop also became easier to use. Xiao Chen already had good control over the period of storing energy. He could release and withdraw it as he pleased. The longer he could store his energy, the stronger it would be. The shorter the time, the weaker it would be. He needed to use it flexibly. The might of the rushing thunder roars was much stronger than Xiao Chen had imagined. Previously, when he had stored energy for a minute, he had been able to destroy it with 10,000 horses galloping. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was to raise his energy in the shortest time possible. That way, this move would become Xiao Chen's new killing move, an important trump card. Hu Qi. A snow-white figure appeared in Xiao Chen's vision in the dark night. When he looked carefully, he discovered that it was Bai. He was holding some spirit herbs in his hands as he rushed over. Just like before, when Xiao Chen and Bai were alone, Bai would help him search for rare spirit herbs. Most of these spirit grasses were refined into higher-grade blood-replenishing pills and qi-returning pills. This allowed Xiao Chen to have medicinal pills to use without spending money on spirit herbs. This was a great help to him. Bai presented the spirit herbs in his hands like he was presenting a treasure. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and counted them carefully: rank 4 blood sunflower, rank 500 jade spirit, rank 4 gentleman wind flower. Hey, this looks like a tendon refining flower. Xiao Chen noticed a white flower. That flower was very simple. It did not have any bright colors or a strong fragrance. It was very simple. Xiao Chen held it in his hands and looked at it carefully. He finally confirmed that this was the tendon refining flower. It could increase the toughness of a cultivator's meridians and repair damaged meridians. It was very precious. There were many spirit herbs that could repair meridians. However, none of them were as good as the tendon refining flower. The tendon refining flower could even repair a cultivator's meridians. This was why it was so precious. Essence had to pass through the meridians before it could circulate freely. If the meridians were damaged, the cultivator would not be able to circulate essence. If Xiao Qin could increase the toughness of the meridians to a considerable level, then he would not have to worry about forcefully using too much essence when he was cultivating or fighting in the future, causing his meridians to be damaged. Although Bai did not know the importance of the tendon refining flower, when he saw Xiao Chen's happy expression, his face revealed a joyful expression. Xiao Chen put away the tendon refining flower. Suddenly, a doubt appeared in his mind. For a rare herb like the tendon refining flower, there would definitely be a strong spirit beast guarding it. Although Bai was strong and very fast, he should not have been able to obtain the tendon refining flower so easily. Could there be something that I don't know? Xiao Chen squatted down and asked, Bai, tell me the truth. How did you obtain this tendon refining flower? When Bai heard Xiao Chen's question, he immediately lowered his head. He was like a child who had done something wrong. He did not dare to look into Xiao Chen's eyes. Could it be that he snatched it from someone else? Xiao Chen felt ashamed in his heart. If he snatched a spirit beast, Bai would not lower his head. He did not know who he snatched it from. Dong! 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 Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about whether or not he should return the tendon refining flower to someone else, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard. There should be a lot of people because the ground was trembling slightly. A group of more than 200 bandits appeared in front of Xiao Chen. One of them pointed at Bai and said excitedly, First Leader, I did not lie to you, right? The tendon refining flower did not belong to me. It was snatched away by a little fox. Look, I was not wrong. There was indeed a little fox. Pa! The leader of the bandits was dressed in snow-white battle robes. He looked very dazzling in the dark night. He slapped the person who spoke and scolded him angrily, Fool! Why are you so excited after a spirit beast snatched something away? The other bandits all laughed loudly. Indeed, they were the most terrifying group of bandits in the Devil Savannah. They had always been robbing others and killing spirit beasts. Since when did they get snatched away by a spirit beast? This was a disgrace to bandits. The bandit on the ground felt a burning pain on his face. When he heard the laughter of the crowd, his face turned even hotter. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Suddenly, he looked at Bai and revealed a ferocious glint in his eyes. He pounced forward and scolded, I don't believe I cannot deal with you. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Before Xiao Chen could make a move, Bai turned around and swung his arm to the right. There was a strong wind, and the bandit that pounced over was immediately blown away. Even Lu Suifeng, an inferior-grade martial saint, was toyed around by Bai. How could a martial Grand Master bandit be a match for Bai? That bandit landed headfirst on the ground and rolled a few times. When he got up, he could not even tell his bearings. He walked towards the first leader of the bandits in a daze and scolded, Little bastard. Don't think that just because you are on a horse, I will not recognize you. After he said that, he charged over again. The first leader was furious. He sent out a palm wind and knocked this person away. He said with a sullen face, Just trash, I don't care about you. When Bai felt the killing intent from the first leader, he felt some danger. He immediately jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder and felt safer. He made a face at the bandits. What the hell? Even foxes know how to make faces these days. When the crowd saw Bai's face, they were all astonished. Since it belongs to the bandits, I will just snatch it, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Xiao Chen swept his gaze across this group of bandits. Of the 200 people, the weakest was a medial-grade martial Grand Master. The core of the group was 20 martial saints. The first leader, who was wearing white battle robes, had the most horrifying cultivation. He was a superior-grade martial saint. He should be weaker than Xiao Chen when he first left the mountain. As for now, he was no longer on the same level as Xiao Chen. Chapter 287. The white-robed bandit slowly rode his black warhorse to within 10 meters of Xiao Chen. He said with a sullen expression, Regardless of whether you took my tendon refining flower or not, hand over your spatial ring. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Xiao Qin revealed a faint smile and said softly, "If you are capable, then come and take it yourself." Reckless. The white-robed bandit exerted strength in his legs and his warhorse charged at Xiao Qin at lightning speed. The killing chi of the white-robed bandit merged with the baleful aura of the warhorse. It was like a sharp sword charging at Xiao Qin's deity C. Unexpectedly, this white-robed bandit knew some mental attacks. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin's spiritual sense was very strong. He did not fear mental attacks of this level. "Since you want to play with mental attacks, I'll play with you." Xiao Qin's lips curled up in a cold smile. His vast spiritual sense turned into a deity holding a sharp sword. With a pu, it shattered the sharp sword flying at him and charged at the white-robed bandit. Suddenly, the white-robed bandit felt everything in front of him disappear. He found himself in a desolate land. A spiritual sense in the sky looked down at him majestically and gave off a resounding voice. "Why are you not kneeling when you see a deity?" The white-robed bandit panicked. He immediately realized that this was a mental illusion. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue and the pain brought him back to his senses. This deity was something that Xiao Qin had created casually by imitating the mark left behind by the sages in the silver worship. It did not have much use in actual combat, it could only stun enemies of the same cultivation level for an instant. However, this instant was sufficient. By the time the white-robed bandit recovered his senses, he discovered that Xiao Qin had already kicked at him from the air at some point in time. Bang! Before the shocked gazes of the bandits, the white-robed bandit could not react in time and was sent flying by the kick. While Xiao Qin was in the air, when he landed, he gently stepped on the back of the warhorse. A huge force immediately pressed the warhorse to the ground, making it unable to get up again. Clouds began to gather in the sky. Lightning streaked across the night sky, emitting resplendent light. Amidst the boundless light, Xiao Qin used the force of his kick to soar into the sky. As he flew, his aura continued to accumulate. Suddenly, a huge lightning vortex formed in the sky. The roars and gallops of a vast army came from the whirlpool. The sound was deafening, echoing for dozens of kilometers. "It's him. He's that violet lightning fiend. Run!" Someone among the bandits suddenly shouted in horror. Then, the 200-odd bandits desperately pulled on the reins and turned around. However, at this moment, the warhorses under them could not be controlled, neighing crazily. The bandits quickly abandoned their horses and fled. No matter what the white-robed bandits said, they did not stop. When the white-robed bandits saw that the situation was hopeless and that the few core martial saints had already started to flee, he sighed heavily and turned around to flee as well. Thunder roared, 10,000 horses galloped. Xiao Qin gently pointed the saber in his hand downwards. Countless knights on thunder warhorses leaped down from the whirlpool and landed on the ground. Then, they quickly chased after the scattered bandits. In the dark night, these knights flickering with electric light turned into purple shadows. They galloped around the devil savannah at night, looking very dazzling. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out continuously. Without exception, the 200 bandits were all struck. The weaker bandits were blasted into smithereens by the combined attacks of the many knights, dying on the spot. Only the martial saints and above managed to survive. Their complexions turned pale and they vomited blood. They quickly fled into the distance without looking back. Xiao Qin shook his head slightly. The might was still insufficient. He had gathered his aura in a hurry. He had to think of a way to quickly raise his aura to its peak. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Qin ignored the scattered bandits. He focused his attention on the white-robed bandit that he had focused on. Under Xiao Qin's control, at least 100 electric knights crashed into the white-robed bandit. Although the other party could still fight, they were no longer a threat to Xiao Qin. Lightning evasion. An electric light flashed and Xiao Qin landed beside the white-robed bandit. He repeated what the white-robed bandit had said earlier, "No matter what your purpose is, I only want the spatial ring in your hand. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The white-robed bandit struggled for a while before he took off the ring and handed it to Xiao Qin. He said coldly, "Don't look down on the devil savannah. This is not a place where you can move unhindered." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and ignored him. He had never been arrogant enough to think that he could move unhindered in the devil savannah. The devil savannah was vast and boundless. The entire savannah was about half the size of the Shiha province. Furthermore, this was only within the Great Qin nation. It extended beyond the borders and was even larger. It could be said that the devil savannah was just the tip of the iceberg. With such a large area and countless bandit groups, Xiao Chen had always been cautious. When he ran into a strong bandit group, he would immediately avoid them with his spiritual sense. He would not have any other thoughts. After all the bandits had left, Xiao Chen looked in the direction of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and prepared to travel through the night. The commotion tonight was too big. He was afraid of startling some strong bandit groups. It was safer to travel through the night. In the Devil Savannah, where the tendon refining flower grew, Murong Chong looked at the empty ground and the corpse of the spirit beast guarding it. He frowned. Hu Qi. There was a soft sound of wind behind him. Murong Chong sensed it and quickly turned around. He saw a mysterious person wearing white clothes and a white mask appear in front of him. The mysterious person in white said in a hoarse voice, "Murong Chong, you seem to have forgotten our agreement. You have entered the Devil Savannah once again." Murong Chong said sullenly, "I am only here to search for the tendon refining flower. I have no other purpose. Aside from me, only your people know about the tendon refining flower. I am willing to pay 1 million inferior grade spirit stones to exchange for it." The mysterious person in white said, "Even if you pay 10 million, it is useless. Someone took it away yesterday." Murong Chong's expression changed. He emitted a surging killing chi. A murderous intent appeared on his stern face as he said, "Who? He is also a Qingyun Peak disciple like you." "Oh, I forgot that you are no longer a Qingyun Peak disciple," the person in white said indifferently. Murong Chong's killing chi quickly dissipated. He was very adept at releasing it. He had a pensive look on his face as he said, "Since he took it, it is all the same. I will take my leave first." "Who?" The figure of the person in white suddenly moved. It was as though he teleported and instantly appeared behind Murong Chong. Then, he sent out a palm strike. Murong Chong quickly turned around and sent out a palm strike. A huge force pushed Murong Chong back 10 steps. His complexion paled and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The person in white took a step back. No, the expression under the mask was somewhat astonished. He said, "This palm strike is the price for breaking the agreement. The reason why an agreement is called an agreement is because there is no reason to break it." Murong Chong looked coldly at the person in white. He did not say anything and turned around, disappearing from the vast savannah. Glittering Wukue. Xiao Chen shouted and a saber light flickered. A saber chi made of a divine Wukue tree branch flew towards a group of bandits with a shua sound. Blood spurted out and miserable cries resounded. The dense purple saber chi was boundlessly tyrannical. Several bandits were knocked off their horses. Wukue transforms to chi. The divine Wukue tree of the ancient divine valley appeared. After a while, it turned into saber chi that filled the air. It danced around in the air and chopped a large group of bandits in half. Chi breaks Wukue. Xiao Chen shouted and the saber chi in the air gathered back on his saber. It turned into an extremely dense saber chi. The leader of the bandits could not dodge in time and the saber chi pierced through his chest. With the death of the leader, all the bandits immediately scattered, fleeing in all directions. Xiao Chen ignored them. After he took away the spatial ring of the bandit leader, he quickly left the place. Xiao Chen was not in a rush as he walked through the Devil Savannah. He treated this return journey as experiential training. During the day, he would kill strong spirit beasts and bandits. At night, he would use medial-grade spirit stones to raise his cultivation. When by gathered enough spirit herbs, he would refine medicinal pills. Xiao Chen's strength soared every day. However, on this morning, he suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. This feeling had been present for the past few days. However, it was very mild. Xiao Chen did not mind it. It was only when he got closer to the heavenly saber pavilion that this uncomfortable feeling became stronger. It was impossible to ignore. Could something have happened at the heavenly saber pavilion? Xiao Chen looked in the direction of the heavenly saber pavilion. He had a bad feeling. I have to rush at full speed. I cannot stay here any longer. Otherwise, I will not know what happened. I will feel uncomfortable in my heart, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and turned into a purple shadow. He started to move quickly on the vast devil savanna. Along the way, he met with bandits and strong spirit beasts. However, Xiao Chen ignored them, he simply avoided them. 2 days later, Xiao Chen was already halfway through the devil savanna. He would reach the heavenly saber pavilion in another 5 days. Just as Xiao Chen was about to stop and rest, a group of bare-chested people wearing only shorts appeared in the distance in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen sat on the ground and drank a mouthful of water. He smiled faintly and said, I wonder which group of bandits ran into Kim Fatso. Kim Fatso was different from Xiao Chen. He did not kill people, he only sought wealth. However, when he ran into Kim Fatso's bandits, he felt even worse than death. This fellow's stingy character was displayed to the extreme when he ran into the bandits. Aside from leaving the bandits with a pair of shorts, he would not leave them with anything else. This kind of humiliation was even worse than death. Only Kim Tae-ho could do such a thing. Just at this moment, a familiar voice came from the wind. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and stood up suspiciously. Why did he seem to hear Kim Tae-ho's voice? Looking up, Xiao Chen saw the faces of some people. They looked like the guards of Kim Tae-ho that he had seen in the past. Xiao Chen went over to take a look. He put away his water bottle and quickly leaped forward. After a while, he finally saw the people in front clearly. What he saw shocked him. Chapter 288. The group of people in front of him were indeed Kim Tae-ho's bodyguards. There was a total of 200 of them. All of them had their clothes stripped off, leaving only a pair of shorts to cover their private parts. There was a dilapidated carriage in the group. Xiao Chen looked at it carefully for a long time before he realized it was the luxurious golden carriage that he had been in before. However, it was now in a terrible state and was beyond recognition. The golden hood of the carriage was already gone, only a smooth wooden board was left. Under the wooden board was a pair of golden wheels. If it wasn't for these golden wheels, Xiao Chen wouldn't have dared to associate it with the golden carriage he had seen before. What made Xiao Chen even more speechless was that Kim Tae-ho was wearing a beast skin and sitting casually on the smooth carriage. Furthermore, the people pulling the carriage were actually his subordinates. Even the precious horses had been snatched away. A group of people ran quickly on the grassland, as though they were avoiding something scary. Kim Tae-ho said loudly, "Can you be faster? This fat lord is not that heavy. You are all martial grand masters." The subordinates were at a loss as they complained, "Young master, we've been running for 2 days and 2 nights. It's time for us to take a break. Or, forget about this treasured carriage. If you run with us, you'll be able to run faster." Kim Tae-ho said angrily, "This fat lord, it was not easy for me to obtain these 2 wheels. If you just throw them away like that, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain?" The manservant following behind the carriage suddenly said, "Young master, there seems to be someone staring at us over there." Fatso said angrily, "Damn it. Watch me destroy him." Never mind. Let's not bother about it. We should leave this damn place first." The manservant continued, "He seems to be walking in our direction." Fatso's expression changed. He turned his head and looked. When he discovered the person, he revealed a smile and said, "Stop the carriage." Fatso was wearing shorts and a spirit beast skin. He looked like a wild man as he quickly ran to Xiao Chen and said, "Master Xiao, it's great to see you. Don't say anything, just give this fat brother some clothes first." Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Fatso's pathetic appearance. A famous saying from his previous life appeared in his mind: "You have to pay for what you have done." Xiao had a lot of spare clothes in the universe ring. However, Fatso's body was too stout. Xiao could not put them on, so he could only drape them over his body. Although he was still in a sorry state, it was much better than wearing the animal skin. Kim Tae-ho tried his best to put on the pants that Xiao handed him. After working hard for a long time, he finally managed to put it on. However, before he could relax, there was an explosion. His pants burst from Fatso's fats, turning them into strips of cloth. Kim Tae-ho had a helpless expression on his face. He could not be bothered with this. He could only tidy himself up a little and said to Xiao embarrassedly, "Can Master Xiao give me some more spirit stones?" Xiao blushed with shame. "You were really robbed." Fatso shrugged and said, "Is it not obvious enough? Aside from this spatial ring and a coffin lid, I only have 2 golden wheels." The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Life was always so unexpected. Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. To think that Fatso would end up like this. He could only say that the heavens had eyes. Xiao took out 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones and 10,000 gold taels and handed them to Kim Tae-ho. He said, "What exactly happened? With your strength, even if you could not defeat him, you should have been able to run." Although Fatso's strength was average, he had many good things on hand. The dazzling rings and necklaces he wore were not ordinary ornaments. They were all intact secret treasures. It could be said that if both Xiao and Fatso met a peak martial king, the one who could easily retreat would be Fatso. This was because this fellow had too many trump cards. Otherwise, he would not have dared to do things so recklessly. He was very confident in his heart. If he had not met with an iron plate, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. Xiao was very curious about this iron plate. What exactly happened that caused the fearless Fatso to suffer such a huge loss? Kim Tae-ho received the spirit stones and gold taels and said, "Thank you. This fat brother will remember this favor. Don't ask about anything else. In short, do not be too ruthless in the Devil Savannah. I was tricked by someone. I will not come here again." After Fatso spoke, he waved his hand. He draped an open robe over his shoulders and wore tattered pants. Then, he jumped back onto the bare carriage. Like before, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." A few of his subordinates had conflicted expressions as they pulled the tattered carriage and slowly disappeared from Xiao vision. In the following 2 days, the uncomfortable feeling in Xiao heart became even more obvious. However, because of what happened to Fatso, Xiao became more cautious. He kept his spiritual sense within a 2-kilometer radius. This slowed him down. However, there was no harm in being cautious. Xiao did not want Fatso's miserable experience to happen to him. On this particular day, as Xiao walked on the vast savannah, he sent out his spiritual sense. He discovered something unusual. There was not a single sound within a 2-kilometer radius. It was very quiet. When Xiao extended his spiritual sense, he did not even see the spirit beasts that he normally saw. He did not know where they were. Xiao frowned slightly and stopped walking. He said doubtfully, "What's going on? I can't see a single spirit beast. The air seems to have stopped flowing. Something is strange." With a thought, Xiao no longer sent out his spiritual sense as a halo. Instead, he gathered it into a thin line and shot it out. After Xiao spiritual sense turned into a thin line, he could extend it to a distance of 10 kilometers. Finally, he discovered something else. At the end of Xiao spiritual sense, there was a black flood heading in the direction of Xiao. When Xiao looked carefully, this black flood was made up of a group of cavalry wearing pitch-black battle armor. A rough count gave at least 1,000 of them. 1,000 black cavalry gathered together, giving off an overwhelming aura. Even from a distance, Xiao spiritual sense felt a huge pressure. Xiao withdrew his spiritual sense, and his expression changed slightly. He muttered, Kim Tae-ho, could he have fallen at the hands of this group of people? I'll change directions first. Just as Xiao Chen was about to move, he thought of something. He sent out his spiritual sense in advance. In the end, he discovered that he was surrounded by these horrifying black cavalry. Surrounded, Xiao Chen could not help but look at the sky. If there was an opening there, he would be able to leave easily. However, when Xiao Chen looked up, he discovered that at some point in time, a flock of fierce wind vultures had appeared in the sky. There was a knight wearing black battle armor sitting on each fierce wind vulture. Xiao Chen could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He said, there is really no way out. Dong! 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 Deafening galloping sounds came from the ground. 10 groups of black cavalry kicked up a cloud of dust as they galloped over. Each group of black cavalry had 1,000 people. When added together, there were 10,000 of them. Xiao Chen took a rough look and saw a black mass. The weakest of these 10,000 people was a martial grand master. There were at least 1,000 martial saints and above. The auras of over 10,000 people merged together, forming a continuous stretch. Even the air seemed to stop flowing, making it difficult for people to breathe. These were no longer bandits. This was probably the strength of the great Qin nation's elite army. The 10 people in the lead rode on black warhorses. They wore black masks that covered half their faces. They rode the black warhorses and walked in front of Xiao Chen. The person in the middle should be the leader of this group of people. He was a peak martial king. Just one glance was enough to make Xiao Chen feel incomparably terrified. When that person saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, he revealed a faint smile under his mask. He said, Qin Yun Pixi Chen, right? Didn't anyone tell you that you cannot be too ruthless in this devil savannah? Hand over 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones and 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. You can leave. You are not allowed to appear in the devil savannah in the future, the leader continued. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. This request was too much, he could not agree to it. He said in a sullen voice, what if I don't hand it over? The leader was not surprised at Xiao Chen's reply. He smiled faintly and said, you should have seen what happened to Jin Ba Bao. His initial reply was the same as yours. It turned out that this group of people had their eyes on Fatso. The waters of the devil savannah were deeper than Xiao Chen had imagined. No wonder the 3 noble clans had failed to capture Xiao Chen when they surrounded him. When the leader saw that Xiao Chen was silent, he muttered, you are different from Fatso. You have not gone to the extreme. It is fine if you do not hand it over. If you can withstand 3 palm strikes from me, I will give you 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones and 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. However, you are not allowed to step into the devil savannah in the future. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to reply. The 2 options that this person gave him were not easy to choose from. The first option would make Xiao Chen bleed. The latter option looked good. Not only did it not require Xiao Chen to fork out spirit stones, it even gave him spirit stones. However, 3 palm strikes from a peak martial king was not easy to receive. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Unfortunately, the situation was in the hands of the other party. Xiao Chen did not have many trump cards to choose from. If he did not guess wrong, the other party should be worried about his identity as a member of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. That was why they were not in a rush to make a move. Otherwise, they would not be speaking so much nonsense with him. Xiao Chen would have ended up like Fatso. Not going to say anything? In that case, take it as you choosing the second option, the black-clothed masked man said indifferently. Right after he spoke, the black-clothed man had already arrived before Xiao Chen. He sent out a palm strike, creating a boundless whistling sound. It tore through the water-like air and surged towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He had no other choice. He quickly circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. His bones gave off crackling sounds and the image of a ferocious tiger condensed on his body. When Xiao Chen punched out, the the ferocious tiger poured into his arm, carrying a strong force. Xiao Chen clashed with the black-clad man's palm strike. He did not hold back in this punch. It contained a force of 18,000 kilograms. Bang! The fist and palm collided and gave off a loud sound. A shockwave visible to the naked eye surged in all directions, leaving ripples in the air. A huge force poured into his body from his arm. Xiao Chen felt his internal organs churn. The qi and blood in his body surged, and hot blood rushed to his head. Chapter 289. When the black-clothed man felt the force from Xiao Chen's fist, he was mildly astonished. Xiao Chen actually received his palm strike head-on and did not retreat at all. Retreat! The black-clothed man shouted in his heart, and a hidden force surged out from his palm. A horrifying force was transmitted, and Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen's body immediately flew back. Hu Qi! Before Xiao Chen could stabilize himself, the black-clothed man's second palm strike arrived, not giving him any time to react. His left hand turned into a dragon and his right hand turned into a tiger. Xiao Chen quickly crossed his arms and the dragon and tiger merged into his body. This was the third move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon. The Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon that could block 25,000 kilograms of force was like a mountain when the black-clothed man's palm strike landed on it. There was a loud rumbling sound and the ground started to shake. Xiao Chen did not hesitate. He knew that this person would definitely continue to use hidden force to attack him. He immediately withdrew his body and quickly retreated. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously. Using the stance of the Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon, he continuously gathered energy. The two images of a dragon and a tiger circling around his body were very realistic. The dragon roars and tiger roars continuously resounded. The black-clothed man revealed a smile under his mask. Not bad. You received 2 of my palm strikes. There is still 1 more. If you can receive it, you can leave. Xiao Chen remained silent. When he saw the black-clothed man flying at him again, he suddenly shouted. The roar of a dragon and tiger came from his dantian. The roar was like thunder, reverberating in the surroundings. Finally, it gathered together and formed a strong aura that rushed to the 9 heavens. A large portion of the clouds in the sky were scattered by the shockwave. The roar of the dragon and tiger pierced through the sky. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen's dragon and tiger body sculpting art broke through to the peak at such a moment. He rushed to the 9 heavens in one breath and scattered the clouds. When Xiao Chen punched, he used the accumulated energy of the Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon. This punch seemed to pierce through the air. There was an ear-piercing explosion that resounded continuously. However, the black-clothed man's third palm strike was much more powerful than the previous 2. Even if he didn't use 70% of his strength, he still used 50% of his strength. Bang! A deafening roar resounded across the vast grassland. Under this sound wave, the surrounding warhorses all fell into a state of panic. All sorts of voices mixed together, and the scene was filled with mockery. The power behind Xiao Chen's fist completely exceeded the black-clothed man's expectations. It was a full 25,000 gene of strength, causing him to take 3 steps back. Every time they took a step back, a 3-foot deep footprint would be left on the ground, and the surrounding ground would shake. Many of the shadow cavalry were directly shaken off their horses. Xiao Chen was in an even worse state. The final hidden force from the black-clothed man was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, it surged into Xiao Chen's meridians and violently surged forward, completely disrupting the circulation of essence in his body. Xiao Chen vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood in the air and flew back more than 100 meters before landing heavily on the ground. Then, he vomited another mouthful of blood. The difference between an inferior grade martial king and a peak martial king is simply too great. I can defeat you, Mingshan, who is only an inferior grade martial king. However, I have no chance of victory against a peak martial king. My current combat prowess should be equal to a peak inferior grade martial king. I might even be able to hold my own against a medial grade martial king. If I run into a superior grade martial king, I will have to flee quickly. Xiao Chen thought to himself. These 3 palm strikes gave him a better understanding of the strength of a peak martial king. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and stood up again. He placed a blood-replenishing pill in his mouth and said to the black-clothed man, "Might I ask for your name?" The black-clothed man tossed out boxes of spirit stones and said indifferently, "With your strength, you are qualified to know my name. Chu Jun, here are 100,000 inferior-grade spirit stones and 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Take them and leave. Don't ever come to the Devil Savannah again." Xiao Chen slowly wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. He revealed a faint smile on his pale face. "Chu Jun. I will remember these 3 palm strikes. I will definitely return them to you in the future." Rushing thunder roars, 10,000 horses gallop. It was unknown when a large number of dark clouds had gathered above the crowd. Following Xiao Chen's shout, there was a burst of electricity in the dark clouds. A huge electric whirlpool formed. Countless electric knights soared out of the whirlpool. Xiao Chen hid among the electric knights and quickly charged at the surrounding black knights. Bang! 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 The surging electric knights were caught off guard and opened a gap in the encirclement. Xiao Chen did not linger to fight. After he broke through this gap, he immediately made all the electric knights explode to cover his retreat. After that, he activated the Windwalk shoes and executed the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art to its limits. His speed soared to the speed of sound as he rushed forward. Just as the other black knights and cultivators in the sky were about to give chase, Chu Jun waved his hand and stopped them. A masked black-clothed man at the side said, "Commander Chu, why did you not make a move to stop him?" Chu Jun said indifferently, "Stop him? What is the point of stopping him? Kill him? Are you not afraid of the divine saber camp surrounding him again? Such a genius is like Murong Chong from a few years ago. He is definitely someone that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would focus on nurturing. If we kill him, they will definitely take revenge." A purple light flickered and Xiao Chen turned into a purple blur. He expended his essence without caring about it. He activated the Windwalk shoes at full power and flew for 4 hours before he stopped. After looking around, Xiao Chen's pale face felt somewhat depressed. When he was fleeing, he did not notice that he was running in the opposite direction from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Never mind, I should not care about this. I should treat my injuries first. That person's inner energy is too ferocious. If I leave it in my body for a long time, it will definitely leave behind some hidden injuries. Xiao Chen found a desolate place and took out a medial-grade spirit stone. Then, he started to slowly recover his essence. Bai jumped out of the spirit blood jade obediently and stood guard by Xiao Chen's side. It helped him chase away the ferocious spirit beasts wandering around, allowing Xiao Chen to focus on recovering his essence. The vast essence in the medial-grade spirit stone quickly entered Xiao Chen's body. He had exhausted too much essence in the mad dash earlier. His essence had not recovered to its peak, so he could not properly use it to treat his injuries. Thus, in order to treat his injuries, he had to recover all his essence first. At the start, Xiao Chen needed an entire night to absorb the energy of a medial-grade spirit stone. Now, he only needed 4 hours to completely absorb the energy of a medial-grade spirit stone. This time, because of his injuries, his absorption speed was slower than usual. After 8 hours, Xiao Chen finally finished recovering his essence. He started to carefully remove the hidden energy that the black-clothed man had left in his meridians. The importance of meridians to cultivators went without saying. Xiao Chen would rather take more trouble and spend more time than to use brute force. This cleansing process took 6 hours. Finally, the hidden energy that the black-clothed man had left in his body was completely removed. Xiao Chen immediately felt very relaxed. When he looked up, the sky was already dark. Xiao Chen decided to travel through the night. After hesitating for a while, he gave up on the idea of using the silver warship. The silver warship was too eye-catching. It would easily expose his identity. Back in Whitewater City, many people had seen him use it. If they found out, it would be troublesome. The aristocratic families had never let up on their pursuit of him. This time, he had seen his wanted poster in every city along the way. Without resting for too long, Xiao Chen checked the direction and started moving again. Bai followed behind Xiao Chen. His speed was not much slower than Xiao Chen's. After that, Xiao Chen did not run into any obstructions along the way. With the windwalk shoes activated, the journey, which would have taken 5 days, took only 3 days to complete. When Xiao Chen saw the Lingyun mountain range appear in his vision, the uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. Something must have happened to someone he cared about. Otherwise, he would not have such an intense feeling. Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Bian Peak, Song Kei's bedroom, urgent footsteps could be heard. The door opened with a bang. Song Qianhe said anxiously, "Father, I have received news that Xiao Chen will arrive at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in 4 hours." On the bed, Song Kei, who only had one arm remaining, opened his eyes. A dense killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "Send someone to inform the assassins of the Flying Snow Manor. After that, don't bother with him. As long as he dies outside the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, it will have nothing to do with us." When Song Kei received news that Xiao Chen had killed Yu Mingshan, he was extremely astonished. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be able to kill an inferior-grade martial king. Furthermore, it was the extremely cautious Yu Mingshan. This made Song Kei feel threatened. This brat's strength was growing too fast. If Xiao Chen were to advance to martial king, his life would be in danger. This was especially so now that he only had one arm remaining. Thus, before Xiao Chen matured, he had to kill him. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to make a move in the future. On the path to the top of the mountain, Xiao Chen looked at the tall peaks of Lingyun Mountain. Suddenly, he stopped. He felt a weak killing intent. He immediately extended out his spiritual sense and found 4 inferior-grade martial kings hidden in the bushes by the roadside. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. "They are actually people from the Flying Snow Manor," Xiao Chen said indifferently. No wonder they dared to make a move at the foot of Lingyun mountain range. At this moment, Xiao Chen was extremely furious. He felt very anxious to know the truth of the matter. He did not expect to meet with an assassination attempt here. Aside from Song Kei, there was no one else who could know his whereabouts like the back of their hand. Furthermore, they could spend a large sum of money to hire a martial king to kill him. Damn it. I have to find an opportunity to kill this person. Otherwise, there will be no end to this trouble, Xiao Chen thought to himself coldly. When the 4 hidden people saw Xiao Chen suddenly stop, they did not hesitate to draw their swords. Qi! Qi! For strands of dense sword qi tore through the bushes in front of them and shot towards Xiao Chen. There was a qualitative difference between an inferior-grade martial king's sword qi and a martial saint's. With the essence infused into Xiao Chen's body, it would be difficult for him to block it. However, Xiao Chen did not even think of dodging. He quickly drew his saber with his right hand. Chapter 290. Glittering Wukue. A purple saber light flashed. Xiao Chen's saber vibrated 4 times in the air. For divine Wukue tree branches turned into dense saber qi and welcomed the attack without hesitation. Dang! 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 When the saber qi and sword qi clashed, they clanged in the air, giving off melodious explosions. The 4 assassins moved like phantoms, each heading for Xiao Chen from a different direction. The 4 of them were already inferior-grade martial kings. Their speed reached the speed of sound, they merged with the wind silently. Purple thunder, true fire. Shoot! The fierce purple flame in Xiao Chen's right eye started to burn continuously. The flame quickly condensed into a purple light. It stretched in his right eye and turned into a purple arrow. The arrow flew out at lightning speed, it was faster than sound. In an instant, it pierced through the chest of the assassin in front and flew into the distance like a meteor. At this moment, with 4 early-stage inferior-grade martial kings surrounding him, if Xiao Chen still did not use his trump card, he would be too stupid. Bang! 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 The jade pendant on Xiao Chen's chest quickly activated. The remaining 3 inferior-grade martial saints thought they could take advantage of this opportunity to strike Xiao Chen. However, they were all repelled by the barrier. A huge force came from the barrier and bounced back at the 3, knocking them back. The 3 of them had used their full strength in their attacks. Almost all of them were repelled. The essence in their bodies became chaotic and they were caught off guard. I have to end this quickly. The longer this drags on, the greater the disadvantage I will be in, Xiao Chen quickly thought to himself. I only have a few trump cards. If they see through me, it will be useless. Wukuei shakes the heavens. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and leaped into the air. The ancient divine Wukuei tree appeared from nowhere. It carried an earth-shattering aura as it pressed down on a retreating martial saint. Bang! 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 This killing move contained a strong state of thunder. The retreating inferior-grade martial king had no way to block it. The force of the divine Wukuei tree struck him and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he flew back again. After suffering 2 heavy blows in a row, Xiao Chen would not be able to fight for a while. He turned around and faced the 2 assassins behind him. Purple light flickered under his feet, and a strange purple flower bud appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around Xiao Chen's body. Both of their swords struck the flower bud, but there was no reaction at all. Seeing this, they hurriedly retreated. Wukuei blossoms. Xiao Chen shouted from within the flower bud, and the purple flower bud suddenly bloomed. A moment later, the petals danced in the air, forming a dazzling Wukuei flower. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air. He leaped over the petals that filled the sky and stabbed out with his saber. As Xiao Chen passed through the petals, countless streams of light fell from the petals. His speed instantly reached its peak, reaching 2 times the speed of sound. Puchi! Xiao Chen, who had reached 2 times the speed of sound, stabbed an assassin as expected. This speed was not something they could react to at all. Wukuei supporting the heavens. Xiao Chen shouted and the petals that filled the air flowed into the assassin's wound. The assassin's body immediately flew back 200 meters. In the next moment, a towering tree rose from the assassin's chest, pressing him down firmly. When Xiao Chen made his move, the remaining assassin did not hesitate to stab him with his sword. Xiao Chen had already used up all his trump cards. Furthermore, he had just finished his move. There was no way for him to dodge this attack. He could only tilt his body slightly, avoiding a vital point. Blood immediately spurted out of Xiao Chen's chest. The wound was only 2 centimeters away from Xiao Chen's heart. If it had been any closer, he would have died immediately. Intense pain spread out. At the critical moment of life and death, Xiao Chen suddenly calmed down. Enduring the boundless pain, Xiao Chen grasped his sword with his left hand. Blood flowed continuously from his palm as he prevented the other party from stabbing in. At the same time, the lunar shadow saber in his right hand stabbed at the assassin's chest. The other party did not dodge. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He held his sword with one hand and held it with both hands. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt a strong essence coming from the sword. As long as the essence flowed into his body through the sword, it would immediately crush his heart. This was because the wound was too close to his heart. Unexpectedly, the other party chose to die together with him. The assassins of the Flying Snow Manor were too decisive. Just as Xiao Chen was about to despair, a gentle breeze blew. There was a flash of light and the assassin's head flew off. The surging essence on the sword was immediately severed. That person's headless body fell heavily to the ground. When Xiao Chen saw the person who helped him kill the 2 heavily injured martial kings, his eyes were filled with surprise. The person who helped him was actually Murong Chong, who did not get along with him. It was not a coincidence that Murong Chong appeared here. After he found out that the tendon refining flower was taken away by Xiao Chen, he had been following him from afar. When Murong Chong saw Xiao Chen slowly pull out the sword from his chest, he said indifferently, "Keep your life. I will personally come for it on the 15th. Xiao Chen applied some ointment to his wound and bandaged it. Then, he watched Murong Chong leave. His eyes were filled with doubt. What exactly is going on? What will happen on the 15th? Could it be that the thing that I have been feeling has something to do with him? At the foot of Lingyun mountain range, Xiao Chen verified his identity with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's guards. Then, he quickly rushed towards Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen did not even have time to treat the wound on his chest. He only applied some ointment and bandaged it. Before he got far, he felt an intense pain in his chest. However, the uneasiness in his heart intensified. Xiao Chen was sure that something had happened to someone he cared about on Qingyun Peak. Yi Chen is back. Look, it really is Yi Chen. As he passed by the other peaks, a disciple recognized Xiao Chen's appearance and immediately exclaimed in astonishment. I heard that he killed the black tuna whale and the veteran expert, Yu Mingshan, at the Black Dragon River. Now, everyone in the Shihe province is talking about him. Indeed, he also fought Mu Qingxue to a draw in Shihe province. They were neck and neck. For him to be able to fight the famous Mu Qingxue to a draw, his name has spread throughout the Shihe province. However, such a big matter has happened on Qingyun Peak. Now, he has to face Murong Chong in advance. His life will be in danger in the match of life and death. I can only say that it is unfortunate. Murong Chong was already a superior grade martial saint a year ago. With his talent now, it would be easy for him to kill an inferior grade martial king. If Xiao Chen fought him, his chances of victory would be slim. The surrounding discussions entered Xiao Chen's ears. This caused his anxious expression to turn even more unsightly. Lu Riyue, please don't let anything happen to her. Xiao Chen endured the pain in his chest and rushed to Qingyun Peak. He did not think too much and immediately headed for Lu Riyue's room. Qingyun Peak was the same as before. There was a cool breeze and clear water. There were very few people. It was very quiet. Xiao Chen did not run into anyone along the way. When he arrived at Lu Riyue's courtyard, Xiao Chen resisted the thought of using his spiritual sense to check. He took a deep breath and slowly relaxed the tense expression on his face from the pain. Dong! 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 The sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Xiao Chen quickly looked up and saw Lu Suifeng walking out with an anxious expression. Lu Suifeng raised his head and saw Xiao Chen in front of the courtyard. He immediately revealed a joyful expression and said, Xiao Chen, when did you return? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, not long ago, I just arrived. Then, he asked probingly, Elder Sister Riyue, are you all right? When Lu Suifeng heard this, the smile on his face immediately vanished. He became anxious again. He sighed and said, don't go in first. Let's talk as we walk. My elder sister failed to break through to Martial King. Her meridians were severed and she became a cripple. Along the way, Lu Suifeng calmly said something that Xiao Chen did not dare believe. Although Xiao Chen had a premonition that something would happen to Lu Riyue, before he received any concrete news, he would always be optimistic. Her meridians were severed and she became a cripple. How could Lu Riyue accept such a result? Xiao Chen could understand Lu Riyue's feelings just by thinking about it. Xiao Chen quickly asked, what's going on? Her cultivation is already infinitely close to Martial King. Why did she forcefully break through? Couldn't she just let nature take its course? Breaking through from Martial Saint to Martial King was much more difficult than breaking through in the past. This was especially so for breaking through before the age of 25. The difficulty one would face would be several times that of a regular cultivator. This was because all the strong cultivators since ancient times had one thing in common. They all broke through to Martial King before the age of 25. On the other hand, if one could break through to Martial King before the age of 25, they would at least become a martial monarch. With Lu Riyue's talent, she was infinitely close to Martial King before the age of 24. It was certain that she would become a Martial King before the age of 25. If there was nothing special, there was no need to forcefully break through. The difference in danger between forcefully breaking through and succeeding naturally was like the difference between heaven and earth. Being infinitely close to Marshal King did not mean that one would succeed if one forcefully broke through. The danger would not decrease at all. This was because before the time was right, the risk would not change. Lu Suifeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Do you remember when she came out of the subspace and suddenly went into closed-door cultivation? Xiao Qin nodded and said, of course I remember. That was when she started preparing to break through? Lu Suifeng nodded and said, not long after we left, Murong Chong mentioned the Peak Master Contention battle to the Elders' Assembly. My sis must have received the news in advance. She did not have absolute confidence in defeating Murong Chong, so she decided to take the risk and forcefully break through to Marshal King. Keep your life, I will come and take it on the 15th. Xiao Chen thought of Murong Chong's words and asked, what is the Peak Master Contention battle? Tell me in detail. Lu Suifeng explained. The Peak Master Contention battle was a privilege given by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list. They had a chance to challenge the Peak Master once in their lifetime. If they succeeded, they would become the Peak Master of that peak. Before the Peak Master Contention battle, both parties had to sign a life and death contract. For the sake of the Peak Master position, both parties could not hold back. Hence, once the battle started, life or death would be up to fate. This rule had existed since the establishment of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. In all of history, only 10 people had succeeded in challenging the Peak Master position. Chapter 291. This was because the Peak Master was at least a peak medial grade Marshal King. Unless they were demonic geniuses, very few disciples could successfully challenge them. Only Lu Ryue was an exception. Due to her father's special circumstances, she inherited the position of Peak Master early. Lu Suifeng said, this is also why my elder sister cultivates so desperately. In the past few years, my elder sister received a total of 3 challenges and defeated them all. However, she did not expect Murong Chong to challenge her this time. Xiao Chen frowned and said, is Murong Chong very strong? With Lu Ryue's strength, could she not be a match for him? Lu Suifeng said sullenly, he is very strong. 3 years ago, when he left Qingyun Peak, he only lost to my elder sister by 1 move. 3 years later, my elder sister is no longer confident of winning. Xiao Chen said doubtfully, if elder sister Ryue is injured, doesn't that mean Murong Chong will win? Lu Suifeng glanced at Xiao Chen and said, no. According to tradition, when the master is injured, the disciple will replace him. So, the task of protecting Qingyun Peak will be handed to you. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. However, he was not surprised. He finally understood why those disciples had such a big reaction when they saw him. However, honestly speaking, Xiao Chen did not have much confidence against Murong Chong. When he executed the clear wind chop at the foot of the mountain, it was clear that he had improved. His comprehension of the state of wind had completely fooled Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen got up and said, never mind, let's not think about this. I'll go and check on elder sister Ryue first. There was no point in thinking too much. It was better to check on Lu Ryue's injuries first. Lu Suifeng stopped Xiao Chen and said, wait a while. She just fell asleep and has not eaten much in the past few days. Let her rest first. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He nodded silently. After Lu Suifeng left, Xiao Chen dealt with his injuries and started to meditate to recover to his peak. However, no matter what, he could not calm down. If this continued, he might end up in a state of berserking qi deviation. Xiao Chen felt helpless. He could only get up and stop cultivating, sitting alone in the courtyard. In the huge courtyard, Xiao Chen took out the tendon refining flower from the universe ring. There was a faint smile on his face. It seemed like everything was going according to the will of the heavens. When he was in the Devil Savannah, he had just obtained the tendon refining flower. However, before he could consume it, he received the news of Lu Ryue's meridians being severed. However, the tendon refining flower could not heal the meridians. If the 9 major meridians in the human body were also broken, then even God Daluo would not be able to recover. Lu Suifeng had left in a hurry, he had not thought of this problem earlier. At this moment, Xiao Chen could not help but feel conflicted again. This was probably the reason why he could not calm down completely earlier. Chen, Xiao Long, Shen, son, were Lu Chen Su I a few words. Xiao, Xiao Chen. Long, king, he Long, s, I of Lu, he Chen, I, Lu, Su, Chen, to say, he. What exactly is the reason? Xiao Chen looked at the distant red clouds in the sky, his face filled with confusion. Never mind, I'm not going to think about it. Xiao Chen shook his head and sighed. If I can't figure it out, I'll put it aside for now. I will understand it one day. He would not get an answer if he kept thinking about it. This was Xiao Chen's usual way of doing things. However, at this moment, he told himself not to think about it. His thoughts were in a mess, he could not calm down no matter what. Xiao Chen's usual determination and calmness were all useless at this moment. Xiao Chen just sat on the stone table as night slowly fell. Finally, Xiao Chen could no longer endure it. He pushed off the ground and leaped over the high wall, heading for Lu Rui's courtyard. Under the illumination of the bright moonlight, Xiao Chen soon arrived at Lu Rui's courtyard. He hesitated for a while before Xiao Chen pushed the door open and entered. Yi Chen. When did you come back? The moment Xiao Chen stepped into the courtyard, he saw Lu Rui wearing a white dress. She had a haggard expression as she sat at the table in the courtyard. When she saw Xiao Chen, she revealed a faint smile on her pale face. The moonlight shone on Lu Rui's graceful figure. Her white dress and pale face made Lu Rui's originally flirtatious temperament appear very weak. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw Lu Rui wearing a dress. In the past, every time he saw Lu Rui, she would be wearing female cultivator robes. Under her flirtatious appearance, she gave off a strong and decisive feeling. There was nothing that could defeat her, she was always filled with passion. The contrast was so great that Xiao Chen was not used to it. For a moment, he forgot his purpose in coming here and did not know how to respond. Lu Rui looked at Xiao Chen outside the door. Suddenly, her expression changed. She got up and walked over to Xiao Chen. Yi Chen, are you injured? Xiao Chen recovered his wits and quickly said, it's just a small injury, it's not a big deal. Lu Rui's expression sank. She said, don't lie to me. Although I no longer have my cultivation, I still have some eyesight. Let me take a look. Xiao Chen felt ashamed in his heart. He quickly stepped back and said, I'm really fine. Elder sister Rui, let me take a look at your injuries first. Lu Rui placed her hand on Xiao Chen's chest and felt the location of the wound. Her expression changed as she said, the wound is only 2 centimeters away from your heart. If it was any closer, you would have died. This is just a small injury, who did this? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Naturally, he could not tell Lu Rui the truth. He said, the bandits of the Devil Savannah. However, I have always been very lucky. I will not die so easily. Walking behind Lu Rui, Xiao Chen placed his right hand on her shoulder. Lu Rui's body trembled slightly, but she quickly calmed down. Xiao Chen's essence flowed into Lu Rui's body through his right hand. The essence circulated through Lu Rui's 9 major meridians before Xiao Chen let go. He heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Rui turned around and smiled faintly, I am now a cripple. In the future, I will not be able to guide you in martial techniques. Xiao Chen shook his head and took out the tendon refining flower from the universe ring. He said, that might not be the case. Look at this. Tendon refining flower? Lu Rui said in astonishment, where did you get this? It had to be known that injuries to a cultivator's meridians were the most difficult to treat. Normally, when the meridians were damaged, they would need to be nurtured for a long time before they could be treated. As for Lu Rui, aside from some peak-grade immortal herbs, normal medicinal pills for treating meridians would not have any effect on her. However, peak-grade immortal herbs could only be found and not sought. Hence, the only thing that could help her was this tendon refining flower. Although the tendon refining flower's rank was not high, it was extremely rare. It took a long time to mature as well. Even in some auctions, it was difficult to obtain. This was because the moment it appeared, it would be snatched up. Hence, Lu Riyue was very astonished at how Xiao Chen obtained it. Xiao Chen did not answer this question directly. He smiled gently and said, "Your 9 major meridians are not really injured. With this tendon refining flower, your meridians should be able to recover in a month. Furthermore, the toughness of your meridians will improve." Lu Riyue revealed a joyful expression when she received the tendon refining flower. However, she immediately turned sad. She said, "I still cannot make it in time for Murong Chang's appointment in a month. In the end, I am still too late." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "You don't believe in my strength?" When Lu Riyue heard this, she was slightly stunned. She remembered when she first met Xiao Chen. At that time, she could easily defeat him. However, in the short span of half a year, Xiao Chen's cultivation had risen from martial Grand Master to medial grade martial saint. His combat prowess was comparable to an inferior grade martial king. With such talent, he was no weaker than Murong Chong. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. The time he had to grow was too short. Furthermore, the battle between the two of them was not an ordinary exchange of pointers. It was a battle to the death. However, given Murong Chang's character, Lu Riyue was very clear that he would not leave a path of retreat for himself. Xiao Chen would be in great danger. Just recuperate in peace. No matter what, I will help you protect Qingyun Peak. This is because I am also a member of Qingyun Peak. I will take my leave first, Xiao Chen said with a serious expression. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he turned and left. Just as he was about to step out of the courtyard, Lu Riyue said softly, "Yi Chen, thank you." Xiao Chen paused for a while and smiled faintly. Then, he increased his speed and left this place. After returning to his courtyard, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on his bed and immediately circulated his essence to treat his injuries. This time, his heart was as calm as still water, there were no ripples at all. His mind was clear as he slowly circulated his essence to treat the sword wound on his chest. Xiao Chen's physical body was very strong. After a few rounds of tempering and the assistance of the 7-leaf flower, his recovery ability had reached a considerable level. The wound did not pierce through his chest. As long as Xiao Chen had time to calm down, he would be able to recover in less than 24 hours. 2 days later, Xiao Chen's chest wound had completely recovered. During this period of time, Lu Suifeng came over once. He had brought a lot of superior quality healing medicine from Jade Maiden Peak. Xiao Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Chen's injuries were actually not serious. He had nearly injured his heart. However, it was still a close call. Xiao Chen's vital areas were not severely injured. He only needed to use his essence to nourish himself for a period of time. There was no need for so much healing medicine. After not going out for 2 days, Xiao Chen got up and pushed open the door. The sunlight shone on his face as the fresh air assaulted his face. He immediately felt refreshed and relaxed. The 15th, there is still 1 more week to go. Murong Chong already knows most of my trump cards. However, I do not know much about Murong Chang's trump cards. I have to practice the 3 sure kill moves of the Wukuei saber technique and turn them into new trump cards. Otherwise, I will not have any chance of victory. I can also modify the rushing thunder roars. I can change it from a group attacking martial technique to a single target martial technique. I can also use it as a trump card. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked into the distance at the bright and beautiful sky. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen went over the walls of the courtyard and headed for the back mountain of Qingyun Peak. There were not many people in the entire Qingyun Peak. Thus, the vast back mountain was very quiet. It was very suitable for Xiao Chen's requirements. Arriving at an empty space, Xiao Chen practiced the first 3 moves of the Wukuei saber technique. Glittering Wukuei. The saber flashed 9 times in the air. Suddenly, 9 purple branches of the divine Wukuei tree appeared. The branches moved like lightning, moving chaotically in the air. They tore through space and left behind marks. Chapter 292. Shao Chen withdrew his saber and stopped in satisfaction. He was close to great perfection in the 3 foundational moves. He could already send out 9 strands of dense saber qi at the same time. The quality of a martial saint's saber qi was much weaker than a martial king's. However, Shao Chen had glittering wukuei. The saber qi from the tree branch was no weaker than a martial king's saber qi. This made up for this gap. Furthermore, this move exhausted very little essence. It could be executed indefinitely until the essence was exhausted. It was no different from a saber qi. This way, in terms of the quality of the saber qi, Shao Chen had an advantage over Murong Chong. Although it was not a big advantage, it increased his chances of victory. After practicing the 3 foundational moves, Shao Chen started to practice the 3 killing moves: wukuei shakes the heavens, wukuei blossoms, and wukuei supporting the heavens. Wukuei shakes the heavens was a separate move. As for wukuei blossoms and wukuei supporting the heavens, they had to be chained together in order to bring out their greatest might. After executing the 3 killing moves, Shao Chen looked at the deep trenches on the ground and the purple electricity lingering in the air. He stopped and rested for a while. Wukuei breaks the heavens. Shao Chen shouted and executed the 7th move according to the wukuei saber technique's mental cultivation method. Immediately, an ancient divine tree slowly grew from its roots. However, before it finished growing, a saber light appeared on the saber, extending for 100 meters. Shao Chen did not show much surprise on his face. He said softly, "I released it too early. The timing is not in sync with the circulation of essence." Again. Boom. He failed the 2nd time. Like before, the saber qi only extended for 100 meters before it fell. Its might was not even as strong as glittering wukuei. 2nd time, failure. 3rd time, failure. 4th time, failure. Shao Chen could no longer remember how many times he had failed. However, he did not feel discouraged. Every time he failed, he would summarize the reason for his failure and continue trying. The killing move of the wukuei saber technique was already very ferocious. It could kill an inferior grade martial king. Shao Chen believed that the killing move would be even more ferocious. A regular peak inferior grade martial king might not be able to withstand it. Thus, it was expected that it would be harder to practice. Fortunately, Shao Chen was someone who could endure loneliness. The repeated failures did not make him feel frustrated. Hu Qi. The divine wukuei tree above Shao Chen's head had already grown to a near-perfect state. However, the light on the saber still lit up ahead of time, extending a 500-meter-long saber light. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Shao Chen encouraged himself, "Not bad, just a little bit more and I'll succeed." Continue. After practicing for such a long time, Shao Chen had gained some understanding of the mysteries of wukuei breaks the heavens. This move focused on the mysterious phenomenon, the speed of the circulation of quintessential energy, and the timing of the release. The 3 had to be completed at the same time to be able to execute this move. The so-called mysterious phenomenon naturally referred to the divine wukuei tree above him. The latter 2 were easy to understand, but they were the hardest to do. By now, Shao Chen had complete control over his phenomenon, and he could control the speed at which his quintessential qi circulated at will. The only thing he couldn't coordinate was the timing of the release. Unknowingly, the sky slowly darkened. Shao Chen was still practicing this move without any discouragement. Wukuei breaks the heavens. Shao Chen shouted and the ancient divine wukuei tree slowly formed. The instant the divine wukuei tree completely formed, the lunar shadow saber in Shao Chen's hands suddenly lit up with a resplendent saber light in the dark night. The saber light quickly elongated. In a breath of time, it extended by 1,000 meters. At the end of the saber light was a mountain wall. There was a loud rumble and a bottomless cave appeared. Rocks fell down continuously. "I finally succeeded," Shao Chen revealed a gratified smile. "Hard work pays off, I finally grasped this move." Next, I have to try to infuse the state of thunder into it. Only by infusing the state into the saber technique would I be able to bring out the might of this martial technique. Dark clouds churned endlessly in the sky. Low and deep thunder rumbled continuously. Occasionally, tiny bolts of lightning would tear through the night sky, illuminating the ground. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and continuously gathered the state of thunder. The thunder in the sky grew louder and louder. It was like there was a huge army in the middle, galloping and roaring angrily. A boundless aura reverberated in the back mountains. A visible purple energy drifted in the air, giving off a zzz sound. Wukuei breaks the heavens. Xiao Chen shouted, and the ancient divine Wukuei tree above his head grew rapidly. When the Wukuei tree was completely grown, Xiao Chen's right hand, which was on the saber hilt, immediately swung. Pu ci. A resplendent pillar of light appeared on the snow-white saber blade. The endless thunder in the sky suddenly stopped. The silence lasted for less than half a second. Suddenly, thunder resounded. A horrifying purple bolt of lightning tore through the dark clouds in the sky, tearing apart the dark night sky. It was like a berserk roaring dragon descending from the sky. At this moment, Xiao Chen's aura was raised to its peak. He was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, revealing its sharpness and sweeping through the surroundings. Everywhere he looked, it was like a sharp saber tearing through the air. Rumble. Xiao Chen's state and saber technique finally merged perfectly. The pillar of light on the saber quickly elongated. In the blink of an eye, the peak of the mountain 1,000 meters in front was struck by the pillar of light. The peak shattered and rocks fell from the sky. When the rocks came in contact with the pillar of light, they were immediately reduced to dust. The dust scattered with the wind and disappeared. Dang! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the thunderclouds in the sky immediately vanished. The rumbling of thunder stopped. The night turned quiet once again. Only the sound of rocks falling could be heard. Xiao Chen revealed a joyful smile. He muttered, "In 2 days, I finally merged my state of thunder and Wukuei breaks the heavens. This move is sufficient to show disdain for martial saints. In terms of might, it is only a hair's breadth away from an inferior grade heaven-ranked martial technique." Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and took out a medial grade spirit stone. He quickly recovered his essence. After a while, the exhausted essence was completely replenished. However, the essence in the medial grade spirit stone had not been completely exhausted yet. Xiao Chen took advantage of the situation and entered a state of cultivation. He infused the remaining energy in the medial grade spirit stone into the qi whirlpool in his dantian. When the spirit stone was completely exhausted, the qi whirlpool expanded slightly. The amount of essence it could contain increased again. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to get up. Instead, he continued circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. He infused the energy he just absorbed into his body, turning it into his own cultivation. After the purple thunder divine incantation completed a great cycle, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A purple light flashed in his pupils. Xiao Chen got up and looked at the distant horizon. A faint light appeared, dawn was approaching. He said, "After the sky brightens, there are only 5 days left. The Wukuei breaks the heavens has just merged with the state. That means there are only 4 days left. Of the 4 days, I will use 3 days to practice the 8th move of the Wukuei saber technique. I will use the remaining day to consolidate and modify the rushing thunder roars. That way, I will have 3 trump cards." After taking out some simple food from the universe ring and consuming it, Xiao Chen continued to familiarize himself with merging the Wukuei breaks the heavens with the state of thunder. The vast Lingyun mountain range rose and fell in all directions. It was unknown how many meters wide it was. There were many desolate mountain peaks. On an extremely secluded mountain peak. On an incomparably secluded mountain peak, this mountain was very desolate. It was barren and did not have any vegetation. Aside from rocks, there were only rocks. Murong Chong stood quietly at the summit of the mountain with his eyes closed. The mountain was 2,000 meters tall. A strong wind blew, causing Murong Chang's clothes to flutter and his hair to flutter. Xiao! Murong Chang suddenly opened his eyes. The light in the depths of his eyes was withdrawn, and his hair stopped fluttering. When the wind blew past him, it seemed like it passed through his body, merging with the wind. The state of wind has finally reached great perfection. My speed can also reach the speed of sound in advance. Given this, I have a 70% chance of dodging his move. Murong Chang said indifferently. Right after he spoke, his body flashed. He followed the direction of the wind and drifted down. He did not make any sound. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled 500 meters. Murong Chang's body flickered continuously as he headed for the foot of the mountain. The clouds in the sky started to churn. Under the clear sky, they moved continuously. The clouds in the sky seemed to be pulled by a strange force and started to collide with each other. As the clouds collided, thunder roared from the 9 heavens. Pu Ci. Murong Chang drew his saber ferociously, and a bolt of lightning shot down from the clouds. Before the lightning bolt landed, a strong gust of wind blew. With a schwa sound, the lightning merged with the strong wind. The formless wind instantly turned purple and formed a purple tornado. Lightning flickered in the wind, and thunder roared. Murong Chang's body rose from the ground. His figure was ethereal and formless in the air, like a cloud moving with the wind. The purple tornado behind him moved with his ethereal figure, moving up and down. Everywhere the tornado passed, countless tall rocks were crushed into dust by the purple tornado, filling the air with dust. As the wind blew, the dust flew everywhere, looking like yellow sand. Chasing clouds, chasing lightning. Murong Chang, who was moving erratically in the air, shouted, and the purple tornado changed. It turned into a purple flood dragon flickering with flowing light. Then, it moved in the direction of Murong Chang's saber light and charged. The flood dragon was incredibly fast, almost faster than the speed of sound. It was a flood dragon made of lightning, clouds, and strong wind. With a loud bang, he crashed into a mountain peak. The mountain peak immediately collapsed and was directly crushed into countless amounts of powder. Parting clouds, revealing the sky. Murong Chang shouted again and landed on the ground. His saber lit up with a resplendent light. In an instant, it stretched infinitely and rushed into the sky. The surging clouds were instantly scattered by the saber light, and the sun shone brightly, becoming even more intense. Rebuking the wind and clouds, Murong Chang roared ferociously. The cold saber light trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 293. A strong wind blew behind him, kicking up a boundless cloud of dust. The clouds churned in the sky, moving continuously for 18,000 meters. Immediately, the wind blew and the clouds churned. The sky changed color. Murong Chang's aura rushed to the 9 heavens. It was like he was the only king in the world. As he stood there, he was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard. He could even pierce through the sky with it. When Murong Chang swung his saber, a cold saber light lit up. In an instant, the wind stopped and the clouds stopped moving. Only the saber light remained resplendent. Murong Chang relaxed his wrist and the saber light immediately left the saber. It turned into a surging saber chi and charged towards the ground. A 10-meter wide and 30-meter deep gorge immediately appeared on the ground. The saber chi was like a pillar, flying for 5,000 meters before stopping. When one looked into the distance, one could not see the end of the 5-kilometer-long gorge. The remnant state of wind and cloud lingered in the gorge for a long time. Dust rose from the ground and danced chaotically in the wind. Dang! Murong Chang sheathed his saber and stood upright. He looked at the boundless dust in front and the horrifying gorge below. There was no expression on his stern face. He said indifferently, Lu Ryue will definitely tell Yi Chen about the 9 secret techniques of Qingyun Peak. I cannot use them as my true trump cards. Only the great perfection state of cloud and the self-created 3 styles of wind and cloud can be my true trump cards. Now that the state of wind has reached great perfection as well, the wind and cloud perfectly merged. No one under Martial King will be a match for me. The sun rose and set, the clouds gathered and dispersed. 5 days passed just like that. The 8th move of the Wukue saber technique was harder to learn than Xiao Chen had expected. He spent 3.5 days before he completely learned this move. Then, he merged it with the state of thunder. On the other hand, the adjustments to the rushing thunder roars were easier. Xiao Chen was already very familiar with this move when he was in the Devil Savannah. Now, he only changed the original group attack martial technique into a single target attack. There were not many changes to it. To Xiao Chen, who had consumed the flowing light flower, it was not difficult. Looking at the setting sun, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and began his journey back to the mountain. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, and his figure flickered, turning into a beam of purple light as he flew away. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xiao Chen returned to his own courtyard. He discovered that Lu Riyue, and Bai, who had been playing outside for the past few days, were waiting for him. Xiao Chen leaped into the air and landed firmly on the ground. He smiled faintly and said, "Why are you all here?" Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "With the great battle ahead, I will give you some encouragement. I will take my leave first. My sister will tell you some information about Murong Chong. I hope it will be of some help to you." After consuming the tendon refining flower, Lu Riyue's complexion was much redder than before. She no longer looked as weak as before. She wore the tight robes of a cultivator once again. After Lu Suifeng left, Lu Riyue got up and looked at Xiao Chen carefully. She discovered that his aura was much more vigorous than it was 5 days ago. His strength had improved greatly. "Come with me to the dueling grounds," Lu Riyue said softly as her red lips parted. Xiao Chen nodded and followed Lu Riyue to the dueling grounds. The two of them stood facing each other in the dueling grounds, separated by 5 meters. Lu Riyue said, "Before Murong Chong left Qingyun Peak, he was only slightly weaker than me. Now that 3 years have passed, his strength will only become more horrifying. I will tell you everything I know." Firstly, he learned 4 of the 9 secret techniques of Qingyun Peak. They are the profound wind chop, the peerless lunar shadow, the clear wind chop, and the flickering light passing shadow. You should be more familiar with the profound wind chop and the clear wind chop. I will demonstrate the peerless lunar shadow and the flickering light passing shadow for you. Xiao Chen quickly said, "Elder sister Riyue, just explain it to me. My meridians have just recovered, it is best not to use essence." Lu Riyue revealed a smile on her flirtatious face. "It's fine, I know my limits. Watch carefully first. This is the peerless lunar shadow. Ka-ca." Lu Riyue immediately drew her saber and sent out a cold saber light. 2 crescent moon-shaped scarlet saber chi appeared on the tip of the saber. Following Lu Riyue's actions, the 2 crescent moons merged together and formed a full moon behind her. The dueling grounds suddenly turned pitch black. The scarlet full moon slowly rose up, illuminating the dark space with a scarlet light. Lu Riyue's body flew up together with the full moon. Under the illumination of the scarlet light, Lu Riyue's body was scarlet. She looked very bewitching and beautiful. The tip of the saber was pointed at Xiao Chen. The aura in this space seemed to have gathered at that point. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He felt an indescribable pressure in his heart. The qi and blood in his body became restless uncontrollably. He felt an indescribable irritation. What a powerful martial technique. It can actually break my heart. Xiao Chen was secretly startled. He quickly calmed himself down and guarded his dantian. Only then did the uncomfortable feeling slowly disappear. Dang! Lu Riyue sheathed her saber and the mysterious phenomenon disappeared. Her body slowly fell to the ground. When she landed, she staggered and nearly fell over. Xiao Chen was startled and quickly went over to support Lu Riyue. When he saw Lu Riyue's face turn pale again, he said, "Don't risk your life. Elder sister Riyue, just explain it to me. There is no need to demonstrate it." Lu Riyue revealed a bitter smile on her pale face. She struggled to stand up from Xiao Chen's grasp, it looks like I am forcing myself. Let me explain it to you in detail. Peerless lunar shadow is a mysterious phenomenon created by using one's own killing chi. This martial technique is derived from the divine saber camp's blood shadow chop. The stronger a person's killing chi, the stronger the might of this martial technique. When you face this move, your heart cannot become chaotic. Otherwise, when the killing chi enters your body, you will not even have the chance to draw your saber. Xiaochen nodded. I understand. I felt it earlier. However, my character has always been tenacious. My heart will not become chaotic so easily. Seeing Xiaochen being careless, Lu Riyue revealed a serious expression on her pale face. She said, "You cannot be careless." Back then, for the sake of practicing this move to great perfection, Murong Chong personally killed 50 groups of bandits in the Devil Savannah. If not 10,000 bandits died at his hands, there were at least 8,000. His killing chi is extremely horrifying. When Xiaochen heard this, he was slightly startled. He did not expect Murong Chong to be so cold-blooded. For the sake of a martial technique, he dyed himself with the blood of tens of thousands of people. However, Xiaochen remembered that when he saw Murong Chong, he did not feel any signs of killing chi leaking out. If what Lu Riyue said was true, then it could only mean that Murong Chong had already reached a level where he could release and withdraw his killing chi as he pleased. In order to hide so much killing chi, aside from strength, there was an even harsher requirement on one's temperament. What kind of person was this Murong Chong? He had a horrifying talent for cultivation, a cold-blooded and decisive personality, and an incomparably tenacious willpower. It was hard to find a weakness in such a person. Lu Riyue continued, however, you don't have to mind it too much. If you are unable to defeat him in terms of killing chi, you can use this move to destroy the mysterious phenomenon in advance. You can destroy it before the two crescent moons meet. Xiaochen thought, this is a method. However, this move has to be fast enough for me to not be able to react in time. Thank you, elder sister Riyue, Xiaochen said seriously. Lu Riyue smiled faintly and continued, the remaining move is flickering light passing shadow. I do not know this move as well. I only know that it is a cloning martial technique infused with the state of light. It can condense countless clones, making it hard to distinguish the real from the fake in the sky filled with light and shadows. However, Murong Chong's main cultivation is the state of wind. He should not spend too much time practicing this move. You just need to know about it. After that, Lu Riyue explained Murong Chong's other strengths to Xiaochen in detail. The worry in her eyes did not disappear for even a moment. Remember, at the crucial moment, do not risk your life. Your life is always the most important. To me, even if I manage to keep this Qingyun peak, it would be a great regret if you are not around. So, you must promise me, just admit defeat if you cannot defeat him. Just as Xiaochen was about to leave, Lu Riyue spoke to him in a serious tone. When Xiaochen agreed, Lu Riyue revealed a satisfied smile and left the dueling grounds. Early the next morning, the breaking sun shone through the window into Xiaochen's bedroom. Feeling the piercing gaze, Xiaochen immediately woke up from his sleep. With a huge battle looming over him, he did not cultivate. Instead, he took a good nap, resting his body and mind. After washing up, Xiaochen felt energized. His entire body, both inside and out, was in peak condition. Lu Riyue and Lu Suifeng were already waiting outside the courtyard. After asking around, Xiaochen found out that the Peak Master contest would not be held on the Heaven Viewing platform, which he was very familiar with. Instead, it would be held on the Heaven Ascending platform, which he had been to once before. Lu Riyue waved her hand at the sky. A huge heavenly wind eagle circled in the air before landing in front of everyone with a strong gust of wind. After the three of them jumped onto the heavenly wind eagle, the person riding the heavenly wind eagle shouted. The heavenly wind eagle immediately soared into the sky with a berserk wind. Normally, aside from major events, there would not be a single person on the heaven ascending platform of the Lingyun mountain range. However, there was an endless stream of people going up the mountain. It was very lively. There was a huge dueling ground on the platform. Spectator seats surrounded it. In the middle, there was a huge arena that was 2,000 meters long and 100 meters wide. There was no need to wonder why the arena was so big. It was because every Peak Master contest involved battles between martial kings. For a battle of this level, a regular arena would not be enough for them to display their full potential. Murong Chong stood expressionlessly in a corner of the arena with his eyes closed. The spectator seats were filled with people. Furthermore, there were many cultivators rushing over in this direction. It is the Peak Master contest again. I did not expect Murong Chong to attack Qin Yun Peak. Unfortunately, Lu Rue is injured. Qin Yun Peak will not be able to hold on this time. That might not be the case. Yi Chen is now a super genius who can defeat the experts of the older generation. In terms of talent, he is definitely not weaker than Murong Chong. His chances of victory should be 50-50. Chapter 294. Haha, you are too naive. Murong Chong was already a peak superior grade martial saint long ago. It is not like there were no experts of the older generation that died at his hands. The two of them might have the same talent, but in terms of cultivation, Xiao Chen is weaker. He does not have much of a chance of victory against Murong Chong. I think so too. Murong Chong's strength has always been very stable. Furthermore, he has practiced all of Qin Yun Peak's secret techniques to great perfection. The cultivation techniques and martial techniques he practices are all at the peak of his generation. Furthermore, he has a flawless character. It is hard to imagine that he would lose to Yi Chen. However, why is Yi Chen not here yet? I heard that Mu Qingxue fell last night and has not left the arena since then. Before the fight started, the crowd had already started discussing the two fervently. Although the results were mostly in favor of Murong Chong, they were certain of Xiao Chen's strength. They felt that Murong Chong would not win easily. This would never have happened in the past. However, the series of events proved that Xiao Chen's strength was not just for show. It was real and not an exaggeration. Murong Chong, who was in the arena, did not care about the discussions around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw a heavenly winged eagle flying towards him. He said indifferently, "He is finally here." When Xiao Chen saw Murong Chong waiting for him in the arena, he calmed himself and leaped off the heavenly winged eagle. He landed firmly in the arena. Lu Rue watched the two people about to fight. Her heart was filled with complicated emotions. She muttered softly, "I hope nothing happens to them." Seeing Xiao Chen land, an old man who was a medial grade martial king immediately walked over. He would be the referee for this fight. At the same time, he was also a member of the Elders' Assembly. The old man waved his hand and the two of them moved back 100 meters. Then, he said indifferently, "There is no such thing as leniency in the fight for the Peak Master position. However, I will only say one thing. We are all from the same sect. If one side admits defeat, please stop. Cut the crap. Let the fight begin. The victor will decide who Qin Yun Peak belongs to." After the old man finished speaking, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and quickly retreated. Murong Chong and Xiao Chen were separated by 200 meters. They looked at each other and placed their right hands on their saber hilts. Their auras gathered continuously. At this moment, the originally noisy spectator stands were completely silent. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the two people in the arena. Hu Qi. A red light flashed in Murong Chong's eyes. The killing qi that he had been suppressing followed this gaze and shot towards Xiao Chen. The murderous aura was almost tangible, rippling like water in the air, compressing and enveloping a 1-meter radius around Xiao Chen. Instantly, countless miserable cries rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. Horrifying images appeared before his eyes. These were the resentment left behind by the people Murong Chong killed. Indeed, he can withdraw and release his killing qi as he pleases. No, it is even more profound than that. He is able to surround me with his killing qi and not disperse it. Such a method is already a high-level technique for controlling killing qi. Xiao Chen was mildly astonished as he thought to himself. However, his expression remained calm. there were no fluctuations in his emotions. Focusing and guarding his qi, Xiao Chen's heart was incomparably calm. A clear glow appeared in his calm eyes. His strong spiritual sense protected his heart, not being affected by the killing qi. He allowed the strong killing qi to reverberate around him. Xiao Chen's gaze remained incomparably clear, guarding his heart. Slowly, those illusions broke by themselves and disappeared. Murong Chang's grave and stern face did not show any expression. When he saw that the killing qi was useless, he decisively withdrew it. Hoo! In the arena, a strong wind suddenly blew behind Murong Chang, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Occasionally, there were angry roars coming from the wind. Thunderclouds gathered above Xiao Chen's head, churning continuously. Muffled thunder resounded continuously. The auras that the two had been accumulating for a long time finally erupted. They started to compete in states. The berserk state of wind against the surging state of thunder. Immediately, the wind blew and the clouds churned, the sky changed color. The sun in the sky was covered by the dark clouds, completely losing its light. The arena turned dark. Furthermore, the strong wind kicked up a cloud of dust. Aside from a few cultivators with good eyesight, most of the spectators could not see the situation in the arena clearly. How powerful! Before the duel officially started, the competition of states is already so horrifying. No wonder they can fight across cultivation realms and kill inferior grade martial kings. The people in the spectator stands were astonished. Dang! In that instant, two resplendent saber lights lit up in the boundless strong wind. The sharp saber lights immediately scattered the dust on the arena. The two of them drew their sabers at the same time and sent out a strand of saber qi each. When the saber qi clashed in the air, it created a surging shockwave that spread out. Murong Chang was somewhat astonished to discover that the density of his saber qi was not as strong as Xiao Chen's. After the purple saber qi shattered his saber qi, it weakened significantly. However, it still quickly flew towards Murong Chang. Murong Chang pushed off the ground and silently leaped forward. He swung his saber and easily shattered the weakened purple saber qi. Then, he rushed at Xiao Chen without slowing down. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He shouted and charged forward as well. Dang! 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 The sounds of weapons clashing resounded in the arena. Instantly, the sound of wind, thunder, and the clanging of weapons merged together and reverberated in the arena. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves. They countered each other's moves, not giving way to each other. After a while, they shouted and retreated 100 meters. The strong wind scattered and the dust settled. The situation of the arena returned to the crowd's eyes. The gazes of the two were like sabers clashing intensely in the air. Xiao Chen held his saber tightly in his right hand. He maintained a high level of vigilance. This was because the earlier exchanges were just probing moves. Next, they would be fighting for real. Murong Chang revealed a faint smile on his stern face. He said, "After not seeing you for a month, your strength has indeed improved beyond my expectations. You are now qualified to challenge me. However, that is only the right to challenge me." Qing Yun Peak's secret technique, Peerless Lunar Shadow. Murong Chang shouted ferociously and the saber in his hand danced around. Two scarlet saber qi of the crescent moon moved in two beautiful arcs in the air as they flew at Xiao Chen. The saber qi contained a boundless killing qi. Everywhere it passed, scarlet ribbons appeared. They looked very beautiful, as if they were blood. Glittering wukue. Knowing how powerful the peerless lunar shadow was, Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He brandished the snow-white lunar shadow 9 times in the air, bringing out the glittering wukue to its limits. The 9 divine wukue tree branches turned into dense saber qi. They were like spears stabbing at the scarlet saber qi in the air. Murong Chang smiled faintly and shook the saber in his wrist. The 2 scarlet crescent moons paused in the air for a moment. Then, they strangely moved in a semicircle. The point where the crescent moons intersected was where Xiao Chen stood. With such a sudden change, he dodged the 9 purple saber chi that Xiao Chen sent out. Windwalk shoes, activate. Retreat. The speed of the crescent moons instantly reached the speed of sound. Murong Chong had actually infused the state of wind into them. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He activated the windwalk shoes and circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His body turned into a purple arrow as he retreated. Bang! The instant Xiao Chen retreated, the 2 crescent moons merged together and formed a scarlet full moon on the ground. A horrifying red shockwave spread out in all directions. When the shockwave radiated outwards, a mud wall rose up from the ground. Even though Xiao Chen had already avoided it, the speed and might of the shockwave from the scarlet moon still surpassed his expectations. The surging shockwave struck Xiao Chen's body and pushed him back a few hundred meters. The killing qi contained in the shockwave roared in his mind continuously. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged, and resentment filled his mind. All the blood in his body surged uncontrollably. An irresistible frustration and a desire to massacre rose in his heart. Damn it! Xiao Chen no longer cared about his pride. He circulated his essence and gathered the surging qi and blood. Then, he opened his mouth and spat it out. The surging qi and blood and the boundless killing qi all vanished. Up in the spectator stands, Lu Rue frowned tightly. Worry was written all over her charming face. She did not expect Xiao Chen to suffer a small loss at the start of the fight. Murong Chang's comprehension of the peerless lunar shadow had already reached the peak of consummation. When he infused it with the berserk state of wind, he pushed the might of this move to a horrifying limit. Who? Murong Chang's body slowly flew up into the sky. The 2 crescent moon-shaped saber chi on the ground separated and flew back behind him. The crescent moons merged together and formed a true blood moon. A pitch-black night descended, blocking out all the sunlight. It also covered up the dark clouds that Xiao Chen's state of thunder brought, leaving not a trace behind. Xiao Chen's connection to the state of thunder was completely severed. Xiao Chen was greatly astonished. He tried a few times but discovered that he could not connect to his state of thunder. Under the cover of the night, he had completely severed his connection to the outside world. This is the effect of a consummation mysterious phenomenon. It can form something like a barrier. Xiao Chen's state of thunder has been cut off. I did not expect Murong Chong to have comprehended his mysterious phenomenon to consummation. This is something that several martial kings are unable to do. Indeed, the mysterious phenomenon has little to do with cultivation. It relies entirely on one's talent and comprehension ability. After losing the state of thunder, Xiao Chen's situation is worrying. The knowledgeable people in the spectator stands all sighed. Murong Chong comprehended the mysterious phenomenon of consummation. Such a martial king could be said to be an unrivaled existence. Fighting against those of a higher cultivation realm, killing a regular inferior grade martial king would be as easy as killing a dog. Lu Rue's heart was in her mouth. Murong Chong was much stronger than she had imagined. Even she would have a headache dealing with this move. When Xiao Chen saw the scarlet full moon rising higher and Murong Chong, who was illuminated by the scarlet light of the full moon, his heart slowly calmed down. Chapter 295. If he had thought of a way to break the 2 scarlet saber chi earlier, he would not be in such a situation. Unfortunately, he was not decisive enough at that time. He did not want to exhaust too much essence in one go. Xiao Chen blamed himself in his heart. However, this was not the time for regrets. He was far from the final step. His confidence could not be shaken. Since he could not use the state of thunder, the might of the Wukue saber technique would be significantly reduced. If he could not use it to break this situation, then there was no need to mention the Lingyun saber technique. He could only think of another way. I got it. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of a way to break this situation. Since he could not use his state, then he would use his strongest mysterious phenomenon to clash with it. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's frown slowly relaxed. He shouted, and the snow-white lunar shadow saber in his hands suddenly gave off a glass-like glow. Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. A golden full moon slowly rose up behind Shao Chen, matching the scarlet moon in the sky. The faint golden moonlight sprinkled down a gentle light that shone on the ground, forming a sharp contrast with the bright and glistening blood moon. What's going on? A full moon appeared behind Shao Chen as well. Someone in the spectator stands exclaimed. What is he trying to do? His mysterious phenomenon has clearly not reached consummation. If he uses it to clash with Murong Chong, he will definitely be at a disadvantage, Lu Suifeng said anxiously. Looking at the rising full moon, Lu Riyue suddenly understood Shao Chen's intentions. The worry on her face lessened. At least this peerless lunar shadow would not pose a fatal threat to Shao Chen. The golden full moon was as bright as fire in the sky. A resolute expression flashed on Shao Chen's face. He shouted, and the full moon headed straight for Murong Chong. What is he trying to do? Clashing with his mysterious phenomenon? This is too crazy. Doing this will harm the enemy and himself. In such a situation, there is actually no other choice. What Yi Chen is doing is the only way to break Murong Chong's mysterious phenomenon. When the people below saw Shao Chen controlling the bright moon and sending it crashing into the full moon behind Murong Chong, they were all astonished. Murong Chong's face, which had been calm all this while, also revealed faint shock. Then, he smiled coldly and said, "Since you want to fight, I will fulfill your wish." Shao Chen shouted, and the scarlet full moon gave off a resplendent red light. It carried a boundless killing qi as it flew towards the golden moon controlled by Shao Chen without hesitation. The golden yellow and blood-red moon streaked across the sky, causing ripples to appear in space wherever they passed, as if they were about to shatter. Bang! The two moons clashed violently in the sky, creating a loud explosion. The entire arena on the heaven-ascending platform started to shake. The spectators, who were sitting far away, also started to shake. The ground kept shaking, as if it was going to split open. It made people feel fear for no reason. Too strong. This is comparable to a battle between martial kings, a disciple in the distance said. Xiao. The two full moons shattered at the same time. The pitch-black space immediately shattered into pieces. The sunlight that had not shone for a long time impatiently shone down from the sky. At first, there was only one strand. Then, there were 2 strands, 3 strands. Suddenly, the light spread out rapidly. The sky above the arena turned bright once more. The complexions of Shao Chen and Murong Chong were somewhat pale. This was a clash of mysterious phenomena that were of equal strength. This was a significant blow to both sides. However, Murong Chong was in a slightly better state than Shao Chen. Although his mysterious phenomenon was of equal strength to Shao Chen's, it had already reached consummation, after all. It was still slightly stronger. After resting for a moment, Murong Chong shouted and raised his saber. Then, he turned into a cool breeze and charged over again. However, there was no killing qi on his body, not even a trace of killing intent. Finally, his figure strangely vanished from everyone's sight. Was it the clear wind chop again? Shao Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and revealed a cold smile. Murong Chong had not practiced the clear wind chop to consummation. He had only perfectly merged the great perfection clear wind chop with the state of wind. That was how he managed to achieve such an effect. This move was Murong Chong's signature move. This was the first time Shao Chen had encountered it. Even so, he was at a loss as to what to do. However, after Shao Chen perfectly merged the state of thunder with the saber technique, he no longer had a headache dealing with this move. Wukuei transforms to qi. Shao Chen shouted and an ancient divine tree appeared from nowhere. It turned into strands of purple saber qi dancing around in the air. Rumble. The thunderclouds above Shao Chen's head gathered again, churning continuously. The state of thunder and saber technique merged perfectly. As Shao Chen made his move, thunder roared in the sky. Murong Chong, who was hidden in the cool breeze, frowned when he saw the purple saber qi filling the sky. These saber chi infused with the state of thunder could already injure Murong Chong, who was hidden in the wind. With such a large area, he would not be able to approach safely. Shao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and scanned the area continuously. Finally, he felt an unusual fluctuation in the direction of 8 o'clock. Qi breaks Wukue. Without any hesitation, the instant Shao Chen discovered that blurry figure, he immediately executed the third move of the Wukue saber technique. Thunder roared in the sky. The countless strands of purple saber chi in the air merged into an incomparably resplendent saber chi the instant the thunder roared. Then, it flew towards the place where Shao Chen sensed it. The instant the thunder roared, Murong Chong felt a trace of danger. However, just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that the resplendent saber chi was already before him as the thunder roared. The speed of that saber chi actually surpassed the speed of sound in that instant. Regardless of whether he moved to the left or right, he would not be able to dodge it. Flickering light passing shadow. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Murong Chong's figure suddenly appeared. A bright light exploded in Shao Chen's vision. The light was so dazzling that it hurt his eyes. Oh no, it's flickering light passing shadow. Quickly close your eyes. Under the illumination of this dazzling light, some of the cultivators in the spectator stands who were stunned by the sudden appearance of this light felt a stinging pain in their eyes. They were temporarily blinded. Instantly, there were many miserable cries. Some of the smarter cultivators had already closed their eyes and dodged this calamity. Pu Ci. The resplendent saber chi formed by the chi breaks Wukue crashed into the light with a loud boom. The light scattered. Murong Chong's figure split into 9. Each of his figures flickered with a white light. The white light merged together, dazzling everyone's eyes. It was hard to tell which was the real one. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, clear wind chop. Shao Chen squinted his eyes and his figure wavered. He turned into 9 cool breezes. Each breeze carried a figure as they charged at Murong Chong's figure. Dang! 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 A chaotic battle immediately broke out in the arena. 18 figures fought in this manner on the arena. The sounds of sabers clashing mixed with the light and shadows. It was too much for the spectators to keep up, making them feel dizzy. Logically speaking, Shao Chen's martial technique, which merged the roaming dragon's 9 transformations and the clear wind chop, should be stronger than Murong Chong's flickering light passing shadow. Unfortunately, Murong Chong was very familiar with the clear wind chop. The hidden killing intent was ineffective against him. Furthermore, this was the first time Shao Chen came into contact with the flickering light passing shadow. Under the situation where his vision was affected, he was at a disadvantage. I can't go on like this. I have to use a killing move, Shao Chen thought to himself. Wukue blossoms. Shao Chen shouted and suddenly, a purple light flowed out from the feet of the 9 figures. 9 flower buds appeared on the ground and wrapped around Shao Chen's figure. When Murong Chong's saber struck the flower buds, it did not cause any ripples. It could not stop the flower buds from growing. Flickering light passing shadow, 9 figures combined chop. With a hula sound, the 9 figures that Murong Chong had turned into merged together, flickering with layers of white light. They turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. In the instant Murong Chong's 9 figures merged, the 9 flower buds on the ground also merged together. Boom! The instant the flower buds merged, they suddenly bloomed. Purple petals filled the air. Shao Chen pushed off the ground and passed through the petals, rushing towards Murong Chong, who had turned into a beam of light. Beams of purple light landed on Shao Chen's body from the petals, instantly increasing his speed to Mach 2. The purple figure and the white figure both tore through the air, leaving behind long shockwaves. They instantly crossed each other among the petals. Pu Ci. In the instant they crossed each other, the 2 of them each sent out a saber strike at lightning speed. After that, their figures continued rushing forward. After Murong Chong stabilized himself, he looked at the blood spurting out of his chest. There was a look of disbelief on his stern face. How can he be faster than me? In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen's saber had stabbed into his chest. However, the tip of his saber had only pierced the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. The petals that filled the air quickly poured into the wound on Murong Chang's chest. Dang! 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 Murong Chang brought out his state of wind to its limits. Saber lights flickered and chopped the petals flying at him into nothing. Only less than 10 petals flew in. Xiao Chen frowned. Only 10 petals flew in. Given this, the might of Wukuei supporting the heavens would be significantly weakened. The tree supporting the heavens would not be able to grow. However, the arrow had to be fired. If Xiao Chen hesitated and Murong Chang forced out these 9 petals, everything would be for naught. Xiao Chen shouted, "Wukuei supporting the heavens, explode." The churning thunderclouds above immediately gave off a loud sound. The instant the thunder roared, an explosion came from Murong Chang's chest. The wound on Murong Chang's chest suddenly exploded. His body was flung to the ground by the shockwave. How can this be? Murong Chang was actually blasted away. From the start of the duel until now, not only did Xiao Chen, who was not favored by the crowd, not crumble, he had also persisted for a long time. Xiao Chen had persisted for such a long time and did not fall into too much of a disadvantage. Now, he even blasted Murong Chang into the air. This was too unexpected. Wukuei shakes the heavens. Xiao Chen's aura flourished. Taking advantage of Murong Chang's weakened momentum, he leaped into the air and executed the other killing move of the Wukuei saber technique. The divine Wukuei tree descended from the air. It was like a mountain pressing down on Murong Chang, who was on the ground. However, just at this moment, layers of white clouds appeared in the sky. They occupied half the sky, reducing the thunderclouds formed by Xiao Chen's state of thunder by half. Chapter 296. The state of thunder contained in the Wukuei shakes the heavens immediately weakened, its might weakened significantly. When Murong Chang, who was on the ground, saw the Wukuei tree and Xiao Chen descend from the sky, he revealed a cold and emotionless smile. Xiao Chen was startled. He thought to himself, "Oh no." Murong Chang actually cultivated 2 states, wind and cloud merging, the clouds borrowing the might of the wind. Xiao Chen's state of thunder was completely suppressed. Murong Chang slowly stood up from the ground. A purple bolt of lightning appeared above the clouds, tearing through the dark arena. Who? A gust of wind suddenly rose, and with a swoosh, the lightning fused with it, forming a terrifying purple tornado. Murong Chang pointed his saber and the purple tornado immediately headed for Xiao Chen and the divine Wukuei tree. Bang! 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 The berserk purple tornado merged the energy of wind and lightning. It had the attribute of lightning and the berserk of wind. Its might was equal to a superior grade Earth-ranked martial technique. When the tornado struck the Wukuei tree, the 2 martial techniques that contained electricity radiated horrifying electricity. Silver snakes danced in the air, and the air was filled with electricity the size of small snakes. Murong Chang struck the Wukuei tree a total of 5 times. Every time he struck, there would be a loud crackling sound. The color of Xiao Chen's divine Wukuei tree dimmed significantly. After the 5th strike, the divine Wukuei tree that Xiao Chen materialized completely disappeared. Without the obstruction of the Wukuei tree, the horrifying purple tornado headed for Xiao Chen with a berserk aura. Retreat. With the state of thunder suppressed, Xiao Chen did not dare to clash head-on. He could only dodge first and activate the windwalk shoes. His speed reached the speed of sound as he retreated. Hu Qi. Murong Chang's figure suddenly appeared beside the purple tornado. He moved erratically, he had the berserk nature of the wind and the ethereal nature of the clouds. When the 2 were combined, it was hard to catch him. Dang! A saber light hacked at Xiao Chen from a strange angle. Xiao Chen swung his saber to block. A berserk energy came from above and immediately shattered the state of thunder contained in the saber technique. Retreat again. Using this energy, Xiao Chen retreated again. His right hand, which held his saber, felt numb. he nearly lost his grip on his saber. As Xiao Chen retreated continuously, the thunderclouds in the sky were suppressed by his opponent's state of wind and cloud. Murong Chang's aura flourished, turning the situation around in an instant. Give up. Although your state of thunder is pure, it has no chance against my state of wind. Murong Chang's voice rang out in the air, following Murong Chang's erratic figure. It came from all directions, making it hard to tell where it came from. His voice lingered in the wind for a long time. Murong Chang is indeed Murong Chang. He actually hid himself so deeply. Aside from the great perfection state of wind, he also has the great perfection state of cloud. Most importantly, he merged them so perfectly. He truly lives up to his reputation as the top ranker of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's wind cloud list. Yi Chen's state of thunder state. Yi Chen's state thunder state. Is. Yi has Chen. Chen Chen's heaven. Has. Looks like Murong Chang's undefeatable legend will continue for a while. Among the younger generation, at least in the Shihe province, there is no one who can defeat him. In the entire Great Qin nation, he can be ranked in the top 3. The situation was clear. Murong Chang, who had executed his state of cloud, had completely turned the situation around. The advantage that Xiao Chen had just gained was gone. He could only passively be suppressed. Everyone believed that when Xiao Chen's state of thunder was compressed to the point where it completely disappeared, it would be the moment of his defeat. A desolate expression flashed on Lu Rue's face. She was no longer worried about whether Xiao Chen could protect Qingyun Peak or not. She only hoped that he could survive. Furthermore, she did not want him to lose the sharpness of a cultivator, especially the sharpness of a bladesman. This was what she was most worried about. Even in such a situation, Xiao Chen's heart was still very calm. It was like there was a strange feeling in his heart. The surrounding discussions and Murong Chang's words did not affect him at all. Xiao Chen's mind was very clear. He continued to think of a way to break out of this situation. The reason why he was in such a passive state was undoubtedly because his state was suppressed. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Although he knew that states were important, he did not expect them to be this important. Without the support of a strong state, the Wukuei shakes the heavens could not even compare to his opponent's purple tornado. At this moment, even if Xiao Chen executed the sure-kill martial technique of the Wukuei saber technique, it would be hard for him to achieve the might he expected. Without the support of a state, it would be hard for him to advance. In the past 7 days, Xiao Chen had put the cart before the horse. He should not have spent too much time practicing new martial techniques. Instead, he should have strengthened his own state. Xiao Chen's state was not strong by itself. However, because he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, his state was much purer than a regular cultivator's. His peak small perfection state could suppress his opponent's great perfection state. From the start of the duel, Xiao Chen was able to hold his own against Murong Chang, whose cultivation was much higher than his. This was mainly because of this. However, it was not too late to realize this. Even if he lost today, he had already gained a lot. His future would be much clearer. Bang! Bang! While Xiao Chen was thinking, his hands did not stop moving. He extended his spiritual sense and did his best to capture the erratic Murong Chang's figure, blocking all the saber techniques he sent at him. In the sky, Xiao Chen's state of thunder had already been pushed to the final step. Only a patch of thunderclouds remained bitterly holding on. The surroundings were filled with churning white clouds infused with the state of wind. The white clouds churned boundlessly, raising Murong Chang's aura to its peak. Murong Chang looked at Xiao Chen, who had already retreated to a corner. He said indifferently, "Let's end this." 3 moves of wind and cloud, chasing clouds and chasing lightning. Murong Chang roared ferociously. The horrifying purple tornado turned into a flood dragon about 100 meters long. The dense dragon scales on the body of the flood dragon were clearly visible. It was like a real flood dragon. White clouds floated around the flood dragon. With a schwa sound, it emerged from the clouds. It opened its mouth and spat out a strand of azure smoke. Then, it roared at Xiao Chen. The berserk flood dragon's speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. It was very close to Mach 2. It did not give Xiao Chen any time to think before it arrived before him. When the people in the arena saw the roaring flood dragon flying at Xiao Chen, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Riyue could not help but stand up from her seat. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Bang! 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 The instant the flood dragon swallowed up Xiao Chen, there was an intense explosion. A blue dragon circled around Xiao Chen's right arm. Although the blue dragon was small, it was the martial spirit of an ancient holy beast. It was the real deal. No matter how realistic the small flood dragon was, it was just a fake dragon. How could it be a match for a real dragon? The blue dragon immediately broke it apart and exploded into a shockwave. After the blue dragon broke apart the chasing clouds and chasing lightning, it had not used up all the energy it contained. It opened its mouth and let out a resounding dragon roar. The might of a holy beast spread throughout the entire arena. All the cultivators in the spectator stands felt their hearts tremble. This dragon roar actually contained the might of a holy emperor. Murong Chong frowned and condensed a berserk wind wall to block in front of him. He wanted to block this attack. The blue dragon martial spirit hidden in the 300-odd acupoints of his body was Xiao Chen's true trump card. However, Xiao Chen would not use this trump card unless he had no other choice. The blue dragon martial spirit had disappeared for 1,000 years. It was a mysterious existence. If the identity of the blue dragon martial spirit was made known, it might cause some unnecessary waves. However, Murong Chang's earlier move was too dangerous. Xiao Chen, whose state was suppressed, had no other way to block or dodge. There was no other way to block it, nor was there any way to avoid it. He could only take out this trump card. Otherwise, he might die from this move. In the sky, the surging white clouds that had been suppressing Xiao Chen's state of thunder unexpectedly started to shrink back. The holy might contained in the dragon roar actually forced back Murong Chang's state. Bang! 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 The blue dragon broke through the wind wall that Murong Chong laid and gave off a piercing screech. Seeing that the wind wall could not block the blue dragon, Murong Chong made a prompt decision and quickly retreated. Murong Chong's figure flickered in the air. With every step he took, he laid down a wall of wind. The blue dragon seemed to have a life of its own as it chased after him, not letting up. The blue dragon chased for more than a kilometer before it ran out of energy and turned into nothingness, disappearing into the air. The azure dragon actually contains a holy might. What is going on? Could it be that his martial spirit is also inherited from the ancient era? After Murong Chong landed, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was filled with doubts. Rumble. Just at this moment, the muffled thunder that had lingered in the arena for a long time resounded again. Xiao Chen's state of thunder reached its peak once again. Murong Chang's expression changed. He saw that the originally small patch of thunderclouds in the sky was now standing on equal footing with his white clouds. They each stood on one side of the arena, not giving way at all. This was the final decisive moment. Xiao Chen did not want to give his opponent another chance to force back his state. Wukui breaks the heavens. Xiao Chen shouted and a loud clap of thunder resounded. The ancient divine Wukui tree above Xiao Chen's head grew rapidly as the thunder roared. The instant the divine Wukui tree finished growing, a resplendent saber pillar soared up from the saber. It soared into the sky and quickly elongated. It was like it was going to break the sky and shatter the ground. Damn it! Murong Chang's expression turned sullen. He had not expected Xiao Chen to turn the situation where he was bound to lose into such a draw. However, there was no time for Murong Chong to think. That resplendent pillar of light contained the horrifying state of thunder quickly headed for him. 3 moves of wind and cloud, parting clouds revealing the sky. Murong Chong roared ferociously. His long hair and clothes fluttered, and a strong wind blew around him. The white clouds in the sky drifted. A resplendent pillar of light lit up on the saber as well. It carried the state of wind and cloud as it clashed with Xiao Chen's Wukuei breaks the heavens. Two pillars of light, one white and one purple, quickly pulled apart. After a while, they crashed into each other. Bang! When the two pillars of light clashed, a huge whirlpool of primal chaos appeared on the ground. It immediately blasted a large hole in the ground. A large amount of dust flew into the air from the hole. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions, blowing away all the dust on the arena. Chapter 297. The ground of the entire arena cracked. Countless huge chunks of mud flew through the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. The ground was shaved off by more than 10 meters. It was clear how horrifying the might of these two moves was. Seeing the shockwave coming at him, Xiao Chen shouted and stabbed out with his saber. He immediately broke through the surging shockwave. His spiritual sense locked onto Murong Chang's figure and he quickly rushed over. The huge rocks and mud in front of him were all chopped apart by his saber. They could not stop Xiao Chen at all. Murong Chang's expression turned sullen. He sent out a few strands of vigorous saber qi, shattering the shockwave and rocks. Then, he sensed Xiao Chen's figure in the wind. Murong Chang snorted coldly and pushed off the ground heavily, leaping over. Xiao! Amidst the dust and howling wind, the two of them saw each other at the same time. They leaped into the air and their killing qi clashed in the air. They did not hesitate to attack. Dang! 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 The entire arena was filled with lingering electricity and wind and clouds. There were also huge chunks of mud flying in the air and dust covering the sky. It was very chaotic. All the spectators on the heaven ascending platform stood up and used their vision, trying to see the situation below the arena clearly. Why can't I see anything? What happened to the two of them? I can only hear their voices. I can see a little more clearly. However, the two of them are too fast. I can only see two blurry figures. There is too much dust. Furthermore, the electricity and strong wind are interfering with my vision. However, the two of them are fighting very intensely. They are going crazy. Even though they used their vision, there were still many cultivators with insufficient cultivation who could not see the situation clearly. Only a small portion of the core disciples with deep cultivations could vaguely make out the two's figures. However, they could not completely understand. Aside from the people from the elders' assembly, only Lu Riyue could see the situation clearly. Sis, what's the situation? Lu Suifeng asked anxiously beside Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue had a complicated expression. Her normally resolute eyes were now filled with pain and conflict. She said in a trembling voice, "They are crazy. How could it be like this?" Dust flew everywhere, lightning flashed, and strong winds howled in the arena. Murong Chang and Xiao Chen were covered in blood. Not a single part of their clothes was intact. The two of them moved around on the ground. Their speeds were similar. It was very difficult to dodge each other's attacks and injure each other. Basically, if you injure me, I can immediately stab you back. At this moment, both of them were in a killing frenzy. They did not care about the wounds on their bodies as they circulated their vital energy to the extreme. You are more ruthless than me, I am more ruthless than you. It all depends on who can last longer. Both sides had their own advantages. Xiao Chen's advantage was his strong physical body. His physical endurance was stronger than Murong Chang's. Murong Chang. Xiao Chen of Xiao Chen's was his cultivation. Murong Chen of energy. Qi. Of Chen and then of them. Of them of they of them. Of. Was. Pu ci. A bolt of lightning descended and turned a flying piece of mud into dust. Xiao Chen's saber strike infused with the state of thunder clashed with Murong Chang's saber strike infused with the state of strong wind and cloud. When the sabers clashed, there was a piercing metallic sound in the air. When the two states clashed, an intense shock wave burst forth. All the dust within 100 meters was instantly cleared. The two of them each retreated 100 meters. Blood dripped from the snow-white sabers. "Di-ta! Di-ta!" Murong Chong said coldly, determined victory with one saber strike. "Sure." Xiao Chen replied indifferently as he tightened his grip on the saber hilt. The blood on the saber hilt was connected to his palm. It was like the saber was a part of his flesh. After fighting for so long, the two of them understood that if this continued, there would be no result. Determining victory with one move was the best way to resolve this stalemate. Right after Murong Chong spoke, a strong wind immediately gathered behind him. In an instant, all the dust, dirt, and electricity scattered in all directions were expelled. Only the purest state of wind remained. Clouds churned in the sky, moving continuously and quickly. The sky changed color as the wind blew and the clouds churned. Murong Chong's aura soared rapidly. The state of kingship emanated from his body. Even though there was only a trace of this king's will, it was filled with an unparalleled might, and it spread to the surrounding spectator stands. Everyone could feel this king's aura, and they felt a faint desire to worship it. Xiao Chen was mildly startled. Murong Chong had actually skipped the comprehension of states and touched upon something above states. Furthermore, it was an extremely high-grade will of kingship. "Since you are suppressing me with the might of a king, I will use the might of a deity to suppress you," Xiao Chen thought to himself with a calm expression. The thunderclouds in the sky started to gather continuously. Finally, they formed a huge whirlpool of thunderclouds. The whirlpool was 300 meters tall. Every time the whirlpool spun, there would be a boundless amount of lightning-attributed spiritual energy infused into it. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky and hovered above the arena. A supreme divine might spread out from it. Dong! 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 The roars of a huge army came from the whirlpool. When these sounds merged together, they formed a resplendent electric light. A knight flickering with golden electricity appeared from the whirlpool, holding a golden spear in his hand. This was the modified rushing thunder roar. It merged all the lightning knights together and infused a trace of the might of a deity into it, forming a true single-target martial technique. The golden spear pointed at Murong Chong, who was on the ground. A thunder god's might spread out, heading for Murong Chong, whose state of kingship had reached its peak. The two formless auras clashed in the air. They intertwined, creating ripples in the air. Rushing thunder roar. All-powerful. The two of them shouted at the same time. The golden lightning knight lowered its spear and rode on a golden warhorse that chased after the clouds and lightning. It carried a trace of divine might as it pierced through space, heading for Murong Chong. The strong wind behind Murong Chong stopped, and the clouds above him stopped churning. The world was silent. Only the all-powerful saber strike that could break through the 9 heavens flew out. The resplendent saber light soared into the sky, colliding fiercely with the golden lightning knight. It was a saber chi that contained the will of a king. It was an indomitable aura that looked down on the world, causing even the world to be moved. However, Xiao Chen's golden lightning knight contained the might of a deity. This strand of the might of a deity was something that Xiao Chen imitated from the divine might left by the sages in the silver worship. Although it was not the true divine might, it could easily defeat the trace of the will of a king that Murong Chong had just comprehended. How could a king among men defeat a divine sovereign? Unless Murong Chong comprehended the will of a divine sovereign, there was no chance of victory. The golden lightning knight brandished its spear and dazzling golden lightning gathered behind it. It gathered into a spear light that shot out in all directions and clashed violently with Murong Chong's saber chi containing the will of a king. Bang! 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 The air suddenly exploded as the two wills clashed fiercely in the air. Intense explosions rang out, and in the calm air, it was like waves had exploded, causing the entire space to become blurry. Xiao! The golden knight's spear pierced through Murong Chong's saber chi with a schwa sound. Then, he rode on his golden warhorse and descended from the sky, leaving behind a golden beam of light. Murong Chang's grave and stern face appeared slightly distracted. Just as the tip of the spear was about to press against his chest, he spun his saber and blocked the tip of the golden spear with its thin blade. Boom! Under Xiao Chen's control, the knight exploded. The horrifying force gathered at the tip of the spear, causing Murong Chong to vomit a mouthful of blood and fly back. Xiao Chen felt dizzy. Aside from exhausting a large amount of essence, this move also exhausted the source of his spiritual sense. Simulating a divine might had nearly exhausted his spiritual sense. Xiao Chen pressed the tip of his tongue against his teeth and bit down hard. There was an intense pain, and the dizziness in his head improved slightly. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. Then, he stabbed his saber at Murong Chong's chest. Murong Chong fell from the air. Aside from being injured by the lightning, his mind was also suppressed by the divine might. He had lost all ability to resist. Xiao Chen flicked his wrist and deflected the saber that was originally aimed at Murong Chong's heart by 5 centimeters. Murong Chong fell from the air. The pain in his chest allowed him to recover his mind. At this moment, his hair was messy and the blood at the corner of his lips had not been wiped clean. There were wounds all over his body. The two of them had exhausted their states. The wind no longer howled, the clouds no longer churned, the lightning disappeared, and the dust settled. At this moment, it was very quiet, only the sound of their blood dripping to the ground could be heard. Murong Chong was actually defeated by Xiao Chen. How can this be? The piercing sunlight shone down from the 9 heavens. When the spectators saw the scene in the arena, they were all incomparably astonished. Xiao Chen, whom no one thought highly of, actually defeated the top ranker of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's wind cloud list, Murong Chong. Seeing the expressionless Xiao Chen, who was not much better off, Murong Chong revealed a bitter smile on his stern face. He muttered, "Why did you not kill me? I do not have any grudges with you. You also saved my life once." "We are even," Xiao Chen said calmly. Suddenly, anger appeared on Murong Chong's stern face. He said, "Your heart is not with Qin Yun Peak. Why did you snatch my things?" Xiao Chen's expression was calm, there were no fluctuations. He said indifferently, "Are you sure that is yours? The things in this world are not yours just because you think they are. Only when you obtain them can you be considered to have them." Ka Xie. After he spoke, Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and sheathed it. Blood immediately spurted out of Murong Chong's chest. His body swayed as he fell over. Finally, he knelt on one knee and stabbed his saber into the ground, doing his best to maintain his balance. Murong Chong has failed the challenge. The position of Qin Yun Peak's peak master will not change. After Murong Chong fell over, the old man from earlier reappeared and announced the result. The moment the old man spoke, a group of Jade Maiden Peak disciples immediately came out and carried Xiao Chen and Murong Chong away, helping them to treat their injuries. The dense crowd of spectators discussed this matter. There were several people who could not accept the result. They did not dare believe that Murong Chong would be defeated. Chapter 298. In the distance, Mu Chen and Zhang Lai looked at the defeated Murong Chong. Their eyes were filled with desolation. Zhang Lai smiled bitterly. "I originally thought that after a month of hard work, I would be able to catch up to him. Who knew, I would be getting further and further away from him. Now, even Murong Chong is not a match for him." Mu Chen got up and smiled faintly. "Don't overthink this. His potential is different from ours. His future accomplishments will be different as well. However, with such a person as our target, we will be able to raise our strength much faster. That's right, the higher his talent, the more pressure we will face. As long as I don't slack off and lose confidence, my strength will improve much faster than before." The desolation in Zhang Lai's eyes disappeared in an instant. Replacing it was an incomparably resolute expression filled with confidence. If you set a person with 100 points of potential and a person with 50 points as your target, the final result would be very different. Hence, the two of them were very glad that their opponent, Xiao Chen, was the person with 100 points of potential. Lu Rue looked at the two people being carried away by the Jade Maiden Peak disciples for treatment. She revealed a faint smile on her charming face. This might be the best ending. 3 days later, in an independent courtyard on Jade Maiden Peak, Xiaochen lay quietly on a reclining chair in the courtyard. There was an incense burner on the stone table beside him. Smoke curled up into the air and a faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the courtyard. It was refreshing and comfortable. One's body could not help but relax. The injuries Xiaochen suffered in his fight with Murong were more severe than Xiaochen had imagined. Those saber wounds contained the state of wind and the state of cloud. This made it very difficult for them to heal. Furthermore, some of his meridians were injured. The most serious was the internal injuries from the clash of the mysterious phenomena. At that time, Xiaochen and Lu Rue suppressed their internal injuries. After the fight ended, they erupted 100-fold. With the internal and external injuries, it would have been impossible for Xiaochen to recover completely without a month. However, in Jade Maiden Peak, he received the best care. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders generously provided him with all sorts of spirit pills and miraculous medicines. There was even a Jade Maiden Peak elder who possessed a self-healing martial spirit. She personally circulated her energy and helped Xiaochen clear his meridians and nourish his internal organs. In just 3 days, his injuries would be mostly healed, and in another 4 days, his body would be able to completely recover to its peak state. All of this was because of the strength that Xiaochen displayed. He had attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Although Xiaochen was strong in the past, he was only a medial-grade martial saint. There were many people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who reached medial-grade martial saint at his age. There would be even more in the Great Qin Empire. However, the combat prowess that Xiaochen displayed and the horrifying state of thunder made everyone look at him in a new light. He was not a simple medial-grade martial saint. Any sect would take good care of their own geniuses, and all kinds of advantageous resources would be tilted towards their geniuses. Naturally, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was no exception. It was not strange that they took such care of Xiaochen. As Xiaochen slept on the recliner, he looked at the clear sky above him and breathed in the fragrant air. His body and mind felt more comfortable. This was actually a special treatment method of Jade Maiden Peak. The recliner was not made of ordinary wood. Instead, it was made of 1,000-year-old spiritual wood. In other words, if one took this recliner and tore it